Good morning, everyone. We are now in online registration session. We are going to start the event, the second International Conference on Tropical Limnology, the sub-conference of Icoes at 8:30. Good morning, everyone. We are now in online registration session. We are going to start the event, the second International Conference on Tropical Limnology, the sub-conference of Icoes at 8:30.
Berawal dari cita dan asa untuk membangun negeri, memberikan segenap rasa dan tenaga untuk menghasilkan pemikiran terbaik bagi negeri tercinta, kami ada untuk Indonesia. Mewujudkan diri sebagai Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia yang andal, profesional, inovatif dan berintegritas dalam pelayanan untuk mewujudkan visi Presiden dan Wakil Presiden. Indonesia Maju yang berdaulat, mandiri, dan berkepribadian berlandaskan gotong royong. LIPI memiliki berbagai pusat penelitian tersebar di seluruh Indonesia yang berada di bawah Kepala LIPI, Deputi Ilmu Pengetahuan Hayati, Deputi Ilmu Pengetahuan Kebumian, Deputi Ilmu Pengetahuan Teknik, Deputi Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial dan Kemanusiaan, Deputi Jasa Ilmiah dan SDM Pendukung Iptek di bawah Sekretariat Utama LIPI. LIPI berperan dalam proses penyusunan dan kelahiran berbagai regulasi dan kebijakan pemerintah terkait aspek ekonomi, politik, sosial, dan budaya. Selain itu, LIPI juga mengelola data dan timbangan ilmiah dalam rangka konservasi keanekaragaman hayati. Menerbitkan tanda pengenal unik publikasi ilmiah terbitan berkala, membuat repositori ilmiah skala nasional, dan memiliki kewenangan sebagai pembina Jabatan Fungsional Peneliti Nasional, serta melaksanakan proses pengukuhan profesor riset di Indonesia. Kini, LIPI juga mendukung percepatan penanganan COVID-19, baik melalui riset berupa kajian maupun produk, maupun pengembangan SDM melalui program Indonesia Memanggil. Untuk mendukung riset, LIPI memiliki 5 kebun raya sebagai pusat konservasi flora ex situ. 2 museum yang memiliki koleksi flora, fauna, dan kesejarahan alam Indonesia, Indonesia Culture Collection yang menyimpan koleksi mikroorganisme terbesar di Indonesia, infrastruktur riset strategis, dan beberapa pusat berskala internasional, yaitu Asia Pacific Center for Eco-Hydrology atau APCE. LIPI telah menghasilkan hasil riset yang berkualitas dan bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, meliputi keanekaragaman hayati, lingkungan dan maritim, ketahanan pangan, pertanian, dan peternakan, kesehatan dan farmasi, material maju, energi, teknologi, informasi dan komunikasi, pertahanan dan keamanan, dinamika sosial, kemanusiaan dan kebudayaan, kebencanaan, inovasi teknologi dan pendayagunaan iptek, pelayanan, pengujian dan pembinaan ilmiah, serta peningkatan kualitas SDM iptek. Kerjasama keilmuan LIPI dalam negeri meliputi kerjasama penelitian, lisensi teknologi, pengembangan, aplikasi dan komersialisasi hasil penelitian, kerjasama non-penelitian, dan konsultasi kepakaran LIPI. Sedangkan kerjasama luar negeri, LIPI melakukan joint research, workshop, pertukaran peneliti, dan beasiswa mancanegara, selain aktif menjadi anggota dan focal point di berbagai organisasi internasional. Melalui kolaborasi bersinergi, menghasilkan riset yang berkualitas, LIPI terus memberikan manfaat nyata, kontribusi berarti, dan turut mewujudkan cita dan asa membangun negeri kita tercinta, Indonesia.
Every vision begins with a spark of inspiration, and every inspiration is driven by the passion to realize dreams. Becoming a world-class institution in research, sciences, and innovation to improve the nation's competitiveness is our vision at the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI. LIPI has various research centers throughout Indonesia under the coordination of the chairman of LIPI, Deputy for Life Sciences, Deputy for Earth Sciences, Deputy for Engineering Sciences, Deputy for Social and Humanities Sciences, and Deputy for Scientific Services. LIPI has a pivotal role in drafting and establishing government regulations and policies related to economic, political, social, and cultural aspects. LIPI also manages scientific data and scientific considerations on biodiversity conservation, as well as the publication of global indexed scientific journals, and also appointed as a scientific authority in coaching national researchers and hosting the inauguration of Indonesian research professors. To support world-class research activities, LIPI managed 5 botanic gardens as a center for ex situ plant conservation, 3 museums that have the biggest collection of flora and fauna specimens in Southeast Asia, and regional level and Indonesian natural history. Barunajaya 8 research vessel, Indonesia Cultural Collection, which keeps the largest collection of microorganisms in Indonesia, and 2 international centers, namely Asia Pacific Center for Eco-Hydrology, APCE, and Regional Training and Research Center on Marine Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health, RTRC Marbest Center. LIPI has produced qualified research results that are beneficial to the society, including biodiversity, environment and maritime, food security, agriculture and farm, health and pharmacy, advanced material, energy, technology, information and communication, social dynamics, humanity and culture, technology innovation and utilization of science and technology, as well as scientific services, testing and development. LIPI's national scientific collaborations include collaborative research, technology licensing, development, application, and commercialization of research results, non-research collaborations, LIPI's expertise consulting, scientific coaching for youth, students, and teachers with various universities, research institutions, local governments, and industry. As for international collaborations, LIPI conducts joint research, joint laboratories, symposium, workshops, international conferences, exchanges for researchers and experts, as well as international scholarships, while being active as a member and a focal point in various international organizations. LIPI will keep continuing to strengthen national platforms by developing world-class researchers and building scientific collaborations to make great impacts on the nation's competitiveness.
Everyone, we will start in 5 minutes. It's already 8:30. We shall start, everyone. Excellency, the Chairman of Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI, Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, Honorable, the Deputy for Earth Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Professor Dr. Oki Karna Rajasa, the Director of Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Dr. Fauzan Ali, distinguished speakers, Professor Linda Mai, United Kingdom Center for Ecology and Hydrology, Professor Matthias Daleski, European Regional Center for Ecohydrology under UNESCO, Professor Sucharit Kontanak Ufong, Chulalongkorn University, Professor Gadis Sriharyani, Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Dr. James Kallmeyer, German Research Center for Geoscience, Ms. Adelina Santos Borja, Southeast Asian Limnological Network, SILNET, Profesor Tri Retnaningsih Suprabawati, Diponegoro University, Dr. Evi Irawan, Watershed Management Technology Center, Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Profesor Ignatius Atmana Sutapa, Asia Pacific Center for Ecohydrology, UNESCO. Distinguished presenter, participant, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining the second conference on tropical limnology 2020, the sub-conference of Icoes. My name is Imro'atu Solihah. I'm a researcher in the Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI, and I'll be your host for this today. I would like to thank the committee for having me in this conference. And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for Indonesian Institute of Sciences who organized the annual Indonesian Science Expo, ISE 2020, entitled Infinity Science Exploration. And the second conference on tropical limnology, TropLimno, is the part of ISE event under the conference of Icoes, International Conference on the Ocean and Earth Sciences. So actually this conference parallelly conducting with two other conferences under Icoes, the Ocean Sciences and Geosciences. The theme of TropLimno is the role of limnology and its networking, current status and future challenges for the sustainability of the inland aquatic ecosystem regionally and globally. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, inland water ecosystem of tropical area are distinctive as opposed to those in subtropical and temperate zones. Therefore, a particular forum for monitoring tropical limnology is supposed to be encouraged to obtain more global recognition. The International Conference on Tropical Limnology is projected as a forum that bridges multi-sectoral parties and communities from different backgrounds to share scientific knowledge and experiences and support sustainable management in the field of tropical limnology. The conference will be conducted in a couple days, 18 to 19 November 2020, and we are going to have one keynote speaker, 8 invited speakers, and 18 presenters to present their subject and the topic. So before we go any further, may all the participants please mute the microphone because we will hear the national anthem. So everyone, it's national anthem Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much, everyone. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our conference today, first, I would like to invite the Deputy of Earth Sciences, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, to give a welcome remarks and messages for our presenters and also audience. Professor Oki Karnarajasa, I welcome you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished keynote speaker, invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here to welcome you all to this Indonesian Science Expo International Conference on Ocean and Earth Sciences 2020. Indonesian Institute of Science, through its three centers, under the Deputy of Earth Sciences, namely Oceanography, Limnology, and Geotechnology, proudly held the Indonesian Conference on the Ocean and Earth Sciences from today, November 18, for the next 3 days of November 20th. The conference theme is about ocean and earth sciences for better human life with nature. This conference has been initiated in order to address several global issues related to human impact on the natural ecosystem. Those global issues are consisting but not limited to the impact of climate change, marine environmental pollution, natural disaster, and human overexploitation to natural environment. It is become a great challenge for human beings who live in Earth but continue to take the advantages of the ocean and Earth to be able to combat and to solve the problem. Another mission of this conference is to understand the Earth in its past, present, and future, the energy and resources required to support an increasing global population, the needs and challenge of sustainability in excessive changes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that this conference would serve as a platform to provide solution to the problem about impact of climate change, marine environmental pollution, natural disaster, and human overexploitation to natural environment. I wish you all a fruitful and productive discussion, and the result of the conference will benefit not only for human prosperity and natural environment, but moreover for the sustainability of our ocean and earth. Last but not least, I would like to sincerely thanks to all of you for being able to join this conference during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please stay healthy and be happy during this long pandemic. Again, thank you very much for your kind attention and enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your warm welcome remarks and wonderful introduction for the conference, Professor Oki. And now I would like to invite the chairman of Indonesian Institute of Sciences to give the opening remarks. Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, time is yours.
Hello, I am Handoko, the chairman of the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI. It is a great honor for all of us at LIPI to host and to organize this international conference. On behalf of LIPI, I would like to welcome you all at this international conference. We hope this international conference would open an opportunity for all of you not only to know each other, but also to open future collaborations. I would like to thank to the distinguished invited speakers and all participants for your contribution. Have a nice, fruitful and productive discussion during this international conference. Stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opening remarks and the inspiring speech, Dr. Handoko. The opening from Dr. Laksana Tri Handoko is officially opening the conference today. So finally, allow me to say to you all, welcome to the second International Conference on Tropical Limnology, the sub-conference of Icoes. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, today we will have one session of keynote speech and 3 sessions of presentation with 5 invited speakers and 11 regular presenters. And on the second day, we also have 3 sessions with 3 invited speakers and 9 regular presenters. And right after today's opening session, we are going to start the first session at 5 to 9 p.m. And then the keynote speech session will be at 11:15 a.m. And we will continue to the second and third session at 1 p.m. after break. For all participants, please ensure to mute your microphone during the conference. And if there are any questions, please type your question in the chat box during the presentation. And we will have a discussion session and presentation session from our speaker and regular presenters. For your information, that e-certificate will be given for registered participants who join throughout the conference via Zoom, doing registration in registration session in the first and second day in the morning session, and fully fill the attendance form that will be provided during the conference. So please check the schedule and ensure that there will be no session left. So for this morning session, we will have first session presentation with the topic Sustainable Use and Conservation of Tropical Aquatic Resources. And for this session, I would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Sekar Larasati. This is a brief about her. So Dr. Sekar Larasati is a researcher in the Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. She graduated from Veterinary Institute Denmark Technical University, and she expert on microbiology and freshwater biology. She active in some research project, for example, genetic characterization of native Indonesian freshwater fishes. All right, without further ado, Dr. Sekar, time is yours.
Thank you for introducing me, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of the second International Conference on Tropical Limnology with the topic Sustainable Use and Conservation of Tropical Aquatic Resources. I am Sekar Larasati from the Research Center for Limnology LIPI, and I will be your moderator today in this session together with my colleague, Bapak Iwan Witwansyah, as a co-moderator. So in this session, we will have 2 invited and 4 regular speakers. I will mention some rules here that the invited speaker will talk for 20 minutes and the regular speakers will talk for 10 minutes. And we will have discussion in 2 parts. The first will be after all the talks of the invited speakers, and then the second part of the discussion will be after the talks of all regular speakers. And then during the presentations, I will notify the speaker when the times are 3 minutes remain. And the participants can ask by typing the questions in the chat room, or you can also ask directly using the raise hand feature. And then for those who participate in YouTube channel, you can also type your questions in the chat box there. And please mention your name, affiliation, and to whom the question is. So now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Tri Retnaningsih Suprabowati, or Professor Naning. Professor Naning is a lecturer in the University of Diponegoro in Central Java. Professor Naning has different areas of expertise, and one of them is paleolimnology. One of her paleolimnology studies, which was about pollen and diatom evidence of seawater intrusion, was recently published in the Environmental Earth Sciences Journal. And today, Professor Naning will speak about the paleolimnology approach for managing the tropical lakes. To Professor Naning, the time is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Laras. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share my presentations. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So what I would like to share today is about paleolimnological approach for management sustainable use of tropical lake. As mentioned by Ibu Laras, I am Tri Retnaningsih Suprabowati from Universitas Diponegoro. That is my outline, and I will start it with internationally we have sustainable development goals, and we are responsible about the SDGs number 6 about clean water and sanitation. But when we talk about water, it doesn't mean that just water. We able to contribute it to achieve the goals number 2, zero hungers, by the adaptations and mitigations climate change, especially on the freshwater ecosystems. And lake management is also had been mentioned in the RPGMN, and it is national priority number 4 about food security, water, energy, and environment. And internationally also, whenever we talk about water, we haven't forget it about the energy and food, and that is the nexus that all the stakeholders from different sectors are able to contribute to achieving the WEF nexus. And okay. And in Indonesia, it is also integrated water resource management with the visions to realizing sustainable water resource benefit for optimal public welfare. And there is problems and challenges, because the problem is the lack of accurate and reliable water resources, data, and informations. And the challenges is how to develop of science, technology, and culture related to the water. So that is the background why I choose paleolimnology, because lake is similar with diary books that record everything that happened in the catchment area. And this is the development of paleolimnology. At the beginning, it is talking about the morphological remains of aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. And mostly at that time, at the beginning of 20th century, it is talking about past conditions and then lake productivity changes. And then small try to develop further about the paleolimnology. That is the study of physical, chemical, and biological information preserved in the lake sediment to allow to reconstruction. Is that natural or anthropogenic changes? And then Talbot also try to focus the paleolimnology is that any directions of human-induced environmental change in lake and their catchment area. And since 2 years ago, paleolimnology had been developed as a baseline or basic for watershed and lake management. So in the small word, I can say that paleolimnology is the study of freshwater using physical, chemical, and biological information preserved in the sediment to reconstruct past conditions as a basis to develop lake management. As I mentioned before, that lake sediment is a good archive that recorded all of things that happen not only in the lake itself, but also in the catchment area. We might be able to reconstruct is that changes because natural or human activities. So the impact is also different. Which one is natural, which one is anthropogenic. And when we've got the long core sediment, and visually we able to have a look that is different color, means that was also different fossils that able to find out in the different layer. So in paleolimnology, we are trying to combine physical, chemical, and biological data. And in my field, I focus on diatoms. So the diatoms is a single cell eukaryotic algae that characterized mainly by the siliceous cell walls. And because these cell walls that able to make the diatom well preserved in the sediments, the potentials of a diatom as a bioindicator of water quality had been adopted, and it's already well established since 90s. And in the 20s, the use of diatoms broader to the paleolimnological aspect. So based on the potential as indications of trophic status, and then acidified water, as well as indicators of organic and metal pollutions. So what can diatoms do? Actually, diatoms able to acclimate through the metabolic changes and then adapt it. It is in the genetic levels, migrate, change symbiotic association, reshuffle communities, and then change respond to loss processing. And why should we care? Because the first one, because diatom contributed to 20% of oxygen, and diatom also have important roles in the food web. And for me, diatom is interested to be studied. It is number 2 after my kids. So diatom very special for me. Okay, so what is the reconstruction of past condition? So the reconstruction is activity of reconstruct past condition based on the organism preserved in the sediment that represented the environmental conditions when the organisms are live. So what we have to do is in the field work, we have to decide with lake or another aquatic ecosystem that would like to reconstruct or assess, and then take a sediment course, divided the samples, because we need to do for radioisotope, and then to fossils analysis, and then combine all the data for interpretations and environmental assessment. So we have Center for Paleolimnology, CPALIM in Undip. Study about paleolimnology, it is a long way. We started from 1990s for neolimnology, and the target in the 2020s, now Center for Paleolimnology already established in Undip. And why paleolimnology is important to manage the sustainable water resource? Because the role of paleolimnology in food security, as I mentioned in the beginning, through the adaptations and mitigations of climate change. Why it can be done? This result is using bibliometric using Phosphere, and then we use the Scopus journals with the keywords of paleolimnology, climate change, and food security. The strength, the yellow color, it means the strength, the correlations between paleolimnology, climate change, and food security. So we are in here now, and that is the coring activity that we have done. And then the result regarding the paleolimnology is in Rawapening, we try to combine chronostratigraphy and biostratigraphy. Chronostratigraphically, 63 centimeters sediments. It is sedimented about before 1970s, and then the changes started in the 1975. Why? Because the intensification agriculture program started in 70s, and just have a look, that is different changes in the diatom assemblage, and in the upper zones, it is since 1991, the Aulacoseria granulata as well as ambigua and discotella remain stable as dominant species, because those species very tolerant to the hypereutrophic conditions with pH around 8. And then we also try to reconstruct past conditions in Dieng. And what we have is in 20 centimeters upper sediments. Why we still focus on the 24 centimeters? Because the analysis for led to tend to date the age of sediment layer only able until to the layer of 24, because in 24 centimeters in Telaga Warna, it is all had been sedimented about 125 years ago. And it is also a different assemblage between layer. At the lower layer, Eunotia and Pinularia dominated as well as until now. But one species that able to describe the changes is Selapora seminulum, because in the lower sediment we cannot find the Selapora seminulum, but since 1983 it is dominated until now. And then it is because Telaga Warna and Telaga Pengilon is connected each other, and the species compositions in that area, it is also different between the Warna and Pengilon. And that is the new result whenever we already have the result of dating in 24 centimeters layer. It is sedimented about 125 years ago, means about in the 1891. But in the 163, it is sedimented about 4,000, more than 4,000 before present, and then in the 150, it is sedimented about 5,000 and 300 before present. So let me to compare the conditions. I've got this beautiful picture from my friend, from my college from Netherlands. It is Telaga Warna and Telaga Pengilon in 1860. This both a picture in 1860, and then this picture in the right right hand side, it is in 1916, and this one the conditions now. So actually it is changes, but the lake remain there. At least that the things that I can share. And then it is also interesting result whenever we are talking about the heavy metal contents in each layer, because we know that Dieng plateau have geothermal conditions, and then the crater is still active, and then there are many occasions eruptions, and that was influence the concentrations of heavy metals. And this one, the newest one that I just shared for this conference, that in the upper layer, the zinc, it is very dominant. The zinc, it is very, very high concentrations. Why? Because whenever we take the sediment cores, it is just after the eruptions of Sikitang. And then we try to chronostratigraphically have a data, and then the other side, the purple color, it is zinc concentrations, and then the cluster analysis, when we use the diatoms to make zonations. So it can be seen that this we might be able to divide it into 3 zones, and that is that I mentioned that in the bottom layer, in 210 centimeters layer, it is sedimented about 13,000 before presence. So I try to track the eruption history and at Dieng, and see that there are many eruption in Dieng, and the ones in the 2018, whenever I take the sediment course, it is just after the Sillery eruptions, and it is influenced the zinc concentrations. Actually, I still have many heavy metal data, but the best good trend, it is in the zincs, and I will try to have a look another. And this year, that is my newest publications, we try to use paleolimnological approach to determine is that any seawater intrusion in Semarang. So we collect sediment samples from mangrove ecosystems, and then we have assumptions that sediment accumulate semi-systematic, and then the deposit sediment reflect the environmental conditions at the time of depositions. And then we also have a chronostratigraphy data that in the 140 centimeters, it is sedimented about 160 years ago. And actually, we have still remain the samples, but unable to detect by lead to 10. And the result is that at the beginning, the freshwater is have more influence in the mangrove ecosystem in East Flood Canal or Banjir Canal Timur Semarang, and by the time it is changes into the seawater influence. Why we might assumes that based on the pollen and diatoms preserved in the sediment, just have a look that the pteridophytes and then mangrove species, it is found started at the bottom layer, but for pteridophytes, it is dominated in the bottom layer, especially for Lygodium, and then now it is disappears. And the interesting is also for Rhizophora. At the beginning, in Semarang, we have Rhizophora as well as Avicennia, but after that, it has disappeared more than 100 years. And we have in 2020, it is the result of rehabilitations and repositions process. And from the diatoms, when we have a look, it is also changes in the species compositions. And Asterionella formosa, it is dominated in the lower layer, but after the 2005, the populations cannot be found, means that this species changes and then unable to adapt it in the seawater intrusions. So by that results, I will share about how sediment cores is important part of paleolimnology. When we try to develop...
Sorry to interrupt, Ibu Naning. You've got 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. For sediment cores, it is important part because when we have a good sediment cores, lithostratigraphy, now we just send our samples to ANSTO, it is Batan, Australian Batans like us, to scan the sediment samples, and then when we've got the results, it will be similar like this one. So we combine lithostratigraphy, chronostratigraphy, and biostratigraphy using the diatoms. And this was the stratigraphy that we've mentioned. At the previous, I just combined chronostratigraphy and biostratigraphy, but from 2020, we will try also to combine with lithostratigraphy. So why the chronostratigraphy is important? Because with the high sedimentation rate, 1 centimeter similar 5 years, because more carbon, more material, and low sedimentation rates, 1 centimeter similar to 100 years because less carbon, and in the top of 2 or 3 centimeters, we might be able to date with lead to 10. And that is also how paleolimnology provide the new management perspective for lake adaptations to climate warming, because not only using the diatoms, but also cyanobacteria, cladoceras, as well as chironomids, to combine together with chronostratigraphical data. This is what a small have, that if we do environmental monitoring, most journal only provide the data with less than 1 year. And when we have a look in the right hand side, that is in the bottom, that is the data of, in 10 years, we have the data like that one. But whenever we've got the data several more years, the dynamic able to tell us more about what happened in the catchment area. So we have to develop paleolimnology, as it is still limited studied, and it's already stated in Kermadan, and science, data, technique, and tools paleolimnological is appropriate for management. And the paradigm of water management have to be ecosystem approach, integrations of social, economic, and ecology. And it is one the recommendations of World Lake Conference. And the most important things is that 40% of world lakes are in tropical area. Now it is time for us to develop our research collaborations, because for paleolimnology sites, it is already a baseline and reference conditions, and able to reconstruct directions of change, extent, and timing of change. What is the driver, the mechanism, and feedback? And we might be able to talk about ecosystem services, biodiversity, and reach. So that is my quote, that find the future from the past means that we have to adapt it, mitigate, and develop management based on the identification, reconstruction, and predictions for the past. What the paleolimnology able to do in environmental management is how were the conditions before disturbance, and how is the range of natural variability and how is the condition change? Is there any evidence from human activities, and how much improvement can be targeted? So in conclusions, I said that paleolimnology is a useful and complementary tools in lake management, because lake sediment provide retrospective information that might be able to use to predict the future. Water security is more important than food and energy security. And lake management support SDGs number 2, food security through water security and sanitation. Goal number 6, which has to be considered climate change mitigation. SDGs number 13 and terrestrial ecosystem, including inland water. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentations, Professor Naning. And to those who have the questions, please enter your questions in the chat box or chat room in the Zoom or YouTube. But we'll take the questions and read the questions later during the discussion. And now let's move on to our second invited speaker. I am delighted to introduce Professor Gadis Sriharyani from the Research Center for Limnology LIPI. Professor Gadis has different areas of expertise, mainly on limnology and inland waters management. And one of her conducted studies about food habits of endemic fish was published this year in a global journal, Biodiversitas. And today, Professor Gadis will speak about the sustainable use and conservation of Indonesian inland waters ecosystems. To Professor Gadis, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sekar Larasati, for very nice introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share the presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for inviting me to this international conference. My talk is about the sustainable use and conservation of inland water ecosystem in Indonesia. My talk consists of introduction. I will highlight about the inland water in the world and its problem, and then I will share the experience about the inland water ecosystem in Indonesia and some effort for the sustainable use, and I will close by remarks. As we all know that the inland water ecosystem provide productive natural resources as a source of raw water for drinking and for daily needs, and also as a source of animal protein such as fish and also shrimp, and also provide for hydropower, for transportation media, and also area of tourists. And also thousands of species are highly depend on the freshwater habitat, such as fish, amphibian, butterfly, insects, thousands of mollusks, and also birds. And migratory birds is depend on the area of inland water for breeding and also for feeding. So healthy and well-managed inland water ecosystem is a benefit for the economy, food, tourism, storage, reserve, and water purification. And according to the United Nations, water use has grown at more than twice the rate of population increase in the last century. And also, by 2025, an estimate of 1.8 billion people will live in area with lack of water scarcity. And also 2/3 of world's population living in water-stressed region as a result of the use, growth, and climate change. And in the certain area, in particular in the region with larger population pressure and low water resources, the water problem will be more stress for the population. Entering the 21st century, there is an increasing complex problem in the inland water ecosystem, and there is a decline of the quality and the quantity of inland waters, and also the loss of biodiversity. And according to the United Nations, half of the world wetlands have been drained, and also many rivers are blocked by the dams or other barriers. And all the garbage and all the pollutant are dumped to the inland water ecosystem. And there is a lack of awareness of the needs for the water for this ecosystem, and has an impact of the high cost required and also require a greater investment for flood control, for storage, and also for purification the water that in the inland ecosystem. And how about the inland water ecosystem in Indonesia? So Indonesia is the 5th largest country in the world, and there is a resource of fresh water about 3.221 billion cubic meter per year, and Indonesia has 264 million people with annual population growth rate about 1.3, and Indonesia blessed with an extraordinary number of rivers, about 6,000 rivers, and also multi-origin lakes, about 5,720 lakes, tectonic lakes, floodplain, and also volcanic lakes, and also we have many swamps. And if we talk about lake water volume is, for example, in Toba Lake is about 240,000 billion cubic meter. It's very large, so we have to make an attention to this lake ecosystem, because lake ecosystem can still meet water needs for people and also for the environment. And similar with other countries in the world, the inland water ecosystem in Indonesia has many problems, and the problem caused the decline of the carrying capacity of the ecosystem to support the productivity of the water. For example, many sewage, sludge, garbage, and toxic pollution are all dumped to the inland water, and hundreds or even thousands of hectares of wetland in Indonesia has been lost during the past 20th century. We can see here also many inland water is polluted because of the sewage from the industrial activities, and also from the agriculture activities. And in inland water ecosystem, for example, lakes and also reservoir suffer fish killed during the time from present. We have to reform the management of inland water of Indonesia, because to comply with the sustainable use of different end user like clean water and drinking water supply, as mentioned before, also for transportation, fishery and agriculture, industrial use, waste disposal, energy generation, and natural habitat for fauna and flora, and also as a climate regulator and culture activities. So in the next slide, I will show you several efforts for the sustainable use and also for the conservation of inland water. For example, take Maninjau in West Sumatra province. We conduct some management model of sustainable lake utilization. For example, we introduce alternative low-cost technology for controlling nutrient loads from fish culture and also from agriculture by using floating wetlands. Also, we monitor regularly water quality and the biological survey in this lake, and we restock endemic and indigenous fish species such as Rasbora maninjau, Taurus species, or Osteohilus vittatus and Punctius species, because, for example, for this fish, Rasbora maninjau is an economic fish, and the production is declined since 2008, about 80%. And we recommend the number and the location of floating fish cage in this area of the lake, because now there are about 17,000 floating fish cage in the lake. So we recommend to limit the fish cage to 6,000. And also the Lake Maninjau is as habitat of the endemic species such as Rasbora. There are about 4 species Rasbora in this lake, and also we have, because this is very important for the economy of the people around the lake, and this kind of fish is migrate to the mouth of the rivers or a stream in the inlet of the lake, and they migrate to reproduce. But the fishermen there, they catch this fish by using this fishing gear, namely luka. This is a kind of a trap net, and we have to conserve this habitat to sustainable use of this fish. And also in the stream, there is endemic species like cide-cide, the local name, Nemachelus chrysolaimos, and also Homaloptera gymnogaster or Selusur maninjau. This is an endemic species. And this fish we can use as a bioindicator, because this kind of fish only live in the upstream of the stream around the Lake Maninjau. In Lake Sentarum in West Kalimantan province, fishermen use non-selective fishing gear, namely waring. They catch the small fish to this small fish is used to feed the carnivora such as toman. They culture the carnivora fish. So this kind of fish can have a negative impacts on the fish in the Lake Sentarum by reducing the spawning biomass and also fish recruitment. In the Lake Toba, in the Lake Toba, there is many floating fish cage, like similar to the Lake Maninjau. So the Research Center for Limnology recommend to limit the fish cage, for example, from 10,000 cages belongs to the community, and to reduce to 1,925 kgs. There are also the company are doing the aquaculture there, and they have to decrease the number of the cage from 992 to 730. And the location is already, they have to place in certain location where is the carrying capacity of ecosystem is there. So from this problem, the trophic status of the Lake Toba can be increased from the eutrophic level to oligotrophic level. If we talk about the river, there is a longest river in West Java named Citarum River, and this river is for as a source of drinking water for 27 million people in West Java, and also for 80% of drinking water for Jakarta City. And there are about 2,800 factories rely on this river. So, and there is about 500,000 cubic meter of rubbish and up to the Citarum annually. So, in 2018, the President of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo, launched a 7-year cleanup of this Citarum River. And in the Citarum River also still have several fish community, especially the indigenous species such as Rasbora species, Kana species, and also Beta species. And that's indicate that certain segment of Citarum River and also small tributary parts in small tributary is still can carry out the life of the fish. So this habitat should be conserved, and we have to restoring back the extinct species and increasing the number of the existing species. And if we talk about the law or regulation in Indonesia, there is many law and regulation relating to the use of and the protection of the natural resources. So starting from the 1945 Indonesian Constitution, in this Constitution, Article 33 stipulate that land, water, and all natural resources underneath are under the control of the government and are to be exploited as much as possible for the prosperity of the whole nation. And also we have Indonesian government law number 32 for in the year 2009 to protect and to manage the environment. And last year we launched Indonesian Water Resources Law. The Water Resources Law are in line with the rules in Indonesia, specifically relating to the ecology, social and economic rights. And also the Ministry of Fisheries launched Fisheries Law number 31 year 2004 and amended and 45 2009 to manage the fisheries in Indonesia. And inland water management is also strengthened by the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Regulation number 9 in this year in 2020 concerning the Republic of Indonesia of Fisheries Management Area in Inland Water. So the region of inland water in Indonesia is divided into 4 areas, and we give 3 numbers. The first digit, the 04, is represent the FEO, major fishing area in inland water for Asian region, and the second digit is show the biographic division of Indonesian water, such as Sahul Self number 1, Wallace region number 2, and Sunda Self number 3. And the third digit show the division of a river basin with homogeneous geomorphological, limnological, and fish resource characteristic. And the local wisdom exists For example, in Lake Merebung for dragonfish arwana or Scelopagus formosus, and in Pulau Majang village in Lake Sentarum for using fishing gear and catching fish. So the fisheries conservation is well managed by the community group through local and village rule. Research Center for Limnology produce for policy brief based on our research result. The first one is Lake Toba for the concept of management of the Lake Toba based on carrying capacity of the ecosystem. And the second is Lake Tempe policy brief based on elevation of permanent water pool and we should minimize the sediment load from the river. This is the recommendation. And the third is for management of Lake Matano, where we have to maintain the riparian vegetation as the habitat of endemic species. And also we have to eradicate the invasive species there by using certain fishing nets. And the last one of the policy brief is the management of Lake Maninjau. So Lake Toba and Lake Maninjau as a volcanic lake should limit the number and also the zonation or the location of floating fish cage that can be placed in the lake. So as the closing remark, conservation and sustainable management of inland water ecosystem through different national programs can be achieved only through an effective and science-based approach with our long-term, multi-generational effort requiring all necessary support from every stakeholder within a framework of an effective action plan. So that's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gadis. I'm sorry that I forgot to remind you about the time, but you finished your presentations right on time. Thank you. And thank you for your excellent presentations. So we have heard about the use of paleolimnology approach for managing the lakes, and then about the descriptions of the conservations of Indonesian inland water ecosystems. So I'm sure that everybody's now have many questions. I will see the questions in the chat room and in the YouTube chat box, also to see whether there are some participants with the raised hands. Okay, I will take the first questions from Bapak Ari, Bapak Arianto Budi Santoso from the Research Center for Limnology, Limnology LIPI. So it is actually already answered by Professor Naning, but I will just read the question so the participants in YouTube can follow. Bapak Ari asked, Indonesia doesn't have any references for lake restoration. What do you think about using paleolimnology as a proxy to set that reference? To Professor Naning, please answer the questions.
Okay, so thank you for the questions, Pak Ari. Yes, it is time for us now to use the paleolimnological approach, because in many developed countries, they already use paleolimnology to determine the suitable management for the lake conservations or lake management. So if we the question is that any reference in Indonesia, I had tried to develop the training set or data sets of diatom from Indonesia, but we have we still need many data. I try to develop for rawa pening data sets, for examples, because whenever we did the transfer functions, we need the training set, and when I use the training set from Europe and then Africa and then Australia and then try to combine together, but some species, it is very specific from tropical area and cannot found in that data sets. So we need to develop the new data set, and I call it the Rawa Pening data set 40. And based on that data sets, I try to reconstruct past conditions. In some part, for example, for pH, it is almost similar with the data from the Europe, but a bit hard whenever it is a bit different whenever we try to reconstruct for nutrient. So means what I'm saying is we need our own training sets when we need to develop more precisely about the lake itself. So it is time for us to develop our training sets, and Australia already settled with their training sets, and then Africa also quite strength in that matter, because there are many experts that working in Australia. So that is the answer. Ibu Asti.
Okay, thank you, Professor Naning.
Yes.
I think that is a clear answer. So I will move on to the next questions. To Professor Gadis. This question comes from Leni Santos Borja from the Philippines, I think. The question is, what is the status of compliance by KJA owners to reduce their aquaculture area based on the carrying capacity of the lake?
Thank you, Dr. Leni, for your question. Yes, it is not easy to make the owner of the fish cage to obey the regulation, because the local government launched the local regulation that the KJA or the fish cage should be should be limited as much as 6,000 kgs. So the people or the owner should obey to this regulation, and also the local government doing public awareness to explain the problem exists in the lake because of the fish cage that they have, and also there is frequently suffer the fish killed in this lake. So economically they have decreased from this decreased production from this event. So the local government still explain this the importance of the limited of fish cage activity.
Is that all, Professor Gadis?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And now questions from Bapak Trianto from Arsifor Limnologi LIPI to Professor Naning. Professor Tri asked about paleolimnology research in the estuarine area. Is the existence of diatoms in the past can also be used to predict the specific presence of fish, for example, the eels, because so far diatoms become the natural food for fish, and eel larvae also use diatom for their food.
Okay. Yes. Okay, Pak Trianto, it is interesting questions. So I will answer like this one. When we did the paleolimnology, what we've done is say that in this time situations, we have the data both in diatoms as well as eels, for examples, or water quality. And whenever we use we do the paleolimnology, we have the diatoms data from the below layers, and what we've done is try to make a transfer functions, means that based on that data, based on the diatoms in the lower layer, we might be able to inverse it, what is the condition at that time. So when we know about the diatoms in the fish eel, for example, what the species that usually they eat in the estuarine, and then we try to compare, is that species found in the diatom fossils in the lower layer. If yes, it means that probably at previously, long time ago, it is also eels in there. So it is about the habit of eels, what kinds of species of diatoms that usually they eat in the estuarine area. So that is like this one, and it is almost similar whenever we use the diatom marker to detect is that somebody dead because he is sink naturally, or he is dead before sinking. So that is the proof for forensics activity. So what we are doing in for your questions, it is almost similar for that things. So we try to invert it using the transfer functions. Okay. Thank you, Pak Trianto.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Naning. Now we move to another questions. This one is to Professor Gadis from Miranti Aryani from LIPI. This is also related about KJA or cage aquaculture. You mentioned before that we should reduce the number of KJA in the man-made lake reservoir, since it is increasing the TSI index of the lake. But it is not easy, because a lot of stakeholders plays in that sector, and the presence of the conflict of interest. For example, in Cirata Reservoir, the number of KJA now is 93,000 higher than the number set by regulation. So how to make this happen from lake management perspective?
Thank you, Ibu Miranti Aryani. So you mentioned that about 93,000 of KJA is in Cirata Reservoir. Yes, it's too much. It exceeds the carrying capacity of the reservoir. So the problem is the weak of law enforcement. So the manager of the Cirata Reservoir should give explanation to the owner of the KJA to obey the regulation they have in Citarum Cirata Reservoir. So we have to make the law enforcement for this area. Maybe that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gadis. And one question is coming from the YouTube. The question is for Professor Gadis from Ibu Sulastri from the Research Center for Limnology LIPI. In tropical areas such as in Indonesia, does climate change have an impact to the inland water resources, and how to manage the inland water resources in climate change adaptation in Indonesia?
Thank you very much, Ibu Sulastri, for your question. Yes, we noticed that for example, in Citarum River, and also in Lake Manijo, for example, the temperature of the lake is increased of about 10 years ago until now, but not so much. And also the water, the debit of the water of the river also decreased, but the Q max Q min is the ratio of Q max and Q min of the water of the river is not so good. So this is can be an indication that there is a problem or the effect of the climate change. So for adapted to the climate change, we should conserve the catchment area and also the forest, so it can be as a buffer to the increase of the temperature in the area. Maybe that's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Ibu Gadis for the answer. Now I don't see any more questions coming from the Zoom or YouTube, and we also almost come to the end of this discussion part. But do we have still time for the discussion to the host? Because it seems that there is one question coming in the Zoom.
It's okay.
Okay, so I will
continue for one question.
Yes, I'll take this one last questions from Leni Santos. Professor Tri, this question is for Professor Tri Retnaningsih. Professor Tri, dredging is one of the interventions being recommended to rehabilitate polluted lakes. Paleolimnological studies become more important before such activity is allowed so as to capture the history of the lake. Your thoughts on this, please?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leni. Nice to meet you again, although virtually. And it is also very great questions. Yes, whenever we take the sediment course, we need times to have a good result with a good results. And what we trying to do is, yes, we try to do in the Rawapening is one of the national priority, and then I try to reconstruct what happened in the past, and then also try to predict what happened in the future. It is for Rawapening, but for Dieng, I haven't finished yet to predict what happened in the future. So for Rawapening, based on the species diatoms that we've got, we know that there is a trend of increasing pH in Rawapening. As we know that naturally lakes become more acid naturally, but for Rawapening it has become alkalized. I'm thinking and try to find out the answer. No references that talking about that, and I've got the answer because when I try to compile the what should I call rainfall since before the independence of Indonesia until recently, it is also a trend of fluctuations in the rainfall. And the important thing is that why it is tend to alkali, because people in the catchment area using the carbonate to make the fertilizer from the pit sediments from the lake, and then the carbonate just enter to the lake and it is increase the pH. And after I collect the sediment samples and reconstruct with that results, and then every year I went to the Rawapening and measure especially for pH. And indeed, in 8 years later, after I collect the sediment samples, the pH is similar what we've developed, that the pH tend to increase. And it is in some part it is always more than 7 or 8. So by this way I have a proof that when we use the training sets that develop from that lakes, I means that I already developed training sets diatom for Rawapening Lake, it is more appropriate whenever we try to predict what happened in the future. So that is the informations that we've got for from the paleolimnological approach. So that is all that I can answer the question. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Bu Asti.
Thank you very much, Ibu Naning. So we don't have more times for discussions. So for those who still have some questions, please contact the speakers directly by email. And now, before I close this discussion session, I would like to sum up the main points of what have been presented and discussed, which are the paleolimnology approach is suitable for lake management based on the multiple proxies of environmental indicators to interpret past environmental conditions and predict the future condition. And some knowledge and actions are needed for the sustainable use of inland water ecosystems, such as the comprehensive understanding of the services and values, understanding of human behaviors, trends in practice and future development needs, conservation of inland waters, and formulating inputs for policy. And some questions are related during the discussions are related to the paleolimnology as a proxy to set references of lake restorations and the existence of diatoms to predict the presence of eels. Also, the management of cage aquaculture in the lake and reservoir. And so, on behalf of everyone here, I would like to thank again the speakers for the most interesting presentations, and also to all the participants in Zoom or YouTube channel for your enthusiasm and the fruitful discussions. And now, let's continue to enjoy some more interesting presentations. So we have here 4 regular speakers, and I'd like to remind the regular speaker about the times that the talk is 10 minutes for each. And so now I would like to welcome the first speaker, Bapak Octavianto Samir from the Research Center for Limnology, who will talk about the introduced fish species of Lake Maninjau. To Bapak Okta, you may start your presentations.
Okay, I'll share my screen first. Can you see my slide?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Clear enough?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Sorry. First of all, I would like to thank to the moderator for giving me a chance to share our research and also for the committee who organized this great conference. Is my video is on?
Yes, it's on.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I continue. I'm Octavianto Samir from Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. I will share our research about introduced fish species in Lake Maninjau. Okay, before we go more detail about our research, I'll show you the outline of this presentation. First is introduction, the second is methods, next result and discussion, and the last is closing, include conclusion, suggestion, and acknowledgement. Okay, Lake Maninjau is one of the tectovolcanic lake located in West Sumatra. As a deep lake, Maninjau has many functions related to the economy and ecology. In the economic sector, Lake Maninjau has the primary function as a hydroelectric power plant. Furthermore, Lake Maninjau also supports local people's income with tourism and fisheries. There are two kinds of fisheries that people around the lake do as their livelihood. The first is capture fisheries, and the second one is floating net cage. On the other hand, the lake's ecological function is essential to make sustainable water resources. One of the ecological function of the Lake Maninjau is being a habitat for indigenous fish species. The biodiversity of indigenous fish species in Lake Maninjau has been decreased. Several factors cause this, such as current modification, overexploitation, water pollution, habitat degradation, and species invasion. As we know that invasion of the species is initiated by introduced fish species. Therefore, this research aims to determine the species distribution, the distribution, growth pattern, and the condition factor of introduced fish species in Lake Maninjau. Fish sampling was carried out in 4 locations in Lake Maninjau. There are Linggai in the north, Bayur in the northeast, Galapung in the south, and Sigiran in the west. Fish were caught once in a month, in May, July, August, September, and October 2017, using experimental gill net with 175 meters in length and 1.8 meters in depth. There are 7 mesh sizes, which is 25 meters in each size. We measure the total length and weight of the fish for analyzing the length-weight relationship. The length-weight relationship of this species was measured based on Leckrén, 1951. This analysis is measured to determine the growth pattern. We also compared the measured weight and predicted weight as a condition factor to assess the fish condition and the plumpness of the introduced fish species. Okay, we move to the result of this research. We have discovered 4 introduced species, namely Cichla sumatri maculatum, and the second is Oreochromis niloticus, the third Oxyeleotris marmorata, and the last is Troglyptis pardalis. As we know that those 4 species are not indigenous fish in Indonesia. Cichlid and catfish are from America, tilapia comes from Africa, and the guppies from China. Some studies recorded when these species were come to Lake Maninjau. Tilapia was the first introduced fish species found in 1978. Continued with guppi in 2003, and then cichlid and catfish in 2014. As introduced species, they were also found in other Indonesian freshwater ecosystem. For example, We also can find cichlid in Sulawesi, and as we know that tilapia, we can find almost all freshwater ecosystem in Indonesia. Besides these species, there were other introduced fish species which are not caught in this research. There are Cyprinus carpio and Pangasius, both found in 2014. Okay, two fish species, the goby and tilapia, were spread out in 4 locations, while cichlid found in Galapung and Sigiran. However, we only found 1 catfish in Bayur. Next, I'll highlight these 2 species. They were goby and cichlid. Marble goby were dominantly found in Bayur and Lingai. I'll describe more about the habitat of this fish. These sites are relatively shallow, with gravel to sandy mud substrate. We also find aquatic plant. They were Acornia speciosa. This kind of habitat is suitable for the gobies, which is recorded in other studies. Which mentioned that gobies live in calm current, mud substrate, and there were also find aquatic plant for their shelter and the spawning area. And for next is cichlid, were mostly found in Galapung and Sigiran. This site is relatively deep water and gravel to rock substrate with submerged plant. It's called, the local name is Jariamon or Elodea. Another study recorded that these cichlid live in hard substrate habitat, such as rock and sand, which metrogonad fishes are in the spawning area where submerged aquatic plants also occurs.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Bapak Okta. You have 3 minutes left.
Okay, I'll try more faster. There were 117 gobies and 100 cichlids, and also 31 tilapias were analyzed. We can see from the table that the growth pattern is for gobies negative allometric, and cichlid is isometric, and the tilapia is positive allometric. We also measure that the factor condition of the gobies is of these 3 species were close to 1. It means that the fish are in a good condition. Okay, this explains that we found also, if you compare to other places, it was almost the same growth pattern. Okay, I move faster. Since the condition factor result was varied even in the same species and in the same place, it could be measured more precisely if do some notes according to Olorin and Adiri Bigbe 2006. The first is parting the sex. Some species have different sex in each type of sex, male or female. And then the second is classifying the length. The third is gonadal maturity analyzing. The weight of the mature fishes increase faster than the length. And the last one is seasonal fish sampling. Since the introduced fish species gives a negative impact for the ecosystem, especially for the indigenous fish, releasing a new species to one of water ecosystem should be started by in-depth study. We have to know biological aspect of the new species Their interaction to other fish include competition and predation in to other fishes. Okay, the last slide maybe we can conclude that the three introduced fish species which are in good condition and growth are spread in several locations as their habitat. We suggest that for more detail about this, about this kind of research, the content and risk analysis of the introduced species are needed to know the direct impact of the introduced species to the indigenous species, moreover to the ecosystem. And we also inform you that this research was funded by DIPA Research Center for Limnology LIPI. We would like to say many thanks to all members who support this research, especially to Bapak Chandra as the research coordinator and also Dr. Jojo as the chief of LATPD LIPI. Okay, maybe that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If there's any comment or question, we can discuss it in Q&A session. I give back the screen to moderator. Please, Dr. Sekar.
Thank you very much, Bapak Okta, for your nice presentations. And now our next speaker is Bapak Trianto, also from the Research Center for Limnology LIPI, who will talk about the sustainability assessment of glass eel from Mandiri River. To Bapak Trianto, please start your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Asti, for your give me a time to share. I would like to share our presentation first. How do you see my presentation?
Yes, very clear.
Okay.
But please make it into the slideshow or enlarge the slide. Thank you.
Today, I would like to talk about sustainability assessment of glass eel, species larvae from Anguilla fisheries in Mandiri River, West Java, Indonesia. We prepare this paper with our colleagues, Prof. Ridwan Afandi, Dr. Mukhlis Kamal, and Prof. Gadis Sriharyani. I'm come from Research Center from Limnology, and Prof. Ridwan and Dr. Mukhlis come from IPB University, and Prof. Gadis STEM of me from Research Center for Limnology. Before we continue about our research, I would like to introduction the research topic of our paper here. This is a kind of specific species fish, eels, the Catadromus fishes. Glass eel is a kind of larvae that used for eel culture, and now the need of glass eel is up to 2-3 tons a year. Currently, we have a situation that glass eel is declining. Since 1990 to 2012, already reported from several research. In the world, glass eel also has a declining population reported already in Europe, Japan, China, and Korea. There have several problems faced in these issues. Firstly, overexploitation, water pollution, habitat destruction, and a decrease in the quality and quantity of freshwater estuary and coastal habitats that used for grow up the fish. This is our data that we collect from the fisher group in Mandiri River. We know that specific total catch already decreasing, but the effort is already increasing. This is the situation that fisherman is a very high activity because this is the main livelihood in the Mandiri River estuary. For this data, we already published in the IUP conference series, Stock Assessment and Potency of Sustainable Yield of Glass Eel. All of you can see from the website, from the IUP. Our objective today is assessing the sustainability of glass eel fisheries through 5 dimensions, namely ecological, technological, economy, social, and institutional dimension. The results are expected to provide scientific information in the formulation of glass eel fisheries management. Our method, we use RAPFIS, kind of method to rapid appraisal fisheries from Kavanagh and Fisher 2004. After that, we use PPA, prospective analysis, using participatory prospective analysis from Berkepribadian and Icoes 2004. Firstly, we formulate attribute for evaluating using several studies from Widyasari 2013, Fauji and Anna, Hartono, Nababan, and we make direct observation in the field. Data we collect from December 2017 up to November 2018. This kind of analyze using RAPFIS. Firstly, we review first the attribute that we use for assessing the sustainability. After that, we make some scoring. We doing multi-dimensional scaling ordination using a RAPFIS tool. We also doing Monte Carlo simulation and leverage analyze. After that, we can assess the sustainability using approaching from Sociolo 2003, sustainability index, we identified bad, less, quite, and good with the score that we put in this slide. This kind of attribute that we review for doing assessing using RAPFIS. From ecological attribute, we use 12 attribute. From economic attribute, we use 8 attribute. From technological attribute, technological dimension, we use 6 attributes, and institutional dimension, we use 8 attributes. And from social dimension, we use 8 attributes. This is the rest of RAPFIS analysis. All of you can see the ordination using RAPFIS, the sustainability index, and the leverage score. This also from dimension economical and also for social dimension. These result from institutional dimension, and for the finally we collect together the 5 dimension and we analyze using RAPFIS also. We know the ecological dimension is a point of sustainability index is 71, is economic dimension is 50.36, and technological dimension is 85.38, and also social dimension is 63.94, and institutional dimension is 60.
Bapak Trianto, you've got 3 minutes left.
Okay. This is the summary of RAPFIS analysis, and for the statistic tools, we know that this analysis is good because the correlation is up to +1, and MDS and minus MC is below 1. After we analyze with RAPFIS, we continuous analyze using PPA. We know that some attribute collect together in quadrant 1 is driving variable, and in quadrant 3 is output variable. After this, we can design of glass eel sustainable management policies. Firstly, we should be protecting the environment of estuarine and coastal swamp, because up to now in the location they don't have a sanctuary area. So number 2, we have to establish a fish sanctuary, and 3, we have to controlling catching glass eel activities, and number 4, we have to improving the welfare of glass eel fishermen. This is our conclusion. The sustainability of the glass eel fishery is quite sustainable from 5 dimensions of sustainability. The technological dimension is very sustainable. The ecological, social, and institutional dimensions are quite sustainable, and the economic dimension is less sustainable. The formulation of policies to make glass eel sustain, we have to protect the environment of estuary waters and coastal swamp. Number 2, we have to determine the fishery sanctuary. Number 3, management of the glass eel capture. And number 4, we have to improve the welfare of glass eel fishermen. I would like to acknowledge to Scientech Research DT for the funding the project, coastal research project of RC Limnologi LIPI in 2018 and DDR CTI 2020 for give me a chance to continue the research. Mr. Chengkan, a fisherman that helped us in the Mandiri River. Thank you very much for the attention. I give time to moderator. Please, Dr. Akri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Trianto, for your nice presentations. And to all the participants, please type your questions for Bapak Okta and Bapak Trianto in the chat box. We will be monitoring the windows and read the questions later in the discussion session. So now our next speaker is Ibu Lis Emawati Hadi from the Research Center for Aquaculture, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, who will talk about the stress adaptation strategy in jambal catfish. To Ibu Lis, you may start your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Saka, and good morning, everybody, and nice to meet you in this conference. Let me see our presentation. It's clear? Hello, it's clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
I cannot see the slide.
Let's see.
To the host, can you help this?
Nggak bisa lihat dia. Ini.
Or is it only in my windows? Could everybody see the slides?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, now it started to share. Okay, now it's very clear.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's no technical. In the morning, I want to explain about our experiment about adaptation strategy for jambal catfish to stress the aquatic environment. What is the jambal? This is the origin catfish type of Indonesian water from Sumatra and so in Borneo. And the specific character of this jambal catfish, they are white color in meat, not yellow. Jambal catfish is a type of fish with require an environment with high oxygen content and tends to not resistant to low oxygen. And the normoxia, they refer to relatively high and natural oxygen condition. Their water oxygen solubility are under saturation. And hypoxia is also a condition in which oxygen is insufficient for the purposeful tissue or organ. And hypoxic pressure on a species population creates the biological reaction in the form of adaptation that causes morphometric change to this species. And so the mechanism is formed on phenotypic plasticity in a species to maintain its life. The population of fish in the hypoxic environment has a wider gill surface or longer filament than fish need an environment with high oxygen. And then the genetic character of jambal catfish show that the environment of hypoxic expression have a better lactate dehydrogenation or LDH genes compared to fish living in natural and normoxia environments. And gene LDH is an indication to the strategy of jambal catfish adaptation that can be used in the selection program to produce jambal catfish resistant to the hypoxic environment. And the characteristics of location of cultivation activities in the lowland generally is aquaculture stagnant water, and then small discharge, and so it is low dissolved oxygen content. It is necessary to obtain a jambal catfish that has low oxygen resistant characteristic with morphometric approach and molecular marker expected to provide basic information related to the character of low oxygen resistance. And the research aim to analyze morphometric character and genetic character as a strategy for jambal catfish adaptation in the response of aquatic environment pressure. And this is the maintenance in concrete pond, and the test fish used is jambal catfish for 223 grams, and the density only fish of 2 individuals and fat of 28% protein. And the design used in the experiment is randomized complete block design with 3 treatment and 3 repetition. And A treatment is this hypoxic condition, and B treatment is normoxia condition, and C treatment is natural environment with fluctuating oxygen level as a control. Hypoxian condition are set without aeration and without photosynthesis by closing maintenance, and so hypoxic condition can be maintained during research. And the normoxia condition regulated using aeration during the research. And morphometric observation is morphometrically and molecularly at the end of the research we conducted. And morphometric observation include the total length of gel filament, the number of gel filament, the hemoglobin in blood, and of a jambal. Also, the observed supporter parameter is as a growth of pattern jambal, survival rate, and ammonia. And dissolved oxygen only we daily as long as a research take place, and water quality parameter we are also using a reagent kit. This is a molecular observation we conducted in the pituitary organ to evaluate the expression of LDH gene and at the end of the research. And LDH gene expression analysis on jambal catfish using reverse transcript polymerase chain reaction or RT-PCR method. And the state for molecular tests include RNA extraction, RT-PCR, and semi-quantitative gene expression analysis. This is equipment of RT-PCR, and we conducted at Sukamandi. This is a result of this experiment. The correlation value between character as a component of tolerance strategy for hypoxic environment condition. There is the table. Gel and the maintain organ of phase of work to catch oxygen with them goes into respiration system. And the correlation is very high. The value of messenger RNA LD8 compared messenger RNA B18 is more high is 0.7. Therefore, they are the extent of the surface of the filament has a efficient of the provision of the organ of the baby. This is a figure of gene expression of LD8. There is a hypoxic environment that is more to a taken amplification of size 400 bits per and higher intensity on this treatment compared than the other treatment. Yes, and 400 is significant result from gene expression of LD8.
You have 2 minutes left. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. This is gene expression of LD8 in pituitary organ. This is a very high expresses LD8 gene found in hypoxia treatment and not in the normoxia or in normoxia treatment. Not only 0, 0, and 0, 0, and in the hypoxia is very high, 0.59. It's water quality. It's look that the dissolved oxygen content for hypoxic treatment can be conditioned below 2.0, and ammonia level is very high, 0.5 to 1.3. This is a high to water quality in the experiment. And how is the growth of jambal catfish? That is a significant difference. That hypoxia environment grows slower than the other treatment, and this is a significant differences. And survival rate also it is a significant difference in hypoxia natural treatment. Conclusion. The analysis shows that the morphometric character of jambal catfish living in hypoxia environment has a broader gel filament surface compared to fish living in normoxia and natural environment. And the genetic character of jambal catfish show that the environment of hypoxis expression better LD8 gene compared than the other treatment. And the gene of LD8 is an indication on the strategy of jambal catfish adaptation that can be used in the selection program for a long time. And impact of the experiment to produce jambal catfish and resistant to hypoxic environment. Okay, this is our experiment, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Liz, for your nice presentation. And now we come to the last speaker, Ibu Nina Hermayani Sadi from RC for Limnology LIPI. About skin characteristic of Pangasius. So, Ibu Nina, please start your presentation.
Stop share ya, stop share.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Carla Rasati. Let me prepare the presentation first. Okay. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, almost noon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you for attending in my presentation. It is an honor to meet you here. In this opportunity, I would like to present the results of our study entitled Skin Characteristic of Pangasius Catfish in Indonesia. This research was part of INSINA's research program entitled Kajian Kandungan Nutrisi Kolagen pada Ikan Patin sebagai dasar pengembangan pangan fungsional untuk lansia in 2018.
Ibu Nina, I'm sorry, could you enlarge the slide?
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Water pollution that can come from domestic waste, urban runoff, or fields can make negative effect for the biotic organism such as fish, especially in fish. That pollution can make fish become stressed, and further can make the fish the effect of chronic effect or acute effect, and the chronic effect can lead to the pathogen attack and organ failure to the fish. Fish skin is the first barrier to the fish for cover of the this chronic toxicant from pollutant. Okay, here is the skin. Here is the fish skin, structure of the fish skin. Primary, there is epidermic in the outer layer, and the dermis layer, which consists of fiber, cells, and metabolites such as glycoprotein. And the fiber part in dermis was primarily consists of collagen. Collagen is a protein that give the structure of the fish skin. This is two kind of fish skin, which are from non-scale fish and the fish with scales. Here we can see the difference between scale and non-scale fish's skin. In Pangasius is one of the kind of scaleless fish that live naturally in water or as in riverine ecosystem, and it's distribute spread in the Indian subcontinent to Indonesian archipelago. The total strain of the Pangasidae in the world is about 22 strains, and 14 of them can be found in Indonesia. Pangasidae is an important freshwater fish because it has economic value both for both market and international market. Three of the Pangasidae which commonly found in Indonesia is patin jambal that was presented by Ibu Liz before, and patin siam, and one of new hybrid from patin jambal and patin siam was called patin pasupati. This patin pasupati is produced by Mrs. Li's office at the RPI Karawang. So the aim of this study, Pangasidae is scaleless fish, so the pollutant of in the environment can enter the fish more easy because its integument doesn't have a barrier such as scales. So the aim of this study was to characterize the skin of the 3 Pangasius strains. Methodology, we doing the analysis of body proportion, skin total protein and amino acid compositions, collagen layer thickness, type 1 collagen concentration in the skin, and the result was analyzed statistically using one-way ANOVA. In body proportion, we doing the measuring by calculating head, skin, mid, tail, and visceral weight compared to the fish total body weight, and the skin total protein and amino acid composition. Skin total protein, we analyzed using Kendall method, while the amino acid composition was analyzed using liquid chromatography method using HPLC. And the collagen layer thickness, we
Nina, I'm sorry, you've got 3 minutes left.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Using mesenteric staining and type 1 collagen concentration, we analyze using ELISA method, using Fiscol1 kit from my biosource. And then the result, we found that from body proportion, we found that this is not too much differences between the three species, but from the skin, we can find that Pasupati has the biggest proportion, and from protein content, we found that patin siam has the protein content in the skin, the largest protein skin in the protein content, followed by patin jambal and patin pasupati respectively. And from the thickness of the collagen layer, we found that this is the blue layer is the collagen content in the fish skin, and we found that the thicker layer is in the patin jambal and patin siam, almost the same, and the thinness is in the patin pasupati. The result of the ANOVA study found that Patin Pasupati has significantly different of the thickness collagen layer from Jambal and Siam, while Jambal and Siam is not different significant. And this is the type 1 collagen content. It's like the result of collagen thickness that Jambal and Patin Siam has almost the same concentration, while Pasupati is the lowest content. But the ANOVA analysis revealed that the content was not significantly different. And from the study, we can found that total protein and collagen content in Patin Pasupati was the lowest among those 3 species of patin. So we conclude that Patin Pasupati might have the lowest survival rate compared to the Patin Siam and Patin Jambal. And this finding was almost the same what we found in our other study, that we find that Patin Pasupati has the lower rate survival rate. So the conclusion is that the highest amount of skin proportion was found in Patin Pasupati, followed by Patin Jambal and Patin Siam respectively. Then protein content in the skin of the Patin Siam was the highest, and the dermal collagen in Patin Pasupati was the thinnest among the 3 species and was significantly different from both Patin Jambal and Patin Siam. Patin Siam had the highest content of type 1 collagen in the skin, followed by Patin Jambal and Patin Pasupati respectively. That's the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank to Ministry Research, Technology and Higher Education for the fund for this research, and we would like to thank to Mr. Agus Walio, Mr. Heri Suheri, and Mrs. Evana Fisa for technical assistance. Okay, thank you. I would like to give to Mr. Sarasati. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nina, for the nice presentations. So we have heard about the introduced fish in Lake Maninjau, the sustainability assessment of glass eel, and some biological characteristics of different species of the Pangasius. And now we have 20 minutes for the discussion. I will take a look at the chat room to see whether there are some questions. And it seems there's no questions here in the chat room. And then I will like to see the YouTube. One question from the YouTube, it is from Ibu Sulastri. The question is for Bapak Trianto. To have the sustainable glass eel productions can be conducted by developing conservation area. Could you explain what are the parameters, criteria to determine the conservation area? So Bapak Trianto, please answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Sulastri, for your question. For our study, establishing the conservation area for eel is one of our proposed to the local government, because now in Mandiri River, actually they don't have a conservation area specific for eels, and also for the fishes commonly in the river. For the criteria parameter that should be has to determine the fish conservation, firstly, a condition of habitat. The habitat should be presence or specific area that fish can live in the area in the near of a river. For the specific fish like eels, estuary is the adaptation phase before going up to the freshwater area to growing up. So far we know, I think all of you for fishery scientists already know, eel is a catadromous fish. They live in the three phase, in the marine phase, in the estuarine phase, and then in the freshwater phase. So the estuary should be important place because they are the gate for enter the fish larvae to migrate to the upstream area and get also to going to the sea for the adult eels to reproduction in the sea. Another criteria, firstly, should be has people that can help control and manage for the fish sanctuary or fish conservation. Another criteria is should be ecological and biological parameter and also chemical parameter. For our study in the other part or another research paper, we mentioned about the depth of the area should be more than 1 meter, because now in the rawa pesisir, or we call it coastal swamp or coastal marsh, now is very how to say, not too deep. So, and for the purpose, we have to make deepest. So habitat of eel can be large or can be suitable for the presence of eel. I think that's all for our explanation to Bu Lastri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Trianto. And now we move to another questions also from Ibu Sulastri. And this one is for Bapak Okta. What is the impact of the introduced species to the natural or the local species in Lake Maninjau? To Bapak Okta, please answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question, Bu Sulastri. Like I said before that we still need further study, especially in gut content analysis and also risk analysis. Yeah, for the introduced fish species to know that the direct impact of the introduced species to other fish, especially for the indigenous species. But if I got the data from the recent study that the total of local fish or local fish is decreasing year by year, while the introduced fish species is increased. For example, we found it's also Ibu Sulastri study actually. In 2014, we can the study record that local species is 12 fish species, and we go back to 12 species, and the introduced fish species is 6. And if we go back more to the past year, the study from RUSMA in 2008, it was 14 local fish. Yeah. And also in 2003, they found 11 fish, local fish species, but the introduced or alien fish species in 4. It means that year by year, the local fish is decreasing, while the introduced fish species were increased in total species. But we have to validate more in either the introduced fish species being a predator for the indigenous or not. Maybe it's enough, or
is that all, Bapak Okta?
Okay.
The answer? Okay.
Hope it answered the question.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer. And I would like to see this the chat room again, and also to the list of participants, whether there are some hands raised, but it seems that no one is raising the hand. And okay, then I would like to give questions to Ibu Nina. My question is that can we increase the collagen thickness in the fish by adding stimulations or feeding the fish with something? Can we do that?
Okay. Yes, we can, and that was one of our study and other study in the international research program. We using with Ibu Novi, we using chlorella addition in the fish feed to patin jambal, and it can increase the collagen content significantly, only for 3% to 9% chlorella addition can increase the collagen content significantly. Yeah. And actually, it's not only from chlorella, but any kind of feeding with high concentration of amino acid with rantai cabang itu apa ya? Branch, rantai cabang, branching amino acids such as valine, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Chlorella pyranidesa, we using chlorella pyranidesa for that purpose study.
Okay, thank you. So we can use chlorella to increase the collagen thickness.
Yeah.
So it means that if we want to extract the collagen from these 3 species, which one is better to be extracted?
According to the collagen content, maybe it's jambal or patin siam is the best collagen source, because both of species has higher collagen content from collagen content. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nina, for your answer. And now I'm looking at again in the chat room. And okay, it seems there's no questions. So now I would like to ask questions This one is for Ibu Liz. Ibu Liz, you see the expressions of this LDH gene. So later, are you going to use this LDH gene as a biomarker to select the low oxygen resistant fish? And if you will, how will you extract the gene from the fish? Because when you select these, when you select the fish, you need to keep them alive. That's my questions to Ibu Liz.
Yeah, yes. Do you mean you ask about the extraction of this fish is a pituitary organ to evaluate the expression of LDH genes. And this step for molecular, we conducted two RNA extraction, and then we conducted to RT-PCR, and then to semi-quantitative PHGH gene from pituitary organ. We use extraction, uses the 3 reagent kit. This is from USA Molecular Research Center, according to its user instruction. That is your ask for me?
Yes, okay, so you extract the LDH gene only from the organs of the fish. But can you extract that from the blood?
No. Only from the blood only to contain the hemoglobin only. But in LDH gene expression only in pituitary organ only.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we have questions to Ibu Nina from Dwi Febriani from the Research Center for Limnology LIPI. The question is, based on the result of the study, which strain of Pangasidae that have a good characteristic as a barrier of toxicant? To Ibu Nina, please answer the question. Ibu Nina?
Sorry, I am
okay. Okay, you are still there. Thank you.
So, yeah. So from 3 species of Pangasius that we use in our study, of course, we can conclude that Pangasius patensium, Pangasionodon hypothalamus, is the best species if water, because it has a thicker collagen layer and with protein content biggest among the 3 species, while the Patin pasupati is the weakest because of the layer is the thinnest, and it like I said before, we found that pasupati is have a lower survival rate in the aquaculture environment. Maybe if we want to If we want to culture the Patin Pasupati, we have to maintain the water quality more better. But from the potential to the market, I think Patin Pasupati has the good chance because it has meat quality better than Patin Siam because it's meat similar to the Patin Jambal. It has a white color that consumer like the white meat better than the red meat of the Patin Siam.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Nina, for the answer. So now, do we still have more time for the questions? Host, please respond. Just a moment, I will take a look at the schedule here. So we will have these discussions until 11:10. So we still have 5 minutes more. Are there more questions? No. So, okay, I will use this opportunity to ask one question to Bapak Okta. Bapak Okta, you mentioned that you didn't or you cannot catch the common carp or ikan mas in your study. Could you explain why? Because ikan mas or common carp, they are so common to be found in the lake, and since they are also cultured in the cage.
Yeah.
Could you explain that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, the common carp comes to Lake Maninjau because of the floating net cage culture in Lake Maninjau. But in the the previous study record that ikan mas or Cyprinus carpio found in 2014. However, in the 2016, there the quality of water in Lake Maninjau being decreased. I mean, there is bad water quality, so that the farmers only move the Cyprinus carpio culture to the land. I mean, to the pool, to the small pool in the land, not in a floating net cage. So that probably this movement or this movement of the culture, so that we cannot find Cyprinus carpio in the lake anymore. Maybe like that. Hope that answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Okta.
Yeah,
it's very clear.
You're welcome.
So we don't have more time anymore for these discussions. And before we close the session, I would like to summarize some points that have been presented and discussed here, which are the introduced fish species have spread in some locations of Lake Maninjau. Therefore, we need to do a risk analysis to know the impact of these introduced species. And to improve the sustainability of glass eel in Mandiri River, some efforts need to be done, such as establishing the fishery conservation areas and managing glass eel capture, etc. And then a gene such as the LDH gene can be used to select the hypoxia-resistant fish. And then from the last presentations, there are different of collagen thickness in different Pangasius species. And some questions were asked were related to the criteria parameters to determine conservation area, the impact of introduced species to the local species in Lake Maninjau, and the relations of Pangasius strain to toxicant in the water. So I would like to thank again the speakers for their very interesting and stimulating contributions, and also to all participants for the valuable following discussions. And before we close this session, let us have a picture together. So please activate your video and give your best smile. To the host, please arrange the photo session. Can you say 1, 2, 3?
Once again.
For us to get ready.
Okay, get ready. 1,
I mean, to the host.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, host, for the photo session. And again, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the sessions today. And now I would like to hand over the time to MC. See you, stay healthy and happy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Skar, for leading session 1, and also Dr. Iwan as the co-moderator. And also thank you for Professor Tri Suprabawati and Professor Gadis and all presenters for the excellent presentation in the session 1. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to hear the speech from our keynote. It's my pleasure for me to invite our moderator for keynote session, Professor Gadis Riharyani, for the moderator for the session. So Professor Gadis is a senior researcher in the Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. She expert on ecohydrology and aquatic management. And Professor Gadis graduated from Institut National Polytechnic de Toulouse, INPT, France. She has so many experience in some projects, for example, hydrology of inland tropical lowlands and ecohydrology in Indonesia, emerging challenges and its future pathway. So without further ado, Professor Gadis, time is yours.
Thank you very much, MC, Ibu Iim. Good morning again to ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this keynote session. It's an honor for me to lead this session, and I'm with as a moderator, and I'm with Dr. Luki Subehi as the co-moderator. The keynote speaker is Professor Linda May. Professor Linda May, are you there? Good morning, Professor Linda May. Nice to meet you again. Professor May will talk about the water quality and in tropical lake in relation to their utilization. But let me read the brief CV of Professor May. So Professor May got the PhD from the Paisley College of Technology, UK. Her expertise is freshwater ecology, and he lead a group of freshwater restoration and sustainability in UK, and also make research on the cause, effects, and the remediation of lake eutrophication problems. So now I would like to invite Professor May to begin the presentation. Professor May, you have 30 minutes for presentation. Professor May, time is yours.
Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction, and thank you to everybody for inviting me to speak at your meeting. It's a little bit of a disappointment to me that I'm doing it from my sitting room rather than in Indonesia. It would be much nicer to come and meet everyone. It's also good morning to you from the middle of the night here, so it's cold and dark, and but it'll be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you about some case studies of eutrophication problems in tropical lakes from around the world, because I thought it would be interesting to look at how widespread these sorts of problems are, the sorts of problems that we've been listening to this morning. So what I've interpreted the title as the impacts of water quality on water use, but also of water use on water quality, because as we'll see as we go through, there are lots of feedback loops really in terms of the water quality issues in all lakes. And we're going to look at some of the uses such as energy generation, water supply, food security, wildlife habitat, tourism and recreation, but almost all of the lakes we look at have all the same uses. So they're all multiple use, they all have multiple problems. I'm not going to read through this list, but we're going to look at some case studies from around the world. Just a map to show you where we're going to go. We're going to, not necessarily in this order, but we're going to Mexico, we're going to Brazil, we're going to Kenya, India, Indonesia, and Malaysia. So it'll be a very, very short, what we would call a whistle-stop tour of each of these case studies. So let me just turn my timer on. That's it. So the first place we're going to go is Mexico. And Nandini and Sama have sent me some slides, which I'm going to share with you on the Valle de Bravo lake in Mexico. And this lake is approximately here in Mexico. And it's a high altitude, but still tropical reservoir that was commissioned in 1947. Its surface area is about 18.6 square kilometers. And it has a mean depth of about 21 meters. I'll not go through all these details, but anyone can look at the slides afterwards to see what sort of lake it is. It's stratified March to October, and it's mixed from November to February. So the lake is used for water supply, recreation, and fisheries. And it has quite a large storage capacity, and it supplies water to 4 million people in Mexico City. It used to have some very high water level fluctuations when it was used for hydroelectricity plant, but more recently the water has been just changed about 10 meters or so because the hydroelectric plant isn't functioning anymore. It's regulated now by a balance of the rainfall and the inflows compared to the abstractions and the outflows. So basically, it's more of a natural variation than it was before. What's important to the people in Mexico, though, is it's a really nice place to go. So it's a big tourist attraction. And it has particularly good winds, apparently, for sailing. So it's a very, very popular sailing resort. And it's also economically important for fisheries such as tilapia, carp, and whitefish. So what we can see, we heard a little bit earlier on how the sediment record can tell you what's been going on in your lake over many years. And here is a sediment record for this lake. And it shows that the amount of nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus in the lake has massively increased in the last 20 years or so. And that's because of the increase in human activities in the catchment. Over a 10-year period, the increase in nutrient inputs has gone up by 276%. And of course, this is causing problems. Although abstraction for water supply removes 22% of the phosphorus, 54% of the nitrogen, there's still some massive problems with nutrients and eutrophication in this system. So you can see here an algal bloom developing, and the lake has actually changed from oligotrophic to mesotrophic. And the anoxic hyperlimnion, when the lake is stratified, the hyperlimnion is completely anoxic. And even when it's mixed, the dissolved oxygen is down at about 60% now. So high chlorophyll concentrations, low transparency. But what is a real issue here are the cyanobacterial blooms, and particularly the cyanotoxins that they produce. So there's a really highly toxic strain found in this lake that they're doing some research into at the moment. The problems with the algal blooms is the poor water quality and the fish kills, of course, but also the cyanotoxins bioaccumulate in the fish, which people are needing to eat. And they restrict water use because people can't swim in the water or touch the water when cyanotoxins are high. What they're trying to do, one of the research projects that they have at the moment, is to look at whether you can biomonitor the levels of toxicity in the water. And they're developing a method based on rotifers, which are which are small zooplankton, very, very sensitive to water quality. And they're trying to see if they can use those to monitor the toxicity levels, because otherwise it's quite difficult, quite expensive to do. The management approaches that they're taking, well, they're sorting out some management recommendations at the moment, the same as other lakes, monitoring of the inflows and the sewage inputs. They're suggesting better treatment of sewage effluent. I think everybody has that problem, and regulation of fertilizer use in the catchment. And something they're just starting to trial at the moment is the use of floating islands, much the same as you are, and littoral macrophytes to be able to reduce nutrient concentrations. But that's very much in this particular lake work in progress. So we now move on to some lakes in tropical semi-arid region of Brazil. And that's this is South America here, and Brazil, this part of Brazil is just here. They have a rainy season from January to May, but for the rest of the year, it's pretty much dry, very high evaporation rates. Temperatures don't change very much, so about 25 degrees all year round. But the problem is that the rivers are intermittent because it doesn't rain very much. So there's long periods when the lake goes with no flushing, the lakes go with no flushing at all. And often there's a negative water balance created which creates conflicts between people and what they're trying to use the lake for. So the water is used for drinking water, agriculture, irrigation, and livestock, much the same as many other lakes. And there's quite a lot of nutrient pollution. It's caused by sewage, agriculture, and livestock. But the problems are made worse by the lack of sustainable management, development and management of the water resources in this part of Brazil. And also they have lots and lots of droughts. And from 2012 to 2029, the worst drought in 80 years. And that, of course, reduces the flushing rate. You can see in these pictures here, the difference between when it rains and when it doesn't rain. I suppose a lot of it just dries out. The external loads to these very green water bodies, they're very close to the towns. In many cases, they need to be reduced, and about 50% of the municipal and industrial waste that goes into these lakes is actually not treated. So they have a very big problem, especially with phosphorus, causing these algal blooms from untreated wastewater. But they also have another problem, which is the internal load. So even if they were to reduce the external inputs, the big worry that causes these types of algal blooms is that there's phosphorus recycling from the sediments. And so what they're looking at here is whether they can use natural phosphorus absorbent materials from the catchment, from the area around, to soak up the phosphorus within the lake and reduce the effects of the internal release. So what they're finding is that some of these potential absorbent materials have really quite high phosphorus absorption capacity, and that they could well have a real role to play in improving the water quality, controlling the inputs from the sediments, and also increasing the water quality rather quicker than waiting for something to happen naturally. But one of the things they do say, though, is that when they treat a lake, this is them treating a lake in the top right here, adding some of these materials, it's very important to test it first in the tubes and the microcosms, enclosures, compartments before you try the lake. So you've got more realism and more complexity, but of course it's more expensive to treat a lake. And also test tubes and mesocosms provide you with more replication. Most people, when they're doing these sorts of experiments, don't have several lakes to work on. And so it's quite important to go through those phases of experimentation. Their conclusion so far is that there's no magic solution for us all. Each of these systems is unique across all the ones we have problems with, and that the proper system analysis is needed before you even attempt to solve your problem. You need to know where your problem's coming from. But if it is coming from the sediments and its internal release, then coagulants combined with modified clays and soils can remove bacterial biomass, and they can block the release of phosphorus from the sediments. So they feel that in certain circumstances, this is quite a promising tool to use, but it's not appropriate to everywhere. So we move on now to an interesting study on some urban lakes in Bangalore. They have similar sorts of problems, pollution in the rivers and in the lake, and nasty algal blooms. And the poor water quality here is threatening benefits derived from the city's lakes. So the people get good quality water, from the boreholes. They support fisheries, water for irrigation, green spaces for recreation, and biodiversity refugia. So really quite important to the local people, but not so much when they look like this. In addition to that, if we look at two of them in particular, we start with this one, Jacko Lake. That's got a sewage plant, but it's also got a wetland treatment, and the sewage plant is treating the wastewater, and there's a local community action group. And so this lake can still be used for recreational use, for fisheries, for biodiversity, as a biodiversity hotspot, although it does have some algal blooms. On the other hand, Bellandur Lake, which has high organic loads from untreated sewage from more than 1 million people, that is so polluted that it can catch fire. And it's been in the newspapers, you may have seen it all over the world, showing this lake catching fire, and people aren't allowed to go close to it. There's no public access. It's very polluted, high fire risk, and it can't be used for irrigation or fishery. So if we look in a little more detail at these lakes, in terms of the fishery, the lake that doesn't catch fire has dissolved oxygen levels that are suitable for fish. This is the threshold here for fisheries use. But the one that does catch fire is very anoxic, and the fish can't survive there. So no chance of having a thriving fishery there. Even in Jacko Lake, which is better, the dissolved oxygen levels go down at night. And so during the night, the fish can only survive in the top 1.25 meters. So still there are problems there, but not as bad as the lake that catches fire. Sorry. So the reason that the lake catches fire, my colleagues have been investigating that. And what they found is a very, very high methane production in Bellandur Lake. not so much in Jacaro Lake. So it's the methane production from the breakdown of the organic matter that's coming in with the sewage that's causing these very high methane releases, and it's the most likely cause of the fire. Whereas in Jacaro Lake, the wastewater treatment that's in place is actually reducing those methane emissions, and they don't have the same problem there. So the general recommendations from this lake are that they put in centralized and decentralized water treatment to reduce organic loading, and they put in tertiary treatments such as wetlands to reduce nutrients and harmful algal blooms. But what's really important here is that the lake community action groups are pulling together and becoming a very strong force for change, driving the monitoring and the solutions that are needed to improve these lakes. But they do need support from good monitoring data and from expert advice at the minute to make a difference. So moving on to Kenya. Kenya is a very large lake, 68,000 square kilometers, with a mean depth of about 40 meters and a human population in the catchment of about 42 million. But it also supports a fishery, important water supply, hydroelectric power, transport, and tourism. The catchment pressures are causing water quality problems, and you can see here from the catchment population figures, the black line, up until about 1940, the population was quite low, and then it really started to go up. It's around about 30, 40 million now. And at the same time as the population went up, obviously people had to be fed, and so agricultural production and so pollution from farmland in the catchment also went up. So between 1960 and the present day, the amount of agricultural production increased by 250%. But we're talking about the whole of Lake Victoria is quite tricky in 5 minutes. So we're going to focus on this little part here, which I've been working on with the people in Kenya. And this also provides food, fish, transportation, water purification, biodiversity, recreation, tourism, and socioeconomic benefits like many of the tropical lakes that we're looking at. There's quite a big phosphorus input from the catchment here. And what you can see here, this is the lake water concentrations. You can see that's between 1960 when the first measurements were made and the present day, there's been a real big increase in soluble phosphorus in the water. And this has caused all sorts of eutrophication problems. Eutrophication problems in this area tend to have two results, I guess. One is that the amount of cyanobacteria and algae grow, the amount of cyanobacteria goes up here. And the amount of algae altogether has gone up here. So you can see the more red it is, the higher the algae. This is the Wynnum Gulf compared to the rest of the lake and here as well. So increases in algae, increases in cyanobacteria. But also there's a big increase in water hyacinth. Water hyacinth invaded this part of Lake Victoria in the late 1990s. And because of the eutrophication, the water hyacinth found itself rather at home there, and it's spread everywhere. And you can see here the sorts of problems, and we'll come on to that again in a minute. It reduces the effectiveness of the water use there. So it's difficult to abstract, it's difficult to go fishing, it's difficult to move your boats around. And you can see here, massive impact on transportation. So this is what should be open water, but it's in these water hyacinth hotspots. So you can see that these water hyacinth hotspots in the green are very close to the pink triangles, and the pink triangles are the harbours and the piers that these boats need to use to land fish or to go out fishing. And you can see bottom right here, something from the local newspaper that 2 fishermen were trapped in lake water hyacinth. Sometimes once when I was out there, they were sending out helicopters to bring people in from boats that were trapped in the water hyacinth until it went away. But this also has an impact on the capture fisheries. There's lots of problems for the capture fisheries in Lake Victoria, including invasive species. But one of the problems is that when the water hyacinth is there, people can't get out to fish for two reasons. One, they can't get there physically. And secondly, to go around the water hyacinth costs them an enormous amount of money in extra fuel for their boats. And so what they've started to do, well, you can see it, sorry, bottom right here. You can see here that the amount of tilapia landed is inversely related to the area of water hyacinth in the lake at the time. So it makes it very difficult to go out and fish. So what's happening now is that people are starting to develop fish farms. They're not quite as advanced in their fish farm development as they are in Indonesia in terms of densities, but you can see that in 2008 here, top left, there were virtually no fish farms there. By 2016, about 1,500. By 2018, 4,500, and they're still going up. In the graph at bottom left, looking at the water quality impacts, water quality in terms of phosphorus is starting to get much higher near the fish cages compared to inshore and offshore of the fish cages. And of course, they risk the sorts of pollution problems that I know you have with your very large numbers of fish cages in Indonesia. So the costs are enormous. The costs due to water hyacinth problems alone, $350 million a year, and another $1 million per year for unblocking the power plant intakes, and every ship that gets stranded costs £2.5 million every time. So what they're trying to do is control it. They've introduced a biocontrol, which was partially effective to begin with, isn't very effective anymore. They've tried mechanical removal, and they're being more innovative now and using water hyacinth for biogas production. And they're also making furniture and other goods that they can sell. But of course, these two things at the bottom don't have any impact on the massive amount of water hyacinth that accumulates or the rate at which it grows. So in the end, nutrient enrichment has encouraged the invasion of the water hyacinth, but these control measures don't really work very well. And fish cages are becoming more common to try and support the local fishing industry, but they risk making the eutrophication problem worse. And what we're working on at the moment is zoning the area for, much as we heard earlier on, for places that it's suitable to put fish cages without causing too much environmental damage. So if we move on quickly to Malaysia, this Tasik Chini, if that's how you pronounce it. And this is a flood pulse wetland in Malaysia that one of my colleagues is working on. So this is just here in Malaysia, quite a complicated shape. It's a wetland with quite a lot of swampy areas around the edge of it. Comprises lots and lots of different habitat types, and also is quite an important cultural heritage, for cultural heritage. But concerns are being raised recently about the water quality with headlines such as pollution killing the lake, and can a dying lake in Pahang be revived, and some accusation that it's the government that's killing the ecosystem there. So what this study started to look at is why the ecosystem was degrading. And they've picked up a lot of information about what's happened in the catchment. And since the 1930s, there's been a lot of development in terms of agriculture and tourism within the catchment, which increases the amount of nutrients, of course. And there's been a weir installed where this black line is on the left here, and in 1995, which actually has stopped the flow through of the water. It doesn't flow as well, and made the lake more lentic and exacerbated the eutrophication impact. So there's some aerial photographs here showing the difference in the coverage of trees. They've been large areas cleared to put oil palm in. There's also mining developing here. And that's what the catchment looks like now, really quite degraded and causing a lot of problems for the water quality. Climate change is also making things worse. The average rainfall sometimes is very low, sometimes much higher. Average monthly temperatures going up too, so that just complicates matters. And what this group are doing are looking at the sediment records to look at when the disturbances occurred, what the history has been, and what perhaps the target restoration values would be. So the implications for conservation and management from this study are that sediment rates have increased massively since the 1960s because of the land disturbances. The lake level fluctuations have disrupted the lake ecology, so there's a big expansion of swampy areas and benthic habitats. The baseline conditions need to be defined before the rare habitat can be restored effectively, and that's what they're doing with the paleo work. And local drivers include land disturbance, and regional drivers, climate change. So what they're saying is, having looked at what's caused all these problems, is that it's much more effective to focus on your local problems, such as land disturbance first, rather than climate change, because they're much more manageable. So identify the reasons and then focus on the thing that's most manageable as the first step. So just moving on quickly, we heard a little bit about Laketober earlier on, and I just want to go over a World Bank study, which some of you may have already seen, but it's basically undertaken to look at the fish cage issue. So largest lake in Indonesia, and water residence time of more than 80 years, and of course a very long water residence time doesn't help pollution and other problems to flush out through the lake system. There's lots and lots of signs of environmental degradation in the catchment, with the erosion problems changing between 2013 and 2017, and also harmful algal blooms in some of the bays, and benthic sediment being resuspended. So lots of problems, as well as the fish cages. There was an estimate of the nutrient inputs to the lake in 2015 in this study, but they found that 68% of the phosphorus and 76% of the nitrogen was actually coming from aquaculture compared to other sources. So what the study has done is looked at some various scenarios for investment planning. And we just look at this top one for now, looking at baseline scenario, which is 2015 levels of aquaculture, growth to maximum potential, gradual reduction, ambitious reduction, and even more ambitious reduction. And the various other things here to do with water, numbers of tourists and so on. We don't have time to go into the detail. So having looked at this very carefully, what they can see is that there's only some parts of scenarios, C, D, and E, which is the intermediate, high, and compromise scenarios, as they've called them, that actually result in coming below this 30 micrograms per litre phosphorus, which is one of the targets set for the oligotrophication of Laketober. But of course, this has consequences, as I'm sure you probably know better than I do, that is it really about water quality compared to people's livelihoods? Because if you reduce aquaculture inputs into the lake, you have to reduce the fish production by about 10,000 tons a year, lost revenue of about $54 million per year, and potentially heavy job losses amongst employees of these fish farms. So what they've been looking at is there another way of going about this? If you have to lose those things, can you replace it with something else? And they've been assessing the area as an economic potential as a tourist destination. And they concluded that if it was managed well by 2041, the reduction in the cage fish farming could be replaced by an increase in domestic and visitors, extra annual expenditure by these people, extra 5,000 jobs and so on. But they've added a caveat now, which is rather unfortunate really, but these are all based on best case scenarios on pre-COVID estimates. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen to tourism now that we're all stuck at home, and how long this is all going to last. But that was their conclusions from the study that they did. So the summary really is that eutrophication in particular is a problem across most of the world. Affects our water quality everywhere, algal blooms, cyanotoxins and so on. And cyanobacteria are probably the best known nuisance. They're the ones we can really see, the thing we really notice. It impairs drinking ecosystem services such as drinking water supply, irrigation, recreation, aquaculture, and fisheries. But there are massive knowledge gaps, and especially in tropical systems, because what we know about are the things we can see. We see the algal blooms, we see the dead fish, and we look for causes for them, but we don't really know and understand what happens under the water. And that's incredibly important, really, to understand how these ecosystems work, to learn from each other across all the tropical systems, and to know how to make things better. Because if we don't understand how things work and we try to implement changes, then there's a potential for us to make things even worse than they are already. So lots of knowledge gaps in terms of research there, and a lot of research that people haven't necessarily published. I think almost none of these examples that I've given you are actually published at the minute. So we need a way of communicating with each other and getting the messages of the things that we're learning to each other before they go through the publication systems, and some of them don't even make it that far. So in terms of conclusions, all lakes are at risk from pressures from growing populations, from their wastewater disposal, supplying food and water, but tropical lakes provide food and water resources for many millions of people. So as such, their socioeconomic importance often outweighs their apparent size. Tropical lakes need urgent, careful management, but information on restoration and recovery processes is sparse and not widely shared. High temperatures naturally favor cyanobacteria, so it's difficult to set restoration targets for these systems, because methods for setting restoration targets are based on temperate systems, which are less likely to develop cyanobacteria. Problems in tropical lakes may look very similar to temperate systems, the algal blooms, the dead fish, and so on, but we need to be very aware that the solutions to those problems may be very different. And one example is that most temperate lakes, and most of the literature tells you that if you control your phosphorus inputs, get your phosphorus levels down, everything will improve. But actually in most tropical systems, they aren't phosphorus limited, they're nitrogen limited. And so we really need to take a very careful look at nitrogen and see what that's doing. Tropical lakes strongly affected by catchment pressures like most lakes, and their restoration and sustainable management requires a holistic approach, which has to be applied both to the aquatic ecosystem itself, but also to the terrestrial system around it and that discharges into it. So I'd like to just finish with a quick acknowledgement, particularly to everyone who contributed to this, but particularly to these people who supplied me with the information that I've shared with you. And I can answer questions. I'll happily answer questions, but some of these studies I don't know the detail of, so there may be things I won't be able to tell you. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor May, for very excellent presentation. Now we move to the discussion. So we have about 10 minutes of discussion. So I will check if there is a question in the chat box. Okay, I will read. There is one question from Miranti Ariani. Yeah, she had research about eutrophication in Indonesian lake, and the status was eutrophic. So her study shows that the higher of the phosphate content, the lower the chlorophyll A, which is it's uncommon compared to the other lake. So her question is, what's the presence of water hyacinth is the factor that make this happen, since it's important to deal with the lake management?
Okay, so one of the reasons, if there's phosphate in the water, dissolved phosphorus in the water, then that means that there's so much phosphorus that it's not limiting anymore. And so you need to find out why that is. And there's lots of different ways that that can happen. One is that the lake runs out of nitrogen. So it doesn't matter how much phosphorus is put in it, the algae can't use it because the nitrogen has run out, and they can't all fix nitrogen. Some can, but generally speaking, what we see is that massively high phosphate concentrations occur because the algae can't grow properly. Something else is stopping them. So the other thing that can stop them, apart from nitrogen, is shading. So if the lake is very turbid, then the chlorophyll levels may be quite low because they can't see as much of the sun as they did before. That can also be caused by the water hyacinth. I don't know whether these samples are taken underneath the water hyacinth. It looks like, from my observations, the location study was mostly covered by. Okay, so if it's water hyacinth, it will be taking some of the nutrients out of the water, but because your phosphate levels are high, it's not taking a lot of phosphate out that's stopping the chlorophyll. So I would say it's light limitation, that because it's on the surface. That's very likely. The other thing I have a suspicion of, but I can't prove at the minute, is that I think water hyacinth changes the type of algae you get in your lake, and so because it uses a lot of silica, and I think it encourages the loss of diatoms and for other green algae and potentially cyanobacteria to proliferate as well. But I'm not really sure about that. It just seems that it locks up quite a lot of silica, and in places where the silica is disappearing, I suspect that's something to do with it. So it's a case of looking at it and working out why your chlorophyll isn't increasing, whether it's light limitation, whether it's nitrogen limitation or something else, because something else is stopping it from growing. Okay.
You. There is another question from the YouTube channel. It's a short question from Sulung Nomo Satrio. It is possible to harvest the algae while the lake is algae blooming and convert them to something productive.
Yes. So there's quite a lot of work being done on that in China, as you probably know. When I was last in China, they were building these enormous plants to convert algal blooms into fertilizer on an industrial scale. So you can actually do that, but you've got to be able to remove it from the water, and you need to find something that you can actually do with it. So what they told me was that there are problems because the algal blooms very often have contaminants in them, like heavy metals and things like that. So even if they turn them into fertilizer, they've got limited use as on food plants. They told me they use them much more in forests and flowers and things like that, things that people don't eat. So there's research around the world going on, trying to convert these things into something useful. Another thing that I'm quite interested in that keeps coming up in the news is they're trying to make bioplastics from cyanobacteria. And I don't know if you've seen them on the internet, but you can now buy flip-flops, shoes that are made out of this bioplastic, and also backpacks and one or two other things they're starting to use it for. So there's a lot of work going into, well, if we've got to live with these algae, can we use them for something useful? A lot of research going into that at the minute.
Okay. So another question. Floating inland may be one of tools to reduce nutrient to control eutrophication. So it is possible to use floating island to reduce nutrient in deep eutrophic lake.
Well, yes. Well, the problem with using any type of macrophyte large plant to reduce nutrient concentrations is that it tends to be only temporary unless you manage it, because if the nutrients going into the macrophytes on the floating island or even in the wetlands, unless you take that biomass away, then it recycles and puts it back into the water. So I think there's potential for doing that. I think for a large, deep, eutrophic lake, I think you would need a lot of floating islands to do that. And then you've got to take the biomass away and put it somewhere where it's not going to end up back in the water, because if you just let it rot on the banks, which I've seen some people do, just recycles it all back into the water. So I think with some careful management and in the right places, it probably works to some extent. But I think it's quite difficult to do it in a big lake and in a deep lake. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any question in YouTube channel? Because I check in Zoom chat, there's no question. So maybe I have another question. So from your presentation, your experience and many management list in several countries, what kind of lesson learned that we can get from these 5 countries that you show, especially regarding water quality to ameliorate the lake ecosystem?
I think the first thing that's quite clear is that all countries have similar problems with tropical lakes because of the large amount of pressure from people on these lakes, and because there's so much they're used for water supply, obviously, but they're also used as quite an important food resource, which in temperate lakes they tend not to be. So I think there's a lot of research going on across all these countries. I had no problem in finding examples, and I was offered many more that I couldn't put into the talk. But I don't think the information that's coming out of these studies is actually being shared very well. And if you look at the publications, I went through a lot of publications, and the water quality and the functioning of the lake in relation to water use is barely mentioned. It's all about what zooplankton eats this or what fish does that or whatever. The holistic approach, whole ecosystem approach are not there. And I think it's really, really important to realize that a lot of the publications on lake restoration are in temperate systems and that tropical systems behave very differently. And one good example is this difference between the nitrogen limitation and phosphorus limitation. But there are other differences as well, the temperature, the lack of obvious seasonality in the temperatures and all these sorts of things. You don't get dieback in winter like we do. Our lakes reset in the winter, which actually helps. Obviously yours don't. So I think understanding and recognizing that tropical lakes behave very differently is really important.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor May. To the host, is there time for this discussion?
Yes, we have 8 minutes left.
8 minutes left. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but there's no more question in YouTube channel and also in Zoom. So I would like to close this session by highlight several points. Professor May said that all lakes are at risk and all countries have similar problem in their lakes, and the problem in tropical lakes and the temperate lakes look similar. So tropical lakes strongly affected by the catchment pressure, so their restoration and sustainable management require a holistic approach applied to both to terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. So that's all for this session, but before close, I would like to invite you to open your video. We will take a picture. Please, the committee.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will count. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you again to Professor Linda May for very excellent presentation, and also to the participant for very active discussion. So I will give back the time to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gadis, for leading the keynote session. And thank you very much again for Professor Linda May for the impressive presentation. Personally, I enjoy your excellent presentation. And please give applause for our Professor Gadis and Professor May, everyone. Thank you very much again for you too. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will break after this session for about an hour, and we will continue at 1 p.m. for session 2. So you don't need to leave the conference and just be back at 1 p.m. Have a nice break. Enjoy your break. Thank you. See you at 1 p.m.
Letusan maha dahsyat gunung berapi yang terjadi sekitar 75.000 tahun silam membentuk danau kaldera terbesar di wilayah Asia Tenggara. Secara perlahan, dasar kaldera terangkat ke permukaan membentuk apa yang disebut dengan Pulau Samosir. Negeri indah, kepingan surga. Begitulah mereka menjuluki bentangan pegunungan dengan lereng-lereng terjal yang mengitari Danau Toba. Pemandangan menakjubkan ini adalah rumah bagi beragam jenis flora dan fauna. Salah satu di antaranya merupakan hewan asli tanah Batak yang mulai terancam punah, ikan Batak atau ihan.
Di Sungai Bonandolok dengan latar belakang air terjun Sitapigagan. Sungai Bonandolok yang memiliki panjang lebih dari 9 km merupakan salah satu sungai yang mengalir ke Danau Toba. Sungai Bonandolok memiliki air yang jernih dan arus yang deras, sebuah kawasan yang cocok bagi kehidupan ikan Batak. Dalam kehidupan sehari-hari masyarakat Batak, ikan Batak memiliki nilai sosial yang tinggi. Ikan tersebut banyak digunakan dalam berbagai acara ritual adat masyarakat Batak.
Kalau istilahnya itu, kalau ihan itu termasuk bahasa Bataknya itu. Memang kalau ikan Batak ini sebenarnya raja-raja ini. Tapi termasuk ikan ihan ini, ikan Batak ini termasuk ada mitosnya. Jadi kalau kita sering nangkap ikannya ini, nangkap terus, kita jadi berbahaya. Jadi ada waktu-waktunya. Jadi istilahnya kalau di acara adat disuruh kita nangkap baru bisa. Nggak bisa sembarangan nangkapnya. Ini sebenarnya ini penuh dengan mitos ini. Pemeliharaan lingkungan ini alam.
Ikan Batak atau ikan yang berasal dari marga Neolisochilus dan Thor ini merupakan indikator bagi lingkungan perairan yang masih alami atau pristine. Ikan ini menyukai perairan yang bersih. Namun saat ini, populasi ikan Batak di habitat alaminya mulai menurun. Saat ini, tim peneliti dari Puslit Limnologi LIPI sedang melakukan kajian apakah Sungai Bonandolok ini layak untuk dijadikan sebagai kawasan perlindungan ikan Batak. Beberapa aspek yang diteliti adalah karakteristik hidromorfologi sungai, kajian biologi, dan kualitas air.
Secara ilmiah, ikan yang disebut sebagai ikan Batak atau ihan terdiri dari dua marga, yaitu Neolisochilus dan Thor. Ada 4 jenis ikan dari marga Neolisochilus, yaitu Neolisochilus tienemani, Neolisochilus sumatranus, Neolisochilus longipinis, dan Neolisochilus soro. Sedangkan marga Thor terdiri dari Thor doronensis, Thor tambra, dan Thor tambroides. Dari Sungai Bonandolok ditemukan ikan dari jenis Neolysochilus sumatranus dan Thor doronensis. Apabila dilihat sekilas mata, bentuk dan penampilan marga Neolysochilus dan Thor sangat mirip. Namun, sesungguhnya terdapat karakteristik yang membedakan keduanya.
Ikan batak itu ada dua. Jadi memang yang terdiri genus Neolysochilus dan juga Thor. Nah, Neolysochilus itu ukurannya relatif kecil, sedangkan Thor itu ukurannya sangat bervariasi. Kalau misalkan ikan Neolysochilus tenemani, itu ciri-cirinya itu bibirnya tipis. Kalau Thor, bibirnya tebal. Kemudian kalau ikan Neolysochilus ada tubus-tubus atau pori di pipi. Kalau ikan Thor atau jurung itu bibirnya tebal dan pipinya halus. Itu perbedaan yang paling utama. Inilah tubus sebagai salah satu ciri dari genus Neolysochilus.
Ikan batak adalah hewan omnivora. Ia menyantap segala bentuk makanan yang berasal baik dari hewan maupun tumbuhan, seperti keong, serangga, ikan kecil hingga buah-buahan. Sungai Bonandolok adalah salah satu sungai yang mengalir sepanjang tahun ke Danau Toba. Informasi karakteristik fisik Sungai Bonandolok melalui kajian hidromorfologi diperlukan sebagai dasar konservasi habitat ikan batak.
Sungai Bonandolok ini karena mengalir sepanjang tahun sehingga cocok untuk dilakukan penelitian hubungan hidromorfologi dengan habitat ikan batak. Penelitian hidromorfologi meliputi pengukuran kecepatan arus, pengukuran debit, dan morfologi di sepanjang aliran sungai. Kami juga meneliti water balance atau kesetimbangan air di das Sungai Bonandolok.
Untuk menjaga kelestarian ikan batak di habitat alaminya, perlu didukung oleh kualitas ekosistem yang baik, meliputi kualitas air dan sedimen. Kandungan di dalam air mempengaruhi kehidupan biota yang ada di dalamnya yang terhubung di dalam rantai makanan suatu ekosistem.
Untuk mengevaluasi kualitas air Sungai Bonandolok, dilakukan pengukuran beberapa parameter kimia, baik di lapangan maupun di laboratorium. Parameter yang diukur di lapangan meliputi pH, suhu, kandungan oksigen, dan lain-lain. Sedangkan parameter kimia yang dianalisis di laboratorium meliputi parameter nutrien, kandungan organik, klorofil A, dan juga logam. Sejauh ini, hasil pengukuran di lapangan dan analisis laboratorium sementara menunjukkan bahwa kualitas air Sungai Bonandolok memenuhi standar kualitas air yang telah ditetapkan untuk perikanan.
Konservasi adalah pelestarian ya, di mana di situ ada dua aspek, yaitu konservasi in situ yang melindungi spesies itu di habitat aslinya, dan konservasi ex situ melindungi spesies di luar habitat aslinya. Pada dasawarsa atau dekade terakhir ini, habitat alami itu banyak mengalami degradasi lingkungan ya, sehingga banyak spesies-spesies yang mengalami kepunahan atau eksploitasi ya mengakibatkan populasi juga sedikit. Nah ini mungkin konservasi ex situ adalah salah satu pilihan, saya rasa salah satu pilihan di mana kita bisa memodifikasi lingkungan aslinya itu di luar habitat ya. Misalnya dengan adanya aeroderas, kecukupan oksigen itu bisa dilakukan di dalam lingkungan ex situ. Dan ini merupakan metode yang aman menurut kami, dalam hal ini untuk pengamanan spesies agar tetap berlangsung. Kemudian konservasi in situ yang fungsinya dimanfaatkan sebagai edukasi ataupun ekowisata juga ada contoh-contohnya. Secara ekologis itu penting, kemudian secara ekonomis juga penting.
Terkait dengan konservasi ikan batak ini, kita sudah memulai kajiannya untuk mencari lingkungan yang tepat untuk kita jadikan wilayah konservasi. Jadi ke depan selain konservasi secara in situ di Bonandolok, nanti kita akan coba juga secara ex situ di Balai Benih Ikan yang sekarang kita punya. Hasil penelitian konservasi ikan batak ini diharapkan bisa menjadi referensi bagi pemerintah Kabupaten Samosir khususnya dan masyarakat pada umumnya, daerah-daerah seperti apa saja yang layak dijadikan wilayah konservasi ikan batak. Setelah itu nanti mungkin ke depan pemerintah daerah tidak akan berhenti di ikan batak saja, karena masih banyak ikan-ikan asli daerah Toba khususnya yang perlu mendapat sentuhan dari hasil penelitian.
Nanti kami juga memohon dari pemerintah daerah kepada LIPI bagaimana ini bisa dikembangkan ikan batak ini di daerah-daerah konservasi yang akan nanti diteliti oleh LIPI di mana tempat yang paling bagus. Saya rasa bisa juga dicalonkan tempatnya di daerah-daerah aliran sungai seperti di Bonandolo, seperti di Hasinggahan dan Tulas. Ini nanti menjadi daerah-daerah konservasi, tetapi nanti kami juga memohon kepada LIPI untuk mengadakan penelitian di sana apakah tempat ini layak untuk daerah konservasi ikan batak ini.
Perpaduan alam desa Bonandolok beserta aliran sungai dan air terjunnya yang diselimuti dengan kearifan tradisional ikan batak menjadikan kawasan Sungai Bonandolok potensi besar bagi pengembangan ekowisata di Pulau Samosir. Area konservasi yang dipadukan dengan ekowisata bisa memberikan edukasi bagi masyarakat tentang pentingnya menjaga keutuhan ekosistem di sungai dan lingkungan sekitarnya. Salah satunya menjaga keberadaan sang ikan batak yang telah menjadi warisan para leluhur di tanah Toba. Keserakahan manusia dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya dan lingkungan adalah salah satu faktor yang mempengaruhi penurunan kualitas ekosistem dan populasi biota. Hal ini harus mendapat perhatian dari para pemangku kepentingan yang terlibat bersama-sama mencari solusi untuk menjaga kelestarian lingkungan. Hendaknya, segala kebijakan pengelolaan lingkungan harus berlandaskan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dengan tidak mengesampingkan kearifan tradisional adat setempat. Dalam satu perspektif, tujuan ilmu pengetahuan dan kearifan tradisional seyogyanya memiliki kesamaan, yakni melestarikan kehidupan untuk diwariskan pada generasi mendatang.
tidak dapat dipungkiri. Berkembangnya suatu negara tidak lepas kaitannya dengan kemajuan riset dan inovasi di negara tersebut. Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, LIPI, memiliki tugas untuk dapat menjawab berbagai macam tantangan dan permasalahan yang dihadapi oleh bangsa dengan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Untuk mendukung program Nawacita yang digagas oleh pemerintah dan mempercepat proses hilirisasi hasil-hasil penelitian LIPI, maka pada tahun 2015, Pusat Penelitian Limnologi LIPI bekerja sama dengan pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Samosir, Provinsi Sumatera Utara, membangun Teknopark Samosir dengan fokus pengembangan pada bidang pengelolaan perairan dan sumber daya perikanan. Pembangunan Teknopark Samosir merupakan salah satu solusi dari LIPI untuk menjawab tantangan potensi sumber daya perairan yang cukup melimpah. Akan tetapi sampai saat ini untuk memenuhi kebutuhan bibit ikan saja masih didatangkan dari luar Kabupaten Samosir.
Sejak tahun 2010 kami mengalami banyak permasalahan di Balai Benih Ikan. Di mana yang pertama kami tidak bisa mencapai target produksi ikan mas. Karena kita tahu ikan mas ini sangat dibutuhkan di kawasan Danau Toba, khususnya bagi orang Batak. Jadi sering digunakan di acara-acara adat. Begitu juga konsumsinya sangat tinggi di kawasan Danau Toba.
Lokasi Teknopark Samosir pada awalnya di Balai Benih Ikan Samosir yang terletak di Desa Janji Martahan, Kecamatan Harian, Kabupaten Samosir. Lokasi ini sangat strategis karena berada di area Danau Toba yang telah ditetapkan sebagai kawasan strategi pariwisata nasional. Sebuah danau kaldera yang terbesar di Asia Tenggara melalui proses geologi yang terjadi sekitar 75.000 tahun silam dengan keanekaragaman hayati yang khas.
Setahun kita melakukan kegiatan di sana, akhirnya solusi yang kita berikan lebih daripada yang diharapkan oleh Pemkab Samosir. Artinya benih yang biasanya hanya diproduksi sekitar 20.000 per tahun itu, 10.000 sampai 20.000 per tahun itu, kita bisa tingkatkan menjadi 1,5 juta ekor. Sehingga dengan demikian muncullah kepercayaan dari pemerintah Kabupaten Samosir terhadap LIPI dan dilanjutkan dengan kegiatan-kegiatan yang lain.
Fasilitas yang dimiliki oleh Teknopark Samosir ini adalah gedung perkantoran dan mes, kolam indukan dan pembibitan ikan air tawar seperti ikan nila, ikan mas, ikan lele, serta fasilitas laboratorium pengujian parameter kualitas air, instalasi pembuatan pakan alami. Selain itu juga sedang dikembangkan lokasi Teknopark di Balai Latihan Kerja atau BLK Kabupaten Samosir untuk pelatihan pengolahan hasil pertanian, kegiatan inkubator bisnis, dan pengemasan produk olahan pertanian. Hasil yang telah dicapai dalam waktu 5 tahun memperlihatkan dampak positif bagi aktivitas Balai Benih Ikan dan masyarakat di Kabupaten Samosir. Kini dengan teknologi kolam kuba dari LIPI, Balai Benih Ikan yang pada awalnya tidak dapat memproduksi benih ikan sudah dapat menyediakan kebutuhan bibit ikan bagi masyarakat kelompok usaha perikanan di Kabupaten Samosir dengan kualitas yang sangat baik seperti bibit ikan mas dan ikan nila. Dampak langsung dari ketersediaan bibit ikan adalah produksi ikan yang meningkat. Munculnya kelompok usaha pembudidaya ikan dan usaha pemula atau UKM, bidang pertanian, perikanan, dan pendukung lainnya.
Bahwa untuk tahun ini saja, kunjungan LIPI yang secara reguler itu sangat membantu kami. Membantu di dalam bagaimana kami untuk melakukan teknis pemijahan, teknis penanganan panen, bahkan teknis penanganan terhadap indukan, dengan yang lainnya. Kami sangat merasakan, boleh kami katakan bahwa kami yang didampingi LIPI melalui keberadaan Pak Teguh, Pak Bambang Teguh, kami sangat merasakan bahwa kami dapat mencapai hasil ini adalah karena bantuan LIPI.
Secara ekonomi, adanya Teknopark ini mampu secara bertahap menjadi penyumbang pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD Kabupaten Samosir, khususnya dari bidang perikanan. Balai Benih Ikan Samosir yang tadinya bersifat cost center sekarang sudah mengarah menjadi profit center dengan target PAD dari Pemda. Bahkan pada tahun 2019, BBI sebagai Teknopark Samosir telah dapat melampaui PAD yang ditargetkan oleh Pemda Kabupaten Samosir.
Saya bergabung dengan Teknopark Samosir sejak tahun 2018 dan saya sangat senang karena kita dibimbing untuk menciptakan produk yang berkualitas dengan sentuhan teknologi pastinya. Misalnya, kita punya sambal andaliman di restoran, tetapi tidak bisa dibawa ke tempat yang jauh. Dengan bekerjasama dengan Teknopark dan LIPI, maka sambal itu bisa dikalengkan dan bisa menjadi produk oleh-oleh dari khas Samosir.
LIPI dengan Teknopark Samosir itu, ya tentunya dengan masyarakatnya, tentunya juga ditambah pemerintah, khususnya Dinas Perikanan ya, Dinas Pertanian secara luas, atau PPL Perikanan, harusnya ditambah kemarin untuk membina para petani kita. Harapan-harapan kita seperti itu, dan masukan saran pendapat dan penelitian yang dekat dengan langsung dengan masyarakat, ya mungkin akan bisa membantu lebih cepat. Karena persoalan kita, petani kita tadi kan berangkat dari nol dia. Maunya jangan gagal dulu baru berhasil. Kalau boleh langsung berhasil. Jadi melekat pembinaan itu, saya yakin bisa jadi. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Kedepan, dengan pemanfaatan BLK Kabupaten Samosir menjadi Teknopark akan dapat mempercepat peningkatan perekonomian masyarakat Kabupaten Samosir. Di sisi lain, manfaat dari adanya Teknopark ini adalah menjadi tempat pelatihan bagi masyarakat kelompok pembudidaya ikan atau Pokdakan, gabungan kelompok tani atau Gapoktan, tempat inkubator bisnis, pengembangan iptek, serta tempat magang mahasiswa dan pelajar baik dari Kabupaten Samosir maupun dari luar daerah. Hal ini menunjukkan bahwa Teknopark Samosir tidak hanya bermanfaat pada aspek ilmiah saja, namun juga berdampak positif terhadap aspek ekonomi, pendidikan, sosial, dan budaya masyarakat setempat.
Saya terima kasih sekali bahwa saat ini di samping ikan mas, ikan nila, ikan jahir, dan juga ikan lili yang ditargetkan tadi 2.500.000 ekor itu, kita mencoba mengembangkan, membenihkan di bawah binaan LIPI dan teman-teman LIPI untuk menghasilkan kembali jenis ikan ihan Batak. Ikan ini memang sudah mulai langka dan ini adalah ikan khas orang Batak, dan dulu memang hanya dikonsumsi oleh raja-raja kalau ada acara-acara adat.
Dalam lingkup yang lebih besar, keberadaan Teknopark ini diharapkan dapat merambah lingkup yang lebih besar lagi, tidak hanya sektor perikanan, namun pada sektor pertanian secara umum. Sehingga di masa mendatang, Teknopark Samosir ini diharapkan dapat memberikan nilai tambah dalam aktivitas ekonomi masyarakat di sekitar wilayah Kabupaten Samosir secara khusus dan wilayah Provinsi Sumatera Utara secara umum.
Harapan berikutnya, kami masih tetap membutuhkan tenaga LIPI di Kabupaten Samosir ini di dalam pengembangan teknologi mengenai balai benih ikan ini. Karena setelah LIPI masuk bekerja sama dengan pemerintah daerah, hasilnya sangat memuaskan dan itu dirasakan langsung oleh masyarakat.
Dengan bimbingan dan pendampingan iptek secara berkelanjutan, disertai komitmen pemerintah daerah dan peran aktif masyarakat bisnis atau usaha serta lembaga keuangan, Teknopark Samosir diharapkan ke depan dapat menjadi pengungkit perekonomian masyarakat di wilayah Kabupaten Samosir dan sekitarnya. Huras!
Letusan maha dahsyat gunung berapi yang terjadi sekitar 75.000 tahun silam membentuk danau kaldera terbesar di wilayah Asia Tenggara. Secara perlahan, dasar kaldera terangkat ke permukaan membentuk apa yang disebut dengan Pulau Samosir. Negeri indah, kepingan surga. Begitulah mereka menjuluki bentangan pegunungan dengan lereng-lereng terjal yang mengitari Danau Toba. Pemandangan menakjubkan ini adalah rumah bagi beragam jenis flora dan fauna. Salah satu di antaranya merupakan hewan asli tanah Batak yang mulai terancam punah, ikan batak atau ihan.
Di Sungai Bonandolok dengan latar belakang air terjun Sitapigagan. Sungai Bonandolok yang memiliki panjang lebih dari 9 km merupakan salah satu sungai yang mengalir ke Danau Toba. Sungai Bonandolok memiliki air yang jernih dan arus yang deras, sebuah kawasan yang cocok bagi kehidupan ikan batak. Dalam kehidupan sehari-hari masyarakat Batak, ikan batak memiliki nilai sosial yang tinggi. Ikan tersebut banyak digunakan dalam berbagai acara ritual adat masyarakat Batak.
Kalau istilahnya itu, kalau ihan itu termasuk bahasa Bataknya itu. Memang kalau ikan batak ini sebenarnya raja-raja ini. Tapi termasuk ikan ihan ini, ikan batak ini termasuk ada mitosnya. Jadi kalau kita sering nangkap ikannya ini, nangkap terus, kita jadi berbahaya. Jadi ada waktu-waktunya. Jadi istilahnya kalau di acara adat disuruh kita nangkap baru bisa. Nggak bisa sembarangan nangkapnya. Ini sebenarnya ini penuh dengan mitos ini. Pemeliharaan lingkungan ini alam.
Ikan batak atau ikan yang berasal dari marga Neolisochilus dan Thor ini merupakan indikator bagi lingkungan perairan yang masih alami atau pristine. Ikan ini menyukai perairan yang bersih. Namun saat ini, populasi ikan batak di habitat alaminya mulai menurun. Saat ini, tim peneliti dari Puslit Limnologi LIPI sedang melakukan kajian apakah Sungai Bonandolok ini layak untuk dijadikan sebagai kawasan perlindungan ikan batak. Beberapa aspek yang diteliti adalah karakteristik hidromorfologi sungai, kajian biologi, dan kualitas air.
Secara ilmiah, ikan yang disebut sebagai ikan batak atau ihan terdiri dari dua marga, yaitu Neolisochilus dan Thor. Ada 4 jenis ikan dari marga Neolisochilus, yaitu Neolisochilus tienemani, Neolisochilus sumatranus, Neolisochilus longipinis, dan Neolisochilus soro. Sedangkan marga Thor terdiri dari Thor doronensis, Thor tambra, dan Thor tambroides. Dari Sungai Bonandolok ditemukan ikan dari jenis Neolisochilus sumatranus dan Thor doronensis. Apabila dilihat sekilas mata, bentuk dan penampilan marga Neolisochilus dan Thor sangat mirip. Namun, sesungguhnya terdapat karakteristik yang membedakan keduanya.
Ikan batak itu ada dua. Jadi memang yang terdiri genus Neolisochilus dan juga Thor. Nah, Neolisochilus itu ukurannya relatif kecil, sedangkan Thor itu ukurannya sangat bervariasi. Kalau misalkan ikan Neolisochilus tenemani, itu ciri-cirinya itu bibirnya tipis. Kalau Thor bibirnya tebal. Kemudian kalau ikan Neolisochilus ada tubus-tubus atau pori di pipi. Kalau ikan Thor atau jurung itu bibirnya tebal dan pipinya halus. Itu perbedaan yang paling utama. Inilah tubus sebagai salah satu ciri dari genus Neolisochilus.
Ikan batak adalah hewan omnivora. Ia menyantap segala bentuk makanan yang berasal baik dari hewan maupun tumbuhan, seperti keong, serangga, ikan kecil hingga buah-buahan. Sungai Bonandolok adalah salah satu sungai yang mengalir sepanjang tahun ke Danau Toba. Informasi karakteristik fisik Sungai Bonandolok melalui kajian hidromorfologi diperlukan sebagai dasar konservasi habitat ikan batak.
Sungai Bonandolok ini karena mengalir sepanjang tahun sehingga cocok untuk dilakukan penelitian hubungan hidromorfologi dengan habitat ikan batak. Penelitian hidromorfologi meliputi pengukuran kecepatan arus, pengukuran debit, dan morfologi di sepanjang aliran sungai. Kami juga meneliti water balance atau kesetimbangan air di das Sungai Bonandolok.
Untuk menjaga kelestarian ikan batak di habitat alaminya, perlu didukung oleh kualitas ekosistem yang baik, meliputi kualitas air dan sedimen. Kandungan di dalam air mempengaruhi kehidupan biota yang ada di dalamnya yang terhubung di dalam rantai makanan suatu ekosistem.
Untuk mengevaluasi kualitas air Sungai Bonandolok, dilakukan pengukuran beberapa parameter kimia baik di lapangan maupun di laboratorium. Parameter yang diukur di lapangan meliputi pH, suhu, kandungan oksigen, dan lain-lain. Sedangkan parameter kimia yang dianalisis di laboratorium meliputi parameter nutrien, kandungan organik, klorofil A, dan juga logam. Sejauh ini, hasil pengukuran di lapangan dan analisis laboratorium sementara menunjukkan bahwa kualitas air Sungai Bonandolok memenuhi standar kualitas air yang telah ditetapkan untuk perikanan.
Konservasi adalah pelestarian ya, di mana di situ ada dua aspek, yaitu konservasi in situ yang melindungi spesies itu di habitat aslinya, dan konservasi ex situ melindungi spesies di luar habitat aslinya. Pada dasawarsa atau dekade terakhir ini, habitat alami itu banyak mengalami degradasi lingkungan ya, sehingga banyak spesies-spesies yang mengalami kepunahan atau eksploitasi ya mengakibatkan populasi juga sedikit. Nah ini mungkin konservasi ex situ adalah salah satu pilihan, saya rasa salah satu pilihan di mana kita bisa memodifikasi lingkungan aslinya itu di luar habitat ya. Misalnya dengan adanya aeroderas, kecukupan oksigen itu bisa dilakukan di dalam lingkungan ex situ. Dan ini merupakan metode yang aman menurut kami, menurut dalam hal ini untuk pengamanan spesies agar tetap berlangsung. Kemudian konservasi in situ yang fungsinya dimanfaatkan sebagai edukasi ataupun ekowisata juga ada contoh-contohnya. Secara ekologis itu penting, kemudian secara ekonomis juga penting.
Terkait dengan konservasi ikan batak ini, kita sudah memulai kajiannya untuk mencari lingkungan yang tepat untuk kita jadikan wilayah konservasi. Jadi ke depan selain konservasi secara in situ di Bonandolok, nanti kita akan coba juga secara ex situ di Balai Benih Ikan yang sekarang kita punya. Hasil penelitian konservasi ikan batak ini diharapkan bisa menjadi referensi bagi pemerintah Kabupaten Samosir khususnya dan masyarakat pada umumnya, daerah-daerah seperti apa saja yang layak dijadikan wilayah konservasi ikan batak. Setelah itu nanti mungkin ke depan pemerintah daerah tidak akan berhenti di ikan batak saja, karena masih banyak ikan-ikan asli daerah Toba khususnya yang perlu mendapat sentuhan dari hasil penelitian.
Nanti kami juga memohon dari pemerintah daerah kepada LIPI bagaimana ini bisa dikembangkan ikan batak ini di daerah-daerah konservasi yang akan nanti diteliti oleh LIPI di mana tempatnya yang paling bagus. Saya rasa bisa juga dicalonkan tempatnya di daerah-daerah aliran sungai seperti di Bonandolo, seperti di Hasinggahan dan Tulas. Ini nanti menjadi daerah-daerah konservasi, tetapi nanti kami juga memohon kepada LIPI untuk mengadakan penelitian di sana apakah tempat ini layak untuk daerah konservasi ikan batak ini.
Perpaduan alam desa Bonandolok beserta aliran sungai dan air terjunnya yang diselimuti dengan kearifan tradisional ikan batak menjadikan kawasan Sungai Bonandolok potensi besar bagi pengembangan ekowisata di Pulau Samosir. Area konservasi yang dipadukan dengan ekowisata bisa memberikan edukasi bagi masyarakat tentang pentingnya menjaga keutuhan ekosistem di sungai dan lingkungan sekitarnya. Salah satunya menjaga keberadaan sang ikan batak yang telah menjadi warisan para leluhur di tanah Toba. Keserakahan manusia dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya dan lingkungan adalah salah satu faktor yang mempengaruhi penurunan kualitas ekosistem dan populasi biota. Hal ini harus mendapat perhatian dari para pemangku kepentingan yang terlibat bersama-sama mencari solusi untuk menjaga kelestarian lingkungan. Hendaknya, segala kebijakan pengelolaan lingkungan harus berlandaskan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dengan tidak mengesampingkan kearifan tradisional adat setempat. Dalam satu perspektif, tujuan ilmu pengetahuan dan kearifan tradisional seyogyanya memiliki kesamaan, yakni melestarikan kehidupan untuk diwariskan pada generasi mendatang.
We will start on 1 minute. Siapa? Siapa?
Good afternoon. Okay, please, Prof. Sucharit, if you want to check your sound. Unmute dia. Sebelum ini ya.
Okay, everyone. We'll start. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back to the second conference of tropical limnology. I believe everyone here are excited to continue the conference after a break. Now we are going to have the second session with the topic Modeling and Information Technology for Decision Support Tool and Water-Related Disaster Risk Reduction. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. Iwan Ridwansyah for the moderator. So Dr. Iwan Ridwansyah is senior researcher in the Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. He got his doctoral in geology engineering, Pakuan University. His expertise water set management, hydrology model, and GIS and remote sensing. And he has a research project, impact of land use and climate change on hydrology response inland water disaster mitigation. So Dr. Iwan, time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Iin. MC, thank you to introduce myself. Hi, participant, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Iwan Ridwansyah, or call me Iwan. I will be a moderator in this session about 2 hours. And welcome to second season in International Conference on Tropical Limnology 2020. The theme in this season is Modeling and Information Technology for Decision Support Tool and Water-Related Disaster Risk Reduction. In this session, I was assisted by co-moderator, Dr. Sekar Larasati. In this season, have one invited speaker and 4 regular speaker. Invited speaker have 20 minutes for presentation, and regular speaker have 10 minutes. Question can be write or type using chat or message or using raise hand in Zoom facility. For participants who follow this session in YouTube channel, you can write in question in chat facility in YouTube. Now I invite the Professor Suncharit Kuntana Kulfong. Professor Suncharit Kuntana Kulfong from Faculty of Engineering, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. His education is doctoral from Water Use Engineering, Kyoto University. His expertise is surface water, groundwater management, climate change adaptation in water sector. Very interesting expertise, Professor. And his research project is program chair on Speedhead Research Program on Water Management. And Professor will talk about Speedhead Research Program for Bumifall Dam Operational Improvement via optimization, modeling, and satellite information technology to reduce drug risk. Now, time is your professor.
Hi, good morning to the participants of the International Conference of the Tropical Immunology 2020. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer to invite me to speak as a guest speaker in a session of the sustainable use of and conservation of tropical aquatic resources. And thanks to Dr. Ivan Matsik and also Dr. Sika Lanshaki as a moderator for this session. And myself, Suchari Kuntanakuwong from Faculty of Engineering, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, would like to present a topic on Bumipon Dam operation improvement via optimization modeling and satellite information technology to reduce drought risk. This was done under the NRCT TSRI Spearhead Research Program on water management. As a topic, I'd like to just introduce why we do this research and the objective of this research, what approach we use, the step that we conduct in the study, and the results of the research. And we have the conclusion. And if we have time, we would like to introduce our Spearhead Research Program also. So drought issue is also seriously, I think we have the last 2 or 3 years of consecutive dry years in Thailand. And this also caused a lot of damages to both social and economic sectors. Up to now, there are many attempts to develop some estimation of forecast technology for water management, but it's done by separately. In this study, we are trying to combine the technology of rainfall prediction, demand estimation, runoff estimation, and this will coupling with the dam operation optimization module. And we have set some drought countermeasure. This module can test the measure effectiveness of the measure. So these some pictures. You can see the farmers are trying to pump irrigation water to their farms. There are a lot of demand with limited resources. So it sometimes causes not only economic but social.
Sorry, the sound is not secure. Host, can you?
We are apologize for the technical problem. The host will check.
No?
In this study, we are trying to solve this kind of drought situation, how we can soften the problems. So our idea now to solve the drought, we are trying to increase the dam storage and stock the more water in the rainy season. So at the end of the rainy season, we would like to have the dam storage up than 15% than the average in the past. So in Thailand, we are trying after the rainy season, the average of the dam storage is about 65%. So plus minus. So with our system or the research, we would like to increase to 80%. Another 65%, that is a target of the research. To do that, we have to develop the integrated dam operation system with coupling with the demand estimation, rainfall estimation, dam and surface runoff estimation together, so that we can have a better decision for dam release in the rainy season. The study, we are now focusing on the Phu Dam, which is one of the 4 main dams in the basin. The native area, it covers central plain, we call Chao Phraya Central Plain. We have about 33 irrigation projects in that, and cover the area of about 1.92 million hectares. Our simulation, we use the daily data from 2000 to 2018, and we test our measure from 2012 to 2018. The study area, you can see this is Thailand, and this is Central Plain. So we have a big 2 dams here at Phuipot and Silikit. In this study, we focus more on this dam first. And in the next 2 years, we will cover all the big dam in this central area. You can see this cover the main of the many main city and also agricultural activities in Thailand. So our approach is try to integrate the dam operation system with rainfall forecast, water demand, especially irrigation demand estimation, river runoff estimation, and have some dam operation optimization into the module. So the module was developed and calibrated by using actual daily data during 2018, and counter with a measure will test daily data also with 2012, 2018, and compare dam storage result with and without measures. So the system is like this. So we have the rainfall forecast. So from the rainfall forecast, this will link to the dam operation. They can estimate the runoff to the dam. The rainfall also will estimate the water demand, especially for the irrigation. And this also will link to the basin runoff network so that they can estimate the runoff. The data of demand, the data of runoff, you go to the dam operation again with the inflow. So the dam will operate more with better data to match with the demand. So we have a 14-day advance dam release, and this will have a suggestion to the authority. What should they release? So after release, also we will link to the runoff again, so we can know that the actual runoff at each main station, how much they will increase from the dam. So this is the idea. So from the rainfall prediction, we use CFS 50 multiplied by 50 kilometer. This is they create some physical feature like rainfall, and then we are link it with a statistical downscaling linear in this year. In the next year, we are trying to use machine learning for that. For this, we can have a 2 weeks rainfall forecast to be sent to other groups. Then the rainfall now will come to the irrigation demand system. Up to now, what they are doing with the demand estimation. So they have the people in the field, and then they estimate the rainfall, and then after that they have a rainfall, effective rainfall. There are some modules that they can run for the estimation, and from this they will decide either it oversupply or undersupply, and then they will reduce the supply compared with the demand. However, with our new module, we introduce the remote sensing and deep learning in the satellite mesh, so that we can improve the image processing, and then we can have a better cultivated area from app cropping pattern, cropping intensity, and we have a better crop ET, evapotranspiration. So with this, we deduct with the effective rainfall, so we can go with the same procedure to estimate the water demand in the better data. Again, from the simulation of the river runoff to estimate the side flow, because this is a big area. If we have the rain, we have certain runoff in the area and from the upstream also. So this module, we call it DWCW water use. So they have each block, we divide to about 4,000 blocks. So they have the estimation of the irrigation demand and the cultivated schedule. So each block we have the demand and we can estimate the supply. So with the supply from the dam, this one will make a net balance of each block. So if there's over, this one will overflow and go to the river so that we can estimate the river. This especially in the rainy season where the rainfall is high. So if we exceed the demand. So all this water will go to the river and canal. So we can estimate the river runoff of this module also. Then we go to the dam operation. What we do, we are trying to use a neural fuzzy optimization. So with the inflow and also demand, and also the inflow, the land off in the river, we can have the better prediction of the model. They are using machine learning on this part, and then try to consider how we can release the dam from the reservoir in the better manner. We call it this adaptive neuro fuzzy optimization model. So this is the result. You can see that this is the one that we predict after we bias and we compare with the meteorology department result. You can see that R square up to 0.92, and with the downscale we can have 0.87, which is quite good enough we come to estimate. So this is the result of the rainfall prediction for 2 weeks. So we also now using the satellite image and compare with the rainfall with the Thai meteorology department. You can see that the effective rainfall estimate by TMD and estimate by the satellite become close enough. So this one we deduct from the estimate of the land irrigation evapotranspiration, so we have better water demand in the next 2 weeks. So from that result, we can see that annually we are using allocate water to the dam, from the dam, about 10,000 million cubic meter, which in the dry season, we are using about 65% of that. And in the wet season, we are using 35. So this will fluctuate due to the rainfall of each year. So these are something that we have a better estimate of the net irrigation requirement from the dam. This will be sent to the dam operation. So this is a runoff. We make this is a canal and river. So you can see that we estimate from the two distributed hydrological model, and then we make a calibration with the main station. And then you can see that R square is about 8.68 and 8.6 in some main station. From this, you can see that if we deduct the dam release, especially in the dry season, in the wet season, we can see this is the red line will become the side flow or the rain, the runoff in the river from the rain only, excluded dam release. So for we come here that we can get another water sources from the daily rainfall. So as a result, you can see that we have 3 measures. One, we improve the dam operation with the better water demand and some optimization with the dam, including revise the rule curve of the dam. You can see that with this measure in the November, starting with the rainy season, we can have the better water storage, about 6%. Include in the rainy season and dry season, we can upgrade to about 11% from dam operation optimization scheme. Second, we propose that because cultivated area should reflect from the rainfall or dam storage. So we control or modify the cultivated area based on the dam storage and also rainfall. So this also can increase another 5% more for the dam storage. And the third measure that we are using side flow from the station, that we use the river runoff, so that if there's a rain in the rainy season, and we should stop or reduce the dam release. From that measure, we can save another 7%. So you can see that in total, with these three measures, we can save the water in average in the last 10 years about 19%. So we meet the target of 50% to increase the water storage by the dry season with three measures. So from the dam release also, we can bring this release back to the runoff model. So we can estimate the water flow in the main station of the stream with the new suggested dam release. So this is a form. So each area, we have some control line. With that, maybe control about the flood. So they can check also that even the dam release can reduce the flood or not. So our findings from this system development, we can see that with the 2 weeks dam operation, rainfall forecast via the CFS-CF2 model after batch correction can focus daily rainfall the next 2 weeks with a very good effectivity. Square is about 0.88. Agricultural demand in irrigation projects with satellite image can estimate annual irrigation demand more exactly. So you can see that in 2020, this year, the demand is reduced to 9,000 million cubic meters. So the former estimate is about 10,000 million. So this is some different when you use a satellite and with a good image processing. The river runoff simulation can estimate the runoff at the main station, the basic, effectively for both with and without dam release. This program also we can estimate the runoff rain side flow from the rain directly, so that we know the certain runoff in the area, we also can reduce the dam release. So with these three measures, including the Bhumipol Dam operation optimization, we can increase the dam storage before the dry season to about 19%, using the past condition during the 2012 to 2018. So as the conclusion, you can see that with this integrated dam operation system that we developed, it can prove to work effectively using the past actual daily data. This integrated system comprised of rainfall forecasting, irrigation demand, river runoff estimation, and dam release optimization. With the three measures at dam operation optimization, cultivated area control, and river runoff utilization, these three measures were tested and found that the measure can increase the dam storage before the dry season in average nearly 19% or nearly 20%. So you can see that with this scheme, we can increase the dam storage. So this will reduce the drought risk in the next dry season irrigation program also. So now we are testing this program by using the actual data at present run, we call quorum scheme with the authorities, so that we can check that our total program can be utilized even in the actual conditions as now. So this one, the program, we have a lot of cooperation from TMD, RID, and ICAN under the funding from ARCT and TSI. So the research program is under the CPA head. So I'm the program chair. So we have three areas. One is the management in the EEC area. Second is the management of the water efficiency in the upper central plain. So this is the one that I explained. And next one, we are combined with the dam operation. So this one is to increase the dam in the dam season. So this is the idea, to combine each module together as a system. So this is some special research program that we create in these 2 or 3 years, so that we can foster the researcher to produce the work that match to the government policy. So thank you very much for your listen to my presentation. So I hope that our presentation can clearly show the effectiveness of the integrated dam operation system. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please, I'll be glad to answer that.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kuntana Kungfong. This is a very interesting presentation, I think, because Indonesia have lots of dam for irrigation and the other. So I think many questions for participants, and we have 5 minutes for question and answer. For information, question can you type using the Zoom facility in or participant in YouTube, you can type in chat room in YouTube. Now I check the messenger chat in YouTube, Professor. We have a question from Yuli Sudriani. Yuli from Research Center for Limnology. She asked about what kind method of deep learning you can use, LSTM or convolution double N. Do you implemented the forecast deep learning method in a rainforest of simulation only, or do you improve it to the other area of the system simulation? That is a question, Professor. And the other is how to obtain robustness in deep learning to water demand. That is a question from Yuli. Please, Professor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly, very clearly.
Okay, for the deep learning now we are using in two parts. One part is on the irrigation demand, because we have the pattern of the cropping pattern in each, we have every 8 days of the satellite image. So we have to create out the pattern of the rice and other crops so that we can estimate actually what kind of crop and the crop growth in the same pattern. So we use that deep learning to estimate this crop pattern and crop growth. Second one is about the deep learning in the optimization of the dam release, because we have more than 10 years of the past record. So that way that we learning how we release the water in the past based on certain groups of the parameters. This one we use a deep learning to help to estimate the pattern and also make the decision of the dam release. So there are two parts that we use a dam release.
Okay, thank you, very clear from Professor. I think Yuli will understand the answer from Professor. So I checked the YouTube channel. I didn't find, not yet, a question from YouTube. So, okay, everybody, do you have any question for Professor? This is, I have several questions for Professor. In your research project, why rainfall is only predict only 40 days? Why not month or 2 months? Why only 40 days, Professor?
Yeah, in the first stage, because the water running from the dam to Bangkok gives out 14 days. So this is a minimum length that if we want to adjust the water of the dam release, we need to know ahead 14 days, so that we can reduce the water reduced from the dam or not. This is a minimum. But now the second stage, we are trying to expand to 3 or 6 months. That is for season. But in the first stage, we need 14 days to control the water from the dam to the central city. This is the length of the water travel time.
Travel time, I see.
Yes.
Travel time to Bangkok City.
Yes.
Okay, and next, the second is in image processing. Why you chose deep learning techniques method? It is better the other Professor.
Can you ask again? I cannot hear. At the part there's some stop.
Image processing to remote sensing in image processing.
Yes.
To use deep learning techniques method. In this method more better in regular remote sensing method like supervised classification, the other remote sensing method. Why do you use deep learning technique?
So there are two steps. One is the ANN is try to patternize. The second one, deep learning, is try to find more on the coefficient that can be appropriate. So we use two steps to identify better coefficient used from image processing. This is some better solution.
Okay, solution.
Yes.
Okay, I will check the YouTube. No question in YouTube and one question more. Your research is in information technology to reduce drug risk. Can the system, can your method also to plan early warning system, use for plan early warning system? This method, your project.
Yeah. So now the first stage we are mainly focused on the water use aspect. So in the next year we are talking about more 6 months time. So that will more a little bit long term drought and flood in the same time. So that will be the next step research scope.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Yes.
I didn't find any question from participant in YouTube channel and in chat Zoom facility. So thank you so much, Professor. Very interesting presentation and discussion. I think hope I will improve our knowledge, especially for Indonesian, because we have a lot of dam and dam for irrigation and the other. And I think I must summarize.
Dr. Iwan, excuse me, there is still one more question in the chat box. May you check that?
I just read. This is from, sorry, Professor. This is from Luki Subehi. He is from Limnology Research Center. I will ask for your data. How many station monitoring to take data in your case project? And how criteria for the good data for validation? I think validation in rainfall prediction and hydrology model validation.
Yes, thank you. For the rainfall station in the central plain, I think we are using about 60 stations separately in the whole area. So it's under the Thai Meteorology Department responsibility. So we are using them because this is a country authority. So we are using that as a base data for the rainfall data. So when we split the satellite, we are try to test with a few in the 60 stations. And validation means that there are two parts. One is exactly the rainfall. So the R square is about 0.8. It is quite nice, but sometimes we still have the problem about the peak flow a little bit. But when we change to runoff, the runoff is quite fine. So that also about 70% to 80%. That is good enough for dam operation decision.
Okay, I think good enough validation. I think same with.
Yes.
Okay. The other question from participant before I close this invited speaker.
No more question, I think.
No more. One more. Where?
No more question.
No more question. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Im. I think I must summarize to presentation from Professor Kuntala Kulfong. The summarize is The spreadsheet research program supported by NRCT TSRI was aimed to improve the research capacity to research project, to invent the develop research packets to improve the water operation with target of 15% storage increase before the drying season. The research packets comprise of rainfall prediction 40 days, irrigation demand estimation from satellite image, and then inflow estimation, river water from estimation from the upstream basin and the irrigation area, then release optimization. Result from the past 10-year data, so with new proposed measure, the dam release is optimized and can save more dam storage at the end of rainy season about 20%. I think that is summarized for presentation from Professor Kuntala Kupong. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you.
And we finished the invited presentation from Professor Sucharit Kuntala Kupong, and we continue to regular speaker. We have 4 regular speaker, and now first Ms. Hadid Agita Rustini will present his research about modeling approach for initial steps to catchment management for volcanic revitalization. Ms. Hadid is employer from Research Center for Limnology. Now, please, Ms. Hadid, time is yours.
Very much, Pak Moderator. Assalamualaikum, everybody. Allow me to share my screen. Sure. Can you see my presentation? So, good day, everyone. My name is Agita, and I'm from the Research Center for Limnology LIPI. My title of presentation is the modeling approach for initial step to catchment management for volcanic lake restoration. The volcanic lake that we studied was Lake Maninjau, which is one of Indonesia's national priority lakes to be restored due to its deteriorating water quality. Frequent algal blooms and mass fish death happens very much frequently, which suggests that the quality of the lake is hypertrophic. It is located in West Sumatra, as you may probably heard from the previous presentation. The fluctuation of its water level is around 2.2 meters. And at its maximum water level, the ratio between the surface area to the catchment area is 9 to 11. So this is the background. The local regulation stated that there are several important measures to restore the catchment, which includes reforestation, replantation, eco-friendly technology utilization, etc. So the next logical question would be, where exactly should these restoration measures be implemented? Or in other words, we can ask which part of the catchment gives major contribution to the lake deterioration. But on the other hand, you can easily read many papers which generally state that what happens in the catchment can be seen in the lake. So what we do is we try to locate which subcatchment that are significant contributors to the lake eutrophication. Such information is hopefully will be useful for directing the restoration measures to be done in the catchment of Lake Maninjau. In this research, we use a combination of catchment model and two-dimensional multi-layers hydrodynamic and water quality model. So this is the scheme for the first part of our method to produce a reliable numerical eutrophication model for Lake Maninjau. The second method is after we produce the calibrated and validated model of the lake, we use it to assess the influence of nutrient load from aquaculture alone and catchment alone. After that, we use the model to produce or to assess the influence from small subcatchment and large subcatchment. This is the scheme of our lake model. Now, this is the SWOT model domain used for as an input for the lake model. You can see there are 85 large subcatchment, which has a minimum resolution of 25 hectares, and 286 small subcatchments, which in total comprise, it's a difference between total area of these 300 something subcatchment is only 1.85%. So we can say that it suffices to represent the real condition of the catchment. So this is what we have from SWOT model, the large subcatchment loading and the small subcatchment loadings. The next is the aquaculture locations and loadings. We identify the location of the aquaculture in this lake, and the loadings are calculated using the previous research from SMITO. This is the calibration and validation of the model. We use 6 points here, which gives a satisfactory result. So we can say that the model can be used for further simulation. Now, which subcatchments give more contribution? The picture in the upper part is the result if you only use large subcatchment as an input to the model. And the lower row presents you the result of the simulation if we only use small subcatchment as an input. You can see that small subcatchment alone gives several tiny areas in the eastern and southern part of the lake, which are eutrophic to mesotrophic, while the large subcatchment is considerably gives somewhat uniform impact in overall lake. Next, we calculate the distribution of influence factor on the lake's eutrophication. FC25H is for the large subcatchment, and FC1H is for the small subcatchment. Red color represent almost 100%, while transparent colors are for almost 0%. You can see that large subcatchment gives almost 100% impact on the lake's eutrophication overall, but its influence factor is decreasing up to lakeshore. So while in the lakeshore area, the influence factor of the floating net cage or floating aquaculture are considerably larger.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Agit. Time is 3 minutes left.
Okay, so this is the important remark. So our studies show that small subcatchment nutrients load tend to be accumulated and or depleted near the lakeshore area. Therefore, it is important to reduce nutrient loads from small subcatchment. Nutrient loads from large subcatchment tends to influence the entire part of the lake down to 5 meters deep. This suggests that mismanagement of the large subcatchment will harm not only the lakeshore, but the entire part of the lake. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Agit. Very interesting presentation about combination hydrodynamics model and hydrology catchment model. But I think I will interrupt the decision because moderator MC asked me to photo session first before we continue to next presentation. Okay, please.
Sorry, we are interrupt for a while because Professor Kuntana Kulfong will have a meeting. So maybe we'll take a photo shot first and then we continue with the session. Sorry. Okay, maybe the committee can help. Professor Kuntana Kulfong, can you open the video? Professor Kuntana Kulfong, are you there? Professor Kuntana Kulfong? Can you hear me?
The other meeting.
Maybe we continue with one speaker and then after that we take a photo shot. Dr. Iwan?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We continue to next presentation from Miss Julie. Miss Julie Sudriani. She will present her research about numerical modeling to quantify the adsorbing boron with different inflow and interflow irrigation in greenhouse scale. Okay, Miss Julie, you have 10 minutes to present your research projects. Time is yours.
Hi, good day to all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for our moderator, Dr. Iwan, to give us time to present our research. I will share my screen. Is this full screen or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Not yet full screen, I think.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, is this full screen or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you hear my son?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about our study. My name is Yuli. I work in Research Center for Informatics, and my partner, Ms. Fajar from RC Limnology LIPI. She has a part of this study in chemical reaction. In the presentation part of our research, me and my excellent partner want to introduce our research finding with the title numerical modeling to quantify the boron absorption with different interval irrigation and different inflow in greenhouse scale. For our research problem is focused on boron. Actually, boron is important element in crop productions. Unfortunately, the concentration range between plant deficiency and toxicity is narrow, and plant respond only to the boron activity in soil. So understanding the mechanism of boron absorption on soil is necessary. For our aim and objectives, we want to develop boron simulation CAD program based on object-oriented programming or OOP, which has integration between water inflow, irrigations, irrigation interval, air temperature, pH, soil moisture, chemicals, and the second for agriculture. So we want to solve problem about how to control fertilizers such as boron in paddy field in order to support sustainability environment for agriculture. To achieve that, we must know the process of boron, and then to answer the question about the impact of quantity of boron for agriculture. And then we have our hypothesis. We have hypothesis about open inflow for 100% has the highest concentration boron than 50% open inflow and 25% open inflow. What I mean for open inflow is this open inflow related with open tap. So if we open tap, the water is run to the buckets. And then our state-of-the-art, we want to integrate integration simulation between evaporation rate and boron absorption, because the previous result study only simulate for boron absorption, inflow, and pH. As we know, we have a plethora of simulation about environment, but we don't see much for boron absorption model. So we want to contribute in this field. Okay. Sorry. Okay. This we want to. This is the experiment methods. There are 3 treatments. The first, the buckets were filled full open inflow in buckets 1, and then the second, the buckets were filled a half open inflow and what we call 50% of open tap, and the third buckets were filled using a quarter of open inflow, or what we call 25% of open tap. So we use this to quantify the absorption boron. Okay, this is the data sample methods. So we want to make the different treatment is used to analyze the impact of boron with different inflow and different interval. This figure shows that water samples bucket with soils, paddy plant, and synthetic boron mixed with water in tank. So we insert the boron to water tank. It estimates the first boron we insert is 10 ppm and the second is 20 ppm. So we have data for June until October for water level from the sensor. So we use sensor to record every 5 minutes water temperature, water level, soil moisture. We have pH sensor, and then boron synthetic is mixed with in water tank, and then we use soil sample and water analysis. Okay, this is the method to analyze the data. We use reference for this chemical reaction, and we analyze the order position for kinetics chemical, and the result is order 0 for kinetics. And this value, it's important to insert in mathematical equation. This part is our excellence partner, Ms. Fajar, to quantify this kinetics. Okay, this is the data flow diagram system. The simulation is built up using Python 3.6 OOP programming. We have the initial boundary, and then we have water inflow computation, and then we have evaporation computation. We also use mass balance model in here for water inflow computation. So we have two conditions. Do we need water quantification? If yes, we go to water requirement computation. If no, we use to boron chemical reactions. Don't forget, we use law of constant capacitance model if this is the mathematical model to insert for the boron chemical reaction. Okay, this is the result. The figure in the left side explains about the concentration of boron absorptions in purple line, followed by the other concentration. Before 3 seconds, the purple line is in this absorption of boron. This figure indicates the ability of constant capacitance models to describe B absorption on treatments by simultaneously optimizing is good result, but lack of data make the model is unstable. Additionally, all the chemical variables in equation were found to statistically significant below 0.3 level, and all of the variable remaining were statistically significant below the 2 level. This figure shows a significant different result between the simulation and experiment. Okay, this is the result for the B absorption. There are four value for simulation and experiment. It is because we didn't include the leaching process. So for the next step, you must include the leaching process to give the better result. Okay. Conclusion: the higher or lower of concentration is not depend on the inflow only, but also chemical reaction and other factors such as meteorology or temperature. Suggestion: this study only simulate using dynamic simulation. It's better if the study combine the method with data-driven method to improve the simulation result. And then the study require a lot of data to give better result. It's important to add more boron data for complex analysis data, especially in leaching process, and it's necessary to experiment with narrower time frame in order to obtain a more accurate kinetics calculation. And also it's necessary to determine physical absorption or chemist of absorption to quantify the B. This is the reference. I think thank you for listening me. It's kind of a little bit strange for me to talk to empty screen, but I hope I manage well and nobody clicks complain. So please, I think I will pass my work back. Please stay healthy in this fatigue situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yuli. I think very good research. Now I apologize to participant. Before I continue with Dr. Apip, there are a photo session with Professor Suncharit. Okay, please, host and co-host to guide us.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Once again, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you. Okay, we continue this session. There are two speaker more. First is Dr. Apip. Dr. Apip will talk about water balance model I did for estimating net groundwater inflow to a technovolcanic pipe in Sumatra, Indonesia. I think the study in Maninjau likes Miss Agita. So, Dr. Apip, please, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Iwan. Good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to share my PPT file. Okay, can you see my presentation, my PPT file, Pak Iwan?
Yes.
Okay, my name Apip from Research Center for Limnology, LIPI, and now I'm going to talk with the title Water Balance Model I did for estimating net groundwater inflow to a technovolcanic lake in Sumatra, Indonesia. So as the background, Lake Maninjau system, which is located in the West Sumatra province, was selected as the study area. And as can be seen from this figure, the Lake Maninjau system consists of lake's water body and its catchment area, And this lake was categorized as a tropical, deep, and tectovolcanic lakes with the maximum depth is approximately about 164 meters above sea level. And currently the lake has multi-function and mainly used for hydroelectric power plant, aquaculture, conservation, tourism, and water resources. And understanding and quantification of lakes water budget, as we know, as one fundamental key for lakes management, for example, for water resource allocation, and also for practical design in controlling water quality and biological processes. And lakes management also is one of the deep lakes in Indonesia with still lacking the information on water balance and lakes groundwater interaction. Thus, the objective was to develop a lakes water balance numerical modeling system as low-cost tool for estimation groundwater contribution to lakes management. And for the methodology, this figure shows the conceptual model of lake hydrological system and commonly called as the lakes water balance. And it could be formulated based on the lake and its catchment interaction system, which consists at least 4 compartments. First is connected river, and the second is groundwater. It could be inflow or outflow. And then the third is lakes water storage, and the last is lake outflow. Simply, so this conceptual model could be quantified in the form of equation 1 here. And actually, the equation 1 is the basis for driving the equation for estimating a groundwater component, which is possible to have possibilities of contribution. It could be inflow or outflow, but unfortunately, we cannot measure directly groundwater outflow discharge. We don't have the observed outflow groundwater discharge. Therefore, the equation number 2 was simplified into in the form of equation number 3. Here, the groundwater component contribution was estimated in the form of groundwater residual. So groundwater residual can be considered as the net value of groundwater inflow minus groundwater outflow. And in our study, we're using the approach that groundwater contribution is accounted based positive value of groundwater residual, and positive groundwater residual can be defined as a possible minimum estimated groundwater inflow to the lakes. Finally, we apply this approach to the study area for quantifying the groundwater contribution during the period of 2013 up to 2014. Yeah. As the result, so to estimate the groundwater contribution in terms of the cost positive groundwater residual value, so we need to make quantification for each element as already presented in equation 3, as like here. So first here I show you the result of the quantification for the element of evaporation and the rainfall. So this graph showing the daily variation of rainfall and evaporation over the lake's water body and its catchment area. So for the rainfall, we use the spatial information of GSMAP rainfall product. And for evaporation, also we calculated or estimated by using an empirical formula or equation with the function of daily air temperature and other climatic variables. And for the second element is the total incoming flow to the lake from the river. Since the observed hydrological data for each river is not available, so here we successfully develop a hydrological model, namely physically based distributed rainfall runoff model for quantifying the total surface runoff which flowing through river to the lakes. And the model is able to provide the output river discharge for each river segment spatially. For example, in this study, we use 30 by 30 square meter spatial resolution. In this figure, so the animation of spatial monthly river discharge for during the period of 2013 up to 2014. And yeah, this figure show the daily variation for incoming flow from the river for each river as presented by yellow lines, and also we perform the total cumulative value of the incoming flow from the river to the lake as presented by blue lines. So our finding, the high flow corresponded always with the high rainfall. Yeah. The next component is lakes water storage, or the fluxes of lakes water volume. So we use the relationship between water level, water volume, and surface area, which generated from lakes bathymetric information. So by using this information, we converted the observed daily water level into observed daily water volume, and we plot like we can be seen from this figure. And finally, we can account the lakes water storage fluxes for each time step by using this simple formula. So, and as the last element, so is the lakes outflow discharge. So actually, Lakes Mandiri has two outlet points. First, the outflow, which flowing through the hydropower water intake, and the second, the outflows through the sanitary gates. So to estimate the lake outflow discharge, so we collected and processed some data related with electrical energy production data, hydroelectric power plant, and sanitary gate operation system, hydraulic structure function, and each formula. And then this graph show the daily lakes outflow discharge variation, which flowing through the hydropower water intake and sanitary gates. And the finding is the fluctuation of daily lake outflow is much affected by weather condition or season condition, as well as by operation system of hydropower and sanitary gates. And the high lake outflow discharge is generally taking the time in the period of the dry season and the beginning of the rainy season. Yeah, and this is here is the result from the estimation of daily groundwater inflow to the lakes. So as presented by positive value of the groundwater residual. And the component of groundwater residual itself could be subsurface flow, quick groundwater flow, or deep groundwater flow. And here we plot also the result with the, in comparison with the inflow discharge from all the river which flowing to the lakes. And next is we account finally the groundwater contribution. First, the groundwater flow to the total lakes water volume, which could be considered as old water plus new water. So in average, the contribution was equivalent at least to 2% here. And the second contribution is the groundwater contribution to the upper lake water volume fluxes, which considered as the new waters. So here in average, the contribution was equivalent to at least 24%. So in summary, the contribution of the groundwater to the lake's water volume is in minor or slightly to moderate.
Dr. Habib, sorry,
I think, yeah, okay. So this finding is aligned with the previous study by Sahbuddin et al. 2019, which pointed out that Lake Mandiri watershed system were dominated by rare groundwater aquifer, which has capability to keep groundwater in small volume. Yeah, this is the last slide. So at the last stage, the approach also can provide quantitative information for each element of lake's water balance. For example, we can present the information in the unit of annual water yield like this, or in the unit of water flow rate for each component of water balance, including from groundwater inflow. Okay, so actually we developed the system by ourselves, and this approach and system actually could be applied to other natural or artificial lake. And this is the summary. First, the flow of groundwater inflow to the Lake Mandiri is much affected by rainfall event and operation system of hydropower and sanitary gate. And then The groundwater inflow is likely to moderately influences the flux of the new water volume at the upper layer of Lake Maninjau, with the contribution is about 20 up to 28%. And then annually, the contribution of groundwater correspond to at least 182 up to 181 million meter cubic. And at the last point, better hydrometeorological monitoring systems should be addressed, and uncertainty assessment, which come from rainfall, evaporation, and river discharge, will be considered as the further study in order to increase the reliability of net groundwater inflow estimation. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your listening. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apip. I think very excellent presentation and interesting research, because this is very useful for management for Lake Maninjau, I think. So we continue to last regular speaker. Regular speaker is Dr. Arianto. Will talk about short review which aquatic ecosystem model, short Indonesian likes manager optional. Okay, Dr. Arianto, time issue. Don't forget you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all in your best shape now. Let me share my slide. Can you all see my slide?
Yes, I see.
All right, hang on. All right, today I'm going to talk about, well, actually a short review about which aquatic ecosystem model should Indonesian lake modern managers opt or choose. Well, we heard many models since early these days had been used to understand, to better understand the system. But what should lake managers do with those options of models? So before we start, I want to take you guys to fly over Lake Toba and then land slightly to one of the crowded or dense floating cages. It's in Harangwell Bay. So as we've heard about the area, many must die fish has occurred quite often. So we played around with hydrodynamic models. So we released passive tracer. It's basically a color dye that can spread across the lake, but we only put them in those two areas. One particular is in Harangwell Bay when we flew through it, and we can see there's a hydrodynamic isolations there. Means if there's something there, then it might, affect the whole system in the small area there. So this model or this simulation is actually demonstrating how important model is in understanding the ecosystem, and it provides practical information, particularly for managers in terms of lake restoration program. So that's about the model actually. But what should we do? We heard many models, and then there are heaps of models. Jensen et al. In 2015 counted about 133 models in publications. So basically, we know that there are simple model up to very complex model. Ms. Agita Rustini has explained about two-dimensional model. Mr. Apip also mentioned about his model. So basically, heaps of model there, but we have to understand the parameters we are dealing with. The simple model, you have a very simple parameters to handle, but the very complex model, you have probably more than 100 more parameters to run. So what about in Indonesia? Well, not much really. So if you Google model application in Indonesia, it's not that much. But anyway, Ministry of Environment has regulation in calculating tropic state or capacity, tropic state capacity. It's basically using zero box model, Fallen Wider model. It's quite famous. Actually, it's just calculating the inflow of constituent into the lake, and then how long does it stay, and then how much it goes out. So using that simple calculation, we played around with some numbers here. According to Lukman et al. In 2019, they estimated that the load of phosphorus into the Lake Toba is about 0.63 grams per meter square per year. That makes Lake Toba falls into a eutrophic state. I don't want to discuss about that further, but what we want to know is, or what we have to consider here is, well, we have a nice, easy calculation how to understand the lake in the first hand. But of course, we need further. We need to understand how we deal with that, how we reduce the eutrophication number. So of course, we need to know how much the input should be reduced, and we have to know, of course, the target. But how? So of course, we need to understand better the interaction in the lake. So we have to know the interaction between all the components in the lake, including the physical components, climate components, and hydrodynamic as well. So if we have a lot of nutrient inputs, it will be absorbed or uptaken by phytoplankton, and then this nutrient or phytoplankton will be sink down as organic material burial, but it will, of course, release back as internal loading of nutrients. So that kind of concept has to be understood very well if you want to run another complex calculation. So this is an example of one-dimensional model. So with one-dimensional model, we can understand how long one of the parameters interact. I mean, how long the reduction of, if you want to do a simulation about nutrient reduction, how long that will last in the lake. So in the lower part left here, you can see how the simulation runs. So in the y-axis, it's the concentration, and in the x-axis, that's the timeline. So using this model, we can see how everything goes actually. And then in the right-hand part here, we can see, or we can reanalyze the output of the model. So let's say, well, taking chlorophyll A as an example here, within years of simulation run, we can see the difference of chlorophyll A compared to the baseline or the ambient concentration. If we have more nutrients input, either external or internal load, or if we have a reduction of those loads, and then we can also play around with climatic impact. So basically, this model is quite important to run with future scenario. But what happened with those massive kill die-off? So we need a spatial model, or a model that can run spatially. So a 3D model can do that quite fast, actually, but it's really complicated because you have to slice those layers, or those layers in the legs into cells three-dimensionally. But we can see here, as you can see in my simulation here, those two spots are the area where the oxygen is depleting quite significantly. So what we did here is we put a lot of organic nitrogen due to assuming that there is the result of aquaculture, the massive aquaculture there, and then it interacts with all processes that dealing in that particular area. So what can we learn from those models? Which model should Indonesian lake managers choose? So here's the RAP. There's a simple model, and then we have a relatively complex model. In the simple model or box model.
Rianto?
Yes?
Only 2 minutes left.
Yep, it's getting there. So with the box model, people can, or managers can have their toes dip into the water. I mean, it's a first look into the system. So if you want to understand further about your system, then you have to go further with other models, with other complex models. But as a good start, the lake managers can run the simple model. Then they have to consult expertise on these models to have their their plan in terms of restoration. So this is the last slide. Everyone should be in the same boat. Everyone should work on their job. Scientists will do their job in doing modeling, and then lake managers should run every recommendation or suggestion based on the information they've got from the scientists. And that's back and forth system, actually, back and forth interaction, actually. And that's the wrap. Thank you. Hope we can collaborate somewhere. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arianto. That's all the regular speaker from for presenter, and I think this is special because our regular speaker is from one research group. The head of research group is Dr. Apip. So participant, you can type or write your question in chat in Zoom, also in YouTube channel if you have the question. Okay, this is one question for Dr. Apip from Miranti Arianti. Does the developed model application for water balance quantification in cascade hydropower reservoir? Maybe like Saguling, Cirata, and Jatiluhur. Please, Mr. Apip.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iwan and Ms. Miranti for the question. So, yeah, we actually developed the system for common platform, actually for the lake interaction with its catchment. Of course, if there, any cascade system for the lakes or reservoir, I think we just need to make some small modification and edit some algorithm which represented the system or representing the local system of the target area, I think. So possible, actually. Of course, we did some modification little bit. Yeah.
Okay, that's all, Ms. Miranti Arianti. I think if you want to ask more, you can contact Dr. Apip because Dr. Apip very about this model.
Yeah, the most important, I think, we needed to collect the operation rule for each reservoir. Yeah, it's very important. Yeah, the operation rule, because we are going to formalize that kind of the operation system.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apip. So the other question, everybody, do you have any question for speaker? I see in YouTube also not yet question. So maybe I have a question for Dr. Arianto. In your presentation and your paper, you combine alcohol model with hydrology catchment model to input the output from catchment model. But we know in catchment model we have event based or continuous based. What kind catchment model do you need for your model? Event based or continuous model?
Well, that's a good question, actually. So Alcom use time series data. It needs quite high resolution data, actually, but that depends on the setup you are playing with. So in my model, I use daily. Not daily, actually. It's hourly data. So that's quite a challenge, actually, to have hourly data to feed the model. What I mean is, I don't know whether catchment model can have output for hourly data. But anyway, we can sort of like extrapolate and interpolate the data to be able to feed the model, not only Alcom, actually, including the one-dimensional model which I use there, the GLM.
Okay, thank you, very clear explanation. So we have one question from Luki Subehi, Dr. Luki Subehi. I think she interested discussion to you, Dr. Arianto. It's better involve all aspect science, how to manage it in some language or perspective. How about that?
Yeah, well, good question, actually. And we can discuss this back in the office, actually. But anyway, so yeah, having a lot of parameters to be played in the model is quite challenging in a way, and we have to, as Mr. Subehi said, how to deal with the language. Yeah, it's basically the science. It's basically the research, how to translate all aspect of science into those parameters in the lake. Let's say Alcom. Alcom is working only with nutrients and hydrodynamics, as well as climatic force. So how to translate all aspects of science into those three main aspects of parameters that can be run in Alcom? That's the challenge, actually. That's another research, actually. Not only playing around with the model, but we have to translate that into the model to fit the model.
Okay, I think enough for Dr. Luki, your answer. There is another question to you, Dr. Arianto from Miranti Arianti. Do you have any information about the model which applicable for estimating the interaction between hydrodynamic characteristic and new emerging contaminant, the persistent one in tropical lake? Please, Dr. Arianto.
Yeah, those models that I presented today or this afternoon is actually or are actually able to run those parameters. Actually, depends on the contaminants that we are looking at. Alcom and AD. Well, actually, Alcom and GLM is the hydrodynamic model. but AD and CADM is actually the ecological model. Both ELCOM and GLM is actually coupled with AD, and well, GLM is coupled with AD and ELCOM is coupled with CADM. AD and CADM is the ecological model that can be sort of like tweaked around with the type of contaminant we want to simulate. So, and AD is an open source model, and then you can GLMAD is an open source model, and then you can have a further discussion with the developer to add some of the contaminants or parameters that we have interest on. And ELCOM is also now sort of like semi open source, because there's ELCOM has changed their name, and then some guy in Australia maintained that, but we can have a nice discussion with them, and then we can ask them to play around with the parameters we are interested in. I think your speaker is muted. Y1, your speaker is muted.
Okay, everybody, we still have 15 minutes for question and answer for discussion. So maybe each presenter can ask the other present because you are already in mind modeling. So I think we in complicated model. Maybe I have question for Ms. Hadid about his modeling in Malinjo.
Pan doktor Luki chyba będzie wiedział, czy oni puszczają prezentację, czy my, bo nie dawali nam informacji.
Hadid?
Ale oni dostali naszą.
I have a question about why you separated the catchment model in SWOT in large sub-catchment and small catchment. Maybe you must explain why you use different, because SWOT can simultaneously in large and small catchment.
Well, yes, thank you for the question. The simulation in the catchment itself is done simultaneously, but however, to assess which subcatchment gives more impact to the lake's eutrophication, we separate the input so that we can see which subcatchment gives major impact. The large subcatchment is characterized by more forest and less settlements, while the small subcatchment is dominated by settlements, and they are nearer to the lake shore. So we thought that its characteristics will influence the eutrophication pattern of the lake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Very clear, Mr. Hadid. Mrs. Hadid. So maybe I one more question for go back to Dr. Ari. This is about your future projection and the inflow from hydrogeology water, because in Maninjau, like Dr. Apip said, 20% is from hydrogeology. Why you didn't add the hydrology model? Hydrogeology water.
Okay. I got what you asked. So the the model framework there is just a conceptual diagram. Actually, you are definitely right. So we have to have input from all resources, actually, not only the surface water, but also in the groundwater. And then the models I'm dealing with are more than capable to simulate that. So yeah, you're right. So actually, that's our next project. Actually, working with the better water balance data. From Mr. Apip. Then we run it. We run it using one of those models we have, including GLM and Alcom. Yeah.
Okay, I think I have one question for Mr. Agit, but this is I think want to Mr. Agit clearly explanation about why you separated in large scale and small scale. Sorry about this, Mr. Agit. You can read in chat chat Zoom from Dr. Luki question. Maybe you can short explanation.
Oh yes. Okay. So I apologize for not making it much clearer in the previous explanation. But so we differentiate the simulation from two kinds of catchment to investigate each kinds of catchment influence on the lake's eutrophication. The small catchment are characterized by major settlements near the lake shore. Small catchment. They are nearer to the lake shore and more settlements, housing, commercial area, hotels, and etc. While the larger subcatchment are characterized by more forest or open land. So we thought as the first step, we would like to identify the different kinds of influence on those two different character of subcatchment to the lake eutrophication. Is it clear enough?
For me, clear, I think. For me, clear. Okay.
Dr. Luki?
I have question from YouTube channel. Okay. It's for Agita and Dr. Ari. The question is, the question from Pak Hendro from Research Center for Limnology. In West Sumatra Governor Regulation number 55/220 states that the target of meningeal lake trophic status in 223 is oligotrophic. How do you think about that? This is a question for Ms. Agit and Dr. Ari from Pak Hendro. I think
who would like to answer first? Dr. Ari, would you like to answer first?
Dr. Ari, and next is
or me.
Okay, so that's a really good question actually. It's quite a challenge, really a challenge to make Lake Maninjau into oligotrophic state. I don't know. Well, I don't think so. The historical condition was oligotrophic, so it means like you want to change your lake into a swimming pool, sort of. But anyway, you have to, stop everything. What I mean by stop everything is you have to stop all the inputs, nutrients input into the lake, including, the internal loads, because internal loads, as far as I'm concerned, or based on my experience, internal load is the most significant source of nutrients into the lake. So if you can deal with that, and then you stop all the inputs, including those from floating cages, because there are heaps of them in the lake. So you have to remove them, do the sediment capping, and then let's see. And we have to run the model first. But I think Ms. Agit has done that before. That's what I see.
Okay, next, Ms. Agit.
Well, thank you. I don't know what to say, really. I think that the target itself is rather ambitious, but it is achievable according to our model's calculation. Our team has calculated and simulated that to achieve a mesotrophic status, you have to decrease the number of floating net aquaculture into, well, almost 80% of it. So I think that if you want to reach the oligotrophic status, well, probably, very probably that the maximum number of floating net aquaculture must be reduced to only 1 per 65 meters to 65 meter area. And also you have to reduce the loadings from the catchment, well, let's say more than 60%. If the local government and also the society are willing to take drastic measures to do that, I think that the target itself will be achieved. So thank you. That's just my opinion.
Your speaker is muted again.
Thank you for Dr. Ari and Ms. Agit. I think next you can discuss with Pak Hendro about this, because this is very important. So I think now question more in YouTube channel or in everybody, if you have any question more or general speaker in this session, please. I think enough, Miss Im, MC, for discussion.
Okay, if you have
no
more
more
questions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I think I'm really surprised in this session. Really interesting discussion about model and so on. So I think I must summarize this session. First, catchment restaurant in one of important aspect take into account when planning like revitalization, small subcatchment nutrient load then accumulated and developed near the lakeshore area. Therefore, it is important to reduce nutrient load from small subcatchment. Also, nutrient load from large catchment tend to influence the entire part of lakes down to 5 meter deep. This suggestion that mismanagement of the large subcatchment will harm not only the lakeshore but also to entire part of the lakes. And the second is simulation based on numerical model to quantify absorb of boron in soil for 9 Fadi fan bucket. The model developed to answer the research question about how estimate the rain boron using water inflow from water tank and the impact for soil and paddy field. Next, in research from Dr. Apip, was intended to quantify groundwater inflow to lakes through an effective approach using a water balance model technique. The research indicates that groundwater inflow the slight to moderate influence the flux of new water volume in upper layer of lakes Meninjau. Its contribution was equivalent to less than 20 to 28% according the assessment for the year of 230 and 240. And Dr. Arianto, one of the key points in water quality management of lakes and reservoirs depend upon the understanding of underlying process of the system. Lake manager, however, need a very simple, practical tool to set regulation and policy in protecting and restoring ecosystem. That's all. Okay, thank you for everybody for follow this session. I think enough, and give applause for all general speaker in the session, I think. And I back the time to MC Miss Im. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Iwan Ridwansyah, for leading session 2. And also thank you for Professor Kuntana Kulfong and all presenter in the session 2 for the impressive presentation. And well, okay, we will continue to the next session. So it is session 3. And session 3 will be guided by Dr. Apip for the moderator. The topic of this session is ecohydrology, a management tool for aquatic ecosystem and SDGs implementation. Dr. Apip is a senior researcher in the Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. He graduated from Department of Urban and Environmental Engineering, Kyoto University, Japan. And during this last 5 years, he active in some research project, for example, numerical assessment of shallow landslide using the distributed hydrological geotechnical model in a large scale, and a distributed lumped model for flood and sediment yield prediction at the basin scale. His expertise is hydrological modeling and physically based distributed model. So, Dr. Apip, I welcome you for the session.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Im, the MC for the first day of the conference. So, good afternoon, all respected professor, invited speakers, presenter, and participants. So firstly, I would like to welcome you all in the third session of the first day of International Conference for the Coastal and Earth Sciences, especially for the sub-conference of Tropical Limnology 2. The main theme, as mentioned by the MC, is about ecohydrology as management tool for aquatic ecosystem and SDGs implementation. My name is Apip. Please allow me to lead this session as the moderator, and I'm here in the virtual meeting with my colleague, Dr. Epi, will be the co-moderator for this session, and both of us is from Research Center for Limnology. Yeah. So I think similar with the previous session, so in general, this session also will be divided in 2 parts. First, we are going to hear the talk or speech from 2 invited speakers. And luckily 2 invited speakers already joined with us here. And the second part is going to hear or listen the speech from 3 regular presenters. And before we start our session, I would like to briefly mention the rule for the presentation. First, the speech time allocation for each invited speaker is 20 minutes and 10 minutes for each regulated presenter. Also, we will have the time space for discussion, question and answer. 10 minutes for discussion with invited speaker, and 15 minutes with 3 regular presenters. And each participant could indirectly asking for the question. So please type your question through the public chat room or YouTube, and or directly by push or select the raise hand menu as available at the Zoom facility when the session for the discussion is open. And I will remind you to each presenter if the time is raised to the 2 minutes left. Yeah. And now let's start for our session. And now I would like to welcome for the first invited speaker, Professor Jalawski.
Hello.
Hello, Prof. Thank you for joining us. So I'm pleased to first read your short CV here. So Professor Maciej Jalewski currently is the Executive Director for European Regional Center for Ecohydrology under the auspice of UNESCO. It is like similar with the APSE in Indonesia. And he got the doctoral degree from University of Laos, and his expertise in the field of ecohydrology. And also he has running and experienced with some project related water-driven rural development in Baltic Sea region called Water Drive, and also the project related with regenerating ecosystem with natural-based solution for hydrometeorological risk reduction called Reconnect. And the last project is adaptive management of barrier in European river called MBR. So without further ado, so I would like to welcome Professor Jalewski to deliver the speech. Now time is your Prof. So please make a presentation within 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, my best regards to my friends from Indonesia and other South of Pacific countries. I'm very glad to have opportunity to contact you this way and share some ideas. And my talk, I have to start from fundamental definition, fundamental problem. We know that water is key factor of most of sustainable development goal. However, we in Anthropocene, we have a three problem. First, too much floods, not enough drought, and third one, too dirty. And all three problems, I think, can be solved to great extent by deepening our understanding the interplay between water and biocenosis and ecosystem, starting from molecular up to the catchment scale. And this, of course, should serve this understanding to develop innovative solutions to reduce the impact, but also to enhance sustainability potential, and also to create so-called intelligent ecosystem, which is on my presentation. So I think, could you now share the screen, my presentation, because it's not showing my presentation, so sorry. You have my presentation? Could you put on screen? Pani Małgosiu, tu nie ma prezentacji zamontowanej na moim tym. Jak ja robię share the screen, nie ma, no nie zamontowała pani. Co chcę zrobić? Sorry, it's some technical.
It's okay, Rob.
Okay. No.
So Professor Jalewski is going to present with the title Ecosystem Biotechnologies for Enhancement of Ecohydrological Potential of the Catchment in terms of the waters, biodiversity, ecosystem services, resilience, culture, and education.
Mówię, że wpuścił tę prezentację. Momencik. Na szczęście mam ją na porcie, także to nie będzie żaden.
Actually, he is can call as the father for aquatic ecohydrology. So he originally introduced the concept of aquatic ecohydrology and was adopted by UNESCO as the global platform for water resource and freshwater ecosystem management.
Powinno działać jak ten, jak tylko ją otworzymy. Okay.
Już teraz?
Tak, już mamy.
To będzie share the screen? Okay. Sorry for this small technical problem, and this is already working. that, as I said, that we have ecohydrology is just providing the kind of new tools to really solve our problem. And very briefly, now, you know that Anthropocene, the pressure is increasing, and the legal system politics are much slower than the economic process, unfortunately. And that's why we need a very proactive management and solving problem. And that's why if we understand how ecosystems stabilize water nutrient cycle, we can not only compensate cumulative impact, but also we can enhance sustainability potential, and by creation intelligent ecosystem. Intelligent ecosystem concept recently published with my American colleagues in Nature journal. That means that we don't want to make a Frankenstein ecosystem. We just, on the basis understanding natural oscillations and range of oscillation which are occurring in the system, to lift up average potential of ecosystem up to its upper age. And of course, ecohydrology is just a tool when we can compensate and improve the impact situation demolished by cumulative impact, because we can solve the problem according multidimensional goal. Always when we are solving the problem by systemic solution, which based on the three principles of ecohydrology, we can improve sustainability potential, water, biodiversity, services, resilience, culture, and education. This is 5 elements which our strategic plan should be already somehow focused on the 5 elements, not on one like usually in the past. So the starting point really is always a holistic model of the process. Deductive model, which are based on the physics, chemistry, mathematics, which are trying to organize an understanding of the processes and hierarchy of drivers. This is WRC model, which was examined. Another model, was aquatic phase and terrestrial phase. The model which is showing that carbon accumulation is strictly dependent on the amount of water. So if we provide the water to ecosystem, the water can accumulate the carbon. However, temperature determines allocation carbon. In the low temperatures, most carbon is in dead organic matter because primary productivity low, cycling of nutrients low. In tropical zone, there is most of the carbon is accumulated biomass. That's why this is essential of productivity, biodiversity. However, vulnerability of system to deforestation is much higher. Okay, how important are forests and other ecosystems is showing this picture from World Water Assessment Program, showing that some area in the world are mostly dependent on oceanic circulation. Its precipitation is mostly determined by this. This is dark blue, but red and yellow and green, it's more than 50% dependent on the ecosystem structure. So if we demolish the ecosystem, it means cycling of water, stabilization of climate is very much reduced. And second element, which is not considered on this picture, filtering role. It means ecosystem for improvement water quality is also so important because homogenization of the landscape, like on this picture, you see this is degradation of soil. You see opening the space, accelerate the wind, drying the soil, we are losing the organic matter. We're losing the organic matter and the fertilizers to aquatic system when they generate the toxic algal blooms. So what are general effects of homogenization of the landscape? Like, for example, replacement natural forest by monocultures. Also monoculture forest, because I remember when my Japanese colleague Nakamura demonstrated in Japan, the monoculture forest provides only 40% ecosystem services by comparison with natural mixed forests. And here we synthesize the processes which are just fundamental for sustainability. There are such processes like, soil erosion, loss of organic matter, reservoir siltation, yeah, and this is something which affects the decline sustainability of the catchment. That's why we have at least keep complexity of landscape. We cannot make industrial monocultures because they are really should be at least somehow enhanced by different type of the structure. And this homogenization leads to the concept of the creation intelligent ecosystem. When we have a forest plantation, low sustainability by comparison with natural forests. However, if we understand all process, if we quantify process according to ecohydrology principles, we can create the intelligent ecosystem which are providing more services and are more resilient to climate change. Of course, it's necessary to start from molecular biology process. This is example of our work now on the genetic analysis of genes of toxic algal blooms, identify bacteria which are eating the toxic, degrading cyanobacterial toxins. And we are working for the biotechnological tool to really have intervention tool, which of course cannot replace the general effort, reduce the loss of nutrients from the catchment to the system. And of course, in ecohydrology, always first principle, we quantifying processes. On the left is mathematical model of the catchment when we quantify nutrient loss from different area Pilica catchment to the reservoir on the top blue area. And of course, this helps to show where we should build the ecotone buffering zone between the land and water, and what type of buffering zone, if geochemical barrier for trapping phosphorus, then nitrification should be constructed. Of course, sewage treatment plant. The sewage treatment plant, unfortunately, are just very often oscillating in efficiency. And we developed some sequential biofiltration system, which we first apply for stormwater purification in the city, to build up system below the sewage treatment plant, just on the trench, which purified sewage were transferred, but still not satisfactory level. Of course, the starting point was analyzes the efficiency to each sewage treatment plant in all of the catchment. And now we construct the pilot, and two others are under construction. And you see if the stable flow is guarantee efficiency of phosphorus reduction 76%. This is already treated sewage, but still to high level. Fortunately, we get permission only to build this trench, and according calculation, because if flow is too fast in this moment, the efficiency is declined. But it's very easy to solve, but stabilization tank or just making bigger the facility. And hybrid situation when we have no space hydrological biotechnology, there was a lot of loads from parking, from road, 165 milligram of total suspended load to this very important recreational one of 3 reservoirs, in which we combined separators trapping the oil, sand with geochemical barrier first here, biological barrier, geochemical barrier second, buffering zone. And you can see we reduced 20 times. Total suspended solids are here 3. Here, up to the point is 10 times reduction. Of course, we also enhance sustainability, resilience of this system by putting the biomanipulation effect, stocking large predatory fish to reduce pressure on zooplanktonivores fish on zooplankton, which maintain, and this reservoir looked before like this, and now additional elements are just artificial floating island, again increased trapping some phosphorus periodically coming for the leaves from the tree decomposed. And of course, because this is first construction, sequential biofiltration system, reservoir below. This is all cascade reservoir after prevented by the system. And we develop the blue-green network concept, city as a blue-green, when you have a green corridors along the river valley with stormwater instead of using the sewer system, lots of them purifying, retaining in city landscape, creating and reducing the drought, which is on the city, on the edge of the catchments. That's why it's very dry city, and this moment we increase the situation. Of course, every city has a different situation and has to be somehow another way. So finally, ecohydrological biotechnology and systemic solution for enhancement catchment sustainability potential has to be done in accordance with first, catchment foresight, identification of natural resources, environmental threats, economic potential, society priorities. Why? Because investment in water management is long-term and it's expensive. That's why usually we should see if given catchment will be developed rather like a touristic area or like industrial area. Completely different measures has to be taken, and integration, the technological with ecohydrological solution in different way now. Second, mathematical models, processes, water, plant, soil interaction, top-down, river, are just supported to really make prediction and evaluation of systemic solution to achieve synergy between them. And third, principles ecohydrology, framework for action, supported by artificial intelligence methodology, will give a very powerful tool to decision maker to evaluate action situation and also intervene by investment process. So finally, I would like to say that this is a recent book is in Polish. I'm now preparing more advanced version in English, supported by UNESCO, and Ecohydrology Hydrobiology Journal, which already has an impact too, and is very broadly. We have about 50,000 every year visitors our page of journal. And of course, I encourage my Indonesian colleague to submit the paper to the journal and also to look what happens in ecohydrology in UNESCO program, because somehow journal is introducing this. More information is on our websites, ERC website and UNESCO chair, ecohydrology and applied ecology. So this is very briefly, and of course, I believe that we still have a time to some brainstorming and share some ideas after my presentation. Thank you. Chairman, maybe microphone, please.
Dr. Api, please unmute your microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Maciej Jalowski, for your enlightening and very comprehensive presentation. So before we move to the discussion, so I would like to first to continue to the second invited speaker, which will be given by Professor Ignatius Sutapa. So Professor Ignatius Sutapa will present with the title A Management Tool for Aquatic Ecosystem and SDGs Implementation. And before we start the presentation, first I would like to shortly read his CV. So Professor Dr. Ignatius Sutapa currently is positioned as the Executive Director for Asia Pacific Center for Ecohydrology, the center of category 2 center under the auspice of UNESCO. He is also the vice chairman of ISP Indonesia, as well as vice chairman of Committee for Improvement Health Export Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia, and also is the senior researcher professor in Indonesian Institute of Sciences LIPI. So he finished the bachelor up to the doctoral degree in France, and he received the doctoral degree from chemical engineering, the Institut National Polytechnique de Lorraine, France, and his expertise and the research field of interest cover the water treatment, water resource management, eco-hydrology, environment and ecosystem management, ecosystem services. So now I welcome to Professor Ignatius to deliver the speech. Pak Ignas, now time is yours, please.
Thank you, Dr. Habib. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this important conference. And also congratulations to the organizing committee for this great event. Would like to make a salutation to Professor Zaleski from Poland, Professor Gadis Triharyani as expertise in also in eco-hydrology. Good afternoon. Yeah, I would like to share with my own PC if it is possible. Is it possible to share with my own screen? Yes. So I would like to share the title of eco-hydrology as a management tool for aquatic ecosystem and SDGs implementation. It is quite easy for me because Professor Zaleski already explained all of aspect in eco-hydrology. So I just would like to add some information related to how to implement in Asia Pacific region. So as you know that, as mentioned also by Professor Zaleski, what is the water problem in the world? Concerning in Asia Pacific region, we have at least 5 major issues related to weak of water and sanitation services, flood and drought due to climate change, loss of biodiversity, increased potential of water conflict in the future, and also, of course, environmental pollution. We know that human pressure is quite high now on the body of water. That's why there is increase with growth of population and also economic activities, like at least 80% of pollution in water body comes from land-based source, from human activities. And also more than 90% of waste and 70% of industrial waste is discharged untreated to surface water. And we know also that environment and water ecosystem have several functions like as regulator, habitat, production, and also information. At least 3 values of goods and services produced by the environment: ecological, socio-cultural, and economic values, as already mentioned by Professor Zaleski. Assessment of economic impact due to environmental pollution can be approached by an economic valuation. Eco-hydrology can be used, as also mentioned by Professor Zaleski, to reduce impact and prevent pollution to the aquatic environment to support sustainable water resources management. By definition, already explained by Professor Zaleski, eco-hydrology is defined as an integrative science studying the relationship between hydrological and ecological processes in soil, vegetation, rivers, and lakes at the catchment scale, already strengthened by Professor Zaleski before. It deals with hydrological and ecological factors which determine the dynamic of natural and human-driven ecosystem and influence water dynamic and water quality. And just to remind that we have at least 4 eco-hydrology principles: hydrology, ecology, ecotechnology, and also culture, already mentioned. And just to introduce Asia Pacific Center for Eco-Hydrology as category center of UNESCO, already mentioned by the moderator. This center is under the auspice of UNESCO, hosted by the government of Indonesia since March 28, 2011. This center has duties and functions to identify issues and what resources problem and its potential solution based on eco-hydrology. And this center has determined 4 strategic goals in order to achieve the targets by promoting local resource base, strengthening local capacity, providing easy access, and also enhancing public awareness of local resource based eco-hydrological practices. This is our organization structure. We have a 4 division: research and development program, capacity building and collaboration, database and information system, and also social culture and public awareness. Related to implementation of eco-hydrology in different areas, include 6 specific areas as follow. At least in Asia Pacific region, we promote eco-hydrology to be implemented in watershed system, including lake and reservoir, urban area, peatland, arid and semi-arid, traditional irrigation system, and also small island. As we know that in Asia Pacific region, we have many islands. Strengthening sustainable water resources management through eco-hydrology by using appropriate technology as ecosystem properties to restore biodiversity, improve water quality, and also enhance ecosystem services. Considering river basin as a suitable scale for the decision of hierarchical structure and natural boundaries, and also as inherent integrator the effect of climatic and non-climatic factors. Already explained, we understand that scope of eco-hydrology could be implemented to restore, restoration and creation of wetland, for example, mitigation of the impact of human activities, stopping decline in biodiversity, advancing the integration of social, ecological, and hydrologic research to support effective policies and practices for sustainable water resource management, and also increasing community awareness and participation in order to accelerate water-related problem solving. Recently, already several years later, eco-hydrology demonstration site support achievement. As you know that UNESCO ISP promote the establishment of demonstration site around the world to apply eco-hydrology solution in watershed at all scale since 2011. This program supports several targets of SDGs, of course, like 6, 7, 11, 13, 14, 15. The framework serves to increase the ecological potential of a river basin and to mitigate intermediate forms of impact which help to achieve sustainability of river basin. And also this site plays a role as a tool for eco-hydrology application in aquatic habitat like wetland, marshes, mangrove, etc. Just with permission from Professor Zaleski, just to show you the implementation of eco-hydrology as eco-hydrology demonstration site I mentioned before, like Sokoloka River, located in city of Lodz, the city of Professor Zaleski in Poland. Very beautiful. And 3 main problems in the Sokoloka River basin are low water quality and ecological status, channelization of the river, and also urban flood and drought, already mentioned by Professor Zaleski. the problem in Poland. And rehabilitation efforts were carried out through construction of reservoir to mitigate the extreme storm water flow, photo technology in reservoir for development of blue-green network, and also stormwater purification and sedimentary biofiltration system. The second case is Lakar Lake Eco-Hydrology Demonstration Site, located in province of New Guinea in Argentina. Several main problems in this location need to be solved are deforestation, water pollution, natural and anthropogenic hazard, and also overgrazing causing erosion. And eco-hydrology approach was introduced in order to overcome these challenges through development of a spatial decision support model, modeling of the basin, mitigation of natural hazard, and promoting policies eco-hydrology based. The project has achieved significant improvement after 22 years, increase of security against natural hazard, enhancement of environmental services, and also restoration of water quality and biodiversity. And third case is in Indonesia, we promote a development of eco-hydrology around Saguling Reservoir, as established as UNESCO 21st demo site in the world. This Saguling eco-hydrology demonstration site serve as best practices to increase the ecological potential of a river basin, mitigate intermediate form of impact, and also to achieve sustainability of river basin. At that time, this site play a role as a tool for eco-hydrology application dealing with issues of nutrient concentration, water purification, and also aquatic habitat. We identify the Cibitung River catchment problem before the implementation of eco-hydrology. At that time, high risk to floods due to the effective soil depth in relatively shallow, high risk to landslide and soil erosion, and also high risk to pollution from point source and non-point source. And also the water quality and water quality monitoring tools implemented with 6 online monitoring system in Cibitung River catchment, including water parameter sensor, ultrasonic water level sensor, water quality sensor, and also 2 panel solar cell. And the main component of integrative online monitoring system with data center, website, mobile phone, water quality sensor, meteorological sensor, and online data. And this site is located in Cibitung River catchment around Saguling Reservoir, developed and established by Asia Pacific Center for Eco-Hydrology in collaboration with UNESCO Jakarta, Research Center for Limnology, and also Indonesia Power. This site was inaugurated in September 2016. And the result of the first phase showed the high potential application of eco-hydrology and phytotechnology measures in this Saguling region, which attracted the interest of local community authority. This is the Saguling eco-hydrology demo card based on UNESCO web platform. The eco-hydrology demonstration site content generally location, main description, applied eco-hydrology, and also activities. We understand that water education is a key to water sustainability. That's why our center promote and organize training and capacity building on eco-hydrology for a different stakeholder like children, students, lecturer, researchers, leader, and communities. And as conclusion, UNESCO ISP has been promoting transdisciplinary approach for land and water management for better environmental, social, and economic outcome. Eco-hydrology, as already explained also by Professor Zaleski, is an important approach for sustainable water resources and ecosystem management. consider economic valuation, political and government support, as well as local society in order to get effective and sustainable solution for managing water resources. Several future challenges, unfortunately, that we have to revitalize and relocate our Saguling eco-hydrology demonstration site due to the dynamic of local government policy, the community request to regulate related to land conversion and occupation, and also the support from Indonesian Institute of Sciences. The second one is development of eco-technology tests to improvement of ecosystem function and values in watershed scale. I think that's all what I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ignas, for very nice presentation and very inspiring. So now we have about 10 minutes for discussion, and now I open for the question or any comments. So the participant can directly asking for the question by pushing the right hand menu as available at the Zoom facility, or you can type your question in the chat room of the Zoom or YouTube. So I think we already we received one question as available at the chat room of the Zoom. So I think this question is addressed to Professor Jalewski. So the question is like here: you have the decade of experience in eco-hydrology so far. What do you consider as eco-hydrology's highest achievement in inland water management? What do you consider as the major obstacle for implementing eco-hydrology for water-related problems? So there are two items of the question for Ms. Hadid Agita Rustini, we address it to Professor Jalewski. So I think Professor can directly answer this question.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very important question, and I think the major obstacle for acceleration, development, and implementation in eco-hydrology are two. First, this is education, because we also usually at the university educating narrow specialists. On the broad background, at the high school, we next at university going this, and we are lacking third phase when we should get after be specialized. We cannot cancel specialization. We must really go deep to be specialist or something. However, after that, we should get like postdoc in US, make a broader, let's say, expand the interest to be able to keep dialogue with the specialists with other discipline of environmental science. Because eco-hydrology is based on process-oriented thinking, and process has to be really understood and next translated into innovative solution only on the science which integrate knowledge from different disciplines. So I think in education is a key. Second element, we have to, why process-oriented thinking is critical? Because every ecosystem is unique. It's like Platonian superorganism. And that's why you cannot make a cookbook recipe and say, do this. Okay, you can use as a reference point different solution which works. However, you cannot translate very simply from one to another. Like, for example, colleagues from Ethiopia would like to build our sequential system for stormwater. I said, wait, I will come, we'll see together. I came and I discovered the erosiveness of soil in Ethiopia is 10 times bigger than Poland. You know, if they will, exactly like in Poland, everything will be flushed immediately. So still, the rule, how it's functioning is the same. However, construction is different. It must be much stronger, much deeper. and so on, and many such things like that. That's why we need to educate, share the knowledge, experience. Also, like this conference is very important because we can listen to the different cases, like Professor Ignatius Sutapa introduced Sagolin, which is operating in completely different conditions, despite problems are the same than temperate reservoir. And this is very inspiring, such brainstorming, and that's why thank you for inviting me for this conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for very clear, I think, answer. And here we can see also another question. I think this question actually addressed to Professor Ignas about are the principle of eco-hydrology incorporated in the inland development planning in Indonesia? Yeah.
Dr. Lenny, very good afternoon. Thank you for the question. Very good question, but you know, we still promoting the concept of eco-hydrology through different stakeholders in Indonesia. We introduced to like Ministry of Environment and Forestry and different ministry, but you know, sometimes it's quite it takes quite long to introduce the concept. Of course, we hope that the planning, development planning in Indonesia should take into account the concept of sustainability in the future. Yeah, and we hope that by having collaboration with different ministry, different stakeholder, we could introduce, promote, also implement the concept of eco-hydrology to make possible the sustainability development in the future. Thank you for the question.
Yeah. Or maybe possible Professor Jalusi can share some experience on how the eco-hydrological concept and its implementation can be introduced to the policymaker, especially for the national scale, for example.
I lost the second part of your sentence because there's some connection was broken.
Yeah.
Could you repeat this?
Yeah, if possible, Prof, could you like to share with us about, maybe you have some experience on how to bring or to disseminate the eco-hydrology concept to the policymaker, especially for national scale, for example?
Yeah, I think there is several way to do that. But for example, first of all, I think this is necessary to make us this UNESCO to go and show them the difference. Eco-hydrology make a difference. And we, in general, I think we agree with Professor Ignatius Sutapa that eco-hydrology is based on advanced knowledge, which are putting different discipline science, however, generate low-cost advanced solution. Of course, which again, if you understand process, you can very nicely harmonize with other solution and with hydroengineering solution. Okay, and that's why also in dialogue with hydroengineering is also very important, because they also must recognize the big potential which exists in the invited by hydroengineers in Poland to prepare handbook for engineers, you see, managing the stormwater in the sea. The only one who was a chairman for dialogue. They asked me to expand the chapter, you see, or more profound. So we need the dialogue with engineers, with decision makers. Sides are most important to demonstrate them that it works.
Okay, thank you very much, Rob. Because yeah, in Indonesia, like so, still we have the gap between, for example, eco-technology based approach with the civil engineering infrastructure approach.
Yeah.
We still have such kind of the gap.
Exactly. That, yeah, good explanation from Professor Jaleski that we should meet together between engineering and environmental concept. Yeah. Like
so
this.
maybe Ignatius, we organize the conference kind of this like type of just putting together the people and identify engineers who have open mind and are interested in innovation.
Exactly.
And also and try to listen to them, and also they will define the problem what they see and from our perspective. So maybe next year when the vaccination will exist, we can think about
hopefully,
it.
Professor. Thank you for your support. Yeah.
Great.
So I think in the chat room, we received also, I think, feedback from Dr. Leni to Pak Ignas. Yeah. Yeah, he said that, yes, it is very challenging in terms of eco-hydrology to incorporate the principle of land development planning due to a lot of the factors ranging from environmental, political, social, economic factors. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very happy to keep in touch with you, Dr. Leni, and also Professor Jaleski, of course, and also different friends here, yeah, from different countries.
And maybe I can ask the Professor Ignatius Tapa for, I think, sharing shortly about the condition about our demonstration site in Saguling Reservoir, maybe especially from point of view of the sustainability of that demonstration site.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abid. As I mentioned before that, unfortunately, yeah, we have to revitalize and relocate, yeah, our demo site as we are supported by UNESCO, and I already discussed because we have quite a problem with different parties. We have to continue collaboration with Saguling company and also Bandung Barat district, and hopefully we could get support from our institution, LIPI, but still in communication how we could relocate this demo site as UNESCO demo site eco-hydrology. Yeah, we still in communication with different parties, Dr. Abid. Thank you.
Okay, so because the limitation of the time, so it's time already reached to 10 minutes. So we have to close for the first part of this discussion. So thank you very much again for Ignas, Professor Jaleski, for your kind contribution and participation in this conference. And before we move to the next agenda, first I would like to address at least 3 points as the summary for the first part of the sessions. First, about that eco-hydrology could be considered as the new global platform for water resources and freshwater management, yeah, as recognized, for example, by UNESCO. And eco-hydrology provides innovative methods in terms of the concept and also technology for enhancing the catchment sustainability, yeah, in terms of, as mentioned by Professor Jaleski, water resources, biotechnology, ecosystem services, resilience, culture, and education. And the last point, so eco-hydrology as a nature-based solution, it is possible to restore the carrying capacity of degraded ecosystem to a certain level by understanding the function of ecosystem. So another important should be considered is like economic valuation, political and government supports, as well as the local society should be, considered in the eco-hydrology advancement and implementation. So before we move to next, so I received the request from the organizing committee. So let's take the photo together, and then here the organizing committee technically will guide us for taking the photo.
Okay, I will take some picture. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Once again. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the organizing committee, Dr. Apip as moderator, MC, Profesor Gadis, Profesor Jaleski, Dr. Leni, Dr. Luki, and all of friends. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to see you again.
Yeah. Keep
Hopefully
in touch,
soon.
Professor Jaleski.
Yeah. Thank
See
you,
you again.
Professor Zaleski. Nice to meet you.
Great pleasure.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, next we move to the second part of this session, and then we will have three or four regular presenters. First, I welcome for Miss Nopi Mayasari from Research Center for Limnology, for keeping the presentation with the title Potential of Duckweed to Improve the Taste of Red Tilapia. So, Mrs. Nopi, are you ready? Already joined with us here?
Yes. Yes.
So, okay. Now time is yours. So please keep your time within 10 minutes, I think.
Are my screen is seen by everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. This time I will present about potential of duckweed Lemna perpusillator to improve the taste of red tilapia, written by myself, Novi Mayasari, my colleague Jamhuriah S. Said, Chandra Krismada, and Dwi Febrianti from Research Center for Limnology, Indonesian Institute of Science, Indonesia. First, Lemna perpusillator is one of the freshwater plant of the duckweed group from family Lemnaceae that spread all over the world, that is found in inland waters. The use of this duckweed, this Lemna, both as phytoremediators, as food for fish and the livestock. The use of the duckweed group biomass for feed is not new. In example, in Boyolali, Indonesia, Lemna has been used by the local community for food in tilapia aquaculture and claimed to provide up to 50% greater profits compared to cultivation using commercial feed. This duckweed have superior characteristic of the growth rate and productivity of the biomass. The nutritional content for Lemna is suitable for animal feed needs. Research Center for Limnology LIPI has used the Lemna perpusilla as food for
Mrs.
fish.
Nobi, sorry
Yes.
for interrupting. So could you make the slideshow for your PPT file, slideshow?
In my computer is slideshow.
Huh?
Sorry. Maybe like this?
No.
Not yet.
I don't know, in other,
Not yet.
not yet, I think.
Click enable editing first.
Can I continue with this one? In my laptop is full screen, in the full screen mode. Okay, I'm sorry for the trouble. I continue with this one. Tilapia and catfish that get Lemna feed is provide a tastier, savory, and crunchier compared to those that only the feed with commercial diet. The other study that have organoleptic tests on tilapia have been carried out on the quality with the treatment with temperature, galangal preservatives, matoa leaves, and others. But organoleptic tests to see the effect of the fish feed types such as lemna have not been widely reported. The objective of this study is to conduct organoleptic testing on tilapia. Post cultivation use commercial feed combination with pellet and commercial diet and lemna, and which the treatment with whole supply of the lemna feed. The methods, there is 3 treatment, and 1 treatment is tilapia fed with lemna perpusilator only. In treatment N2, tilapia supply with a composition 50% of the feeding ratio with lemna perpusilator and 50% of the commercial diet. In treatment N3, tilapia were given only commercial diet. There are 4 types of tilapia fish preparation that carried out in the organoleptic test. The first is in fried tilapia, fresh whole tilapia in fresh condition, the others in the fillet and the sliced fish. For the 32 semi-trained panelists among Research Center for Limnology worker rated for the tilapia organoleptic test, and the sample tilapia fish after being removed from the maintenance container, immediately cleaned, washed, and then placed in plastic wrap container. For fried tilapia, fish immediately fried without seasoning, with different oil and frying pans for each treatment. And for fresh whole fish, fillet and cut shapes, places in large container filled with ice cube as a cooler and preservative of fish. The data, questionnaire analysis data performed with Kruskal-Wallis test with significant level with 10%. If there are significant difference between treatments, continued by done tests to see which treatment are significantly different. The result, the first in figure 1, this is about organoleptic color. The first serving is in fried tilapia. The second in the fresh whole fish and fillet and the sliced tilapia. Kruskal-Wallis analysis of organoleptic colors obtained the result that differences in tilapia feed treatment didn't have a significantly different effect on color on fried fish, while in the presentation of fresh whole fish have a significantly different effect on color in fried fish. While in the presentation of fresh whole fish and N2 treatment gives a brighter fish color compared to the other treatments. In the display of fillet fish that fed with full lemna is in the N3 treatment. The color is less attractive than N2 and N3. The colors of the slice of red tilapia samples in the N2 treatment were more interesting than the N1 and N3 treatment. In the organoleptic other assessment in for preparation of red tilapia, treatment with in the N2 treatment, the highest scoring result obtained were significantly different from the other treatment, whereas the texture parameter for fresh fish, fill, and also sliced fish feeding treatment didn't give the significantly different result on the texture of the fish. I'm sorry, it is about the figure 3. In the figure 4, organoleptic overall acceptability for the assessment in for preparation of red tilapia. This In the fried tilapia, there is no significantly different in the organoleptic acceptability. And then for the freshwater tilapia, fillet tilapia, and sliced tilapia, the N2 treatment give more the result that better than the other treatment. The conclusion for this study, N2 treatment that give 50% lemna and 50% commercial feed gave better organoleptic result compared to the others. And the 50% lemna treatment and 50% commercial diet give better result in the appearance color of fresh feed, fillet, and fish cutlet. The taste of fried fish and the N2 treatment was even better than other treatment. For the acknowledgement, the author convey as much gratitude to all those who have helped carry out the organoleptic test of red tilapia in this study. Special thanks go to Zainal and Sahroni who have helped in conducting research sampling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Nopi, for sharing on your current progress research with us. It is very interesting. So please wait. And next, I would like to invite for the second presenter, Dr. Eva. Currently, he is the researcher and postdoctoral at the Disaster Research Institute, Kyoto University, Disaster Prevention Research Institute, DPRI, Kyoto University, Japan. So she is going to present with making presentation with the title Mapping of Major and Young Oil Palm Distribution in Humid Tropical River Basin for Flood Vulnerability Assessment. Dr. Eva, so please now time is yours, and please keep the time within 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Apip. Let me share my screen. Can you see my slide?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so let me start. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eva. I'm currently doing research in Kyoto University, and this time I'm going to give presentation on mapping of oil palm distributions for flood vulnerability assessment in a humid tropical river basin. This is the outline of my presentation. So first of all, I'm going to give a slight overview of Kyoto University and LIPI collaboration under JASTIP. This research collaboration were done in Batanghari River Basin with an objective to assess impacts of climate and land cover changes on hydrology, including the vulnerable pit swamp areas, to develop a flood hazard map at a river basin scale, and also to discuss sustainable adaptation strategies with stakeholders. As an approach, we have a pilot site, which we did field monitoring, and we are still doing that. And for groundwater and soil moisture, and we are trying to understand what is the dominant storm runoff processes in humid tropical river basin. And then we are using the findings to do modeling at river basin scale. And we are also using the global data, which is a climate data, downscaled by Meteorological Research Institute in Japan, to be used at a basin scale. So at a pilot scale, we did infiltration test and also soil analysis, and also analyze the response of groundwater. And as a preliminary results, we have these conclusions that actually the dominant runoff in humid tropical basin is lateral subsurface flow in the soil layer, and the soil is highly permeable and have a near saturated tropical soil. So using the results from pilot scale, it seemed that in the simulation at river basin scale, we are using RRI model developed by Sayama Sensei. It seemed that using the parameters found in the pilot scale, it seemed that the simulation result improved. And then, so we are using the settings of humitropical runoff processes and also the soil characteristics to be as parameters in the hydrological simulation. So as a result of the study, we compared the land use and climate change, and it seemed that our results showed that climate change results showed a much higher increase of inundation area and flood depths compared to land use change. And we also tried to use SWOT model to verify this result, and it seemed that both models, RRI model and SWOT model, has a good agreement. And so in this study, I'm going to discuss about the adaptation strategies. What can we do with these results? So we are trying to ask ourselves what is actually the most prominent livelihood or economical activities will be impacted by floods in the future. So as maybe most of us know that Indonesia is one of the biggest producer of oil palms, and oil palm is one of the important source of revenue for foreign exchange and rural employment. And in the future, it is projected that it will be an important source of revenue. However, how the floods impact oil palm is still poorly understood. And at this moment, we are trying to use remote sensing to analyze this impact. So the most prone in the oil palm growth cycle, young oil palm with age 0 to 3 years old is the most prone is the most prone stage to floods based on the JICA data. And so while the mature oil palm is actually more resilient to floods. But however, until 20 to 25 years, they need to be replanting, and future replanting will have to deal with the increasing floods. So in this research, I'm trying to first develop classification to see distribution of oil palm for the year of 2015 and 2018. And also I'm trying to make a composite of floods in these 3 years time, and then overlay the 3 results. And then to answer the question, these 2 questions, under flooded condition, how many can survive and mature? And if they are not matured, are they being replanted, or the site is being abandoned or changed to other land use? And then the second step is we are using also RRI model at the same time period, and then we try to compare whether they are in agreement, because with remote sensing we cannot obtain information such as flood duration. So with the simulation of RRI model, we can obtain flood duration. And the next question to be answered is, how is the relationship between flood duration and the maturity of young oil palm? And then finally, we are using RRI model to simulate flood extent in the future and to answer the question that how many oil palm will be further inundated due to climate change, and where the floods will be expanded. So this is the details of the remote sensing data that I'm using, and also validation and training and validation data collection that I did. And basically I'm using a Google Earth Engine, and I'm using Sentinel-1 and 2 composites for the year 2015 and 2018. And I collected sampling points from Google Earth Pro orthophotos, and I collected some, and to define the young oil palm, I'm using Google Earth Pro calculator to analyze which one is below 3 years old. And then to improve the accuracy of the classification, I'm using the median texture and GLCM texture. The GLCM texture is able to capture information around the pixels, and then so it's useful for land use with distinctive patterns such as oil palm plantation. And then the classification is using machine learning classification model that is random forest, and I'm using 50% of my sampling points. And finally, I classified the composites with the trained model and then validated with the remaining 50% of my sampling points. I also use the features in the Google Earth Engine to the QI clouds and cloud score to remove the clouds for the composites. This is the result. And then the second is to produce the flat extent. This is the algorithm that I'm using. So basically I'm comparing the images in dry condition and in wet condition, and produce the flat composites. And I validated with data I obtained from internet, like this. And also, so the flat extent, we are trying to validate the flat extent by adjusting the difference of threshold. And the results of the land use classification is like this. This is the land use in 2015. And this is the Sentinel flat in 2016 and 2017 overlay. And this is the 2018 land use. So, but this may not be so clear. So let me first zoom in to this area to make it more clear. So this is the young oil palm, the dark orange part. And this is the flat in 2016 and 2017. And this is the young oil palm the oil palm in 2018. As you can see, the green one is the matured oil palm, and the orange one is the young oil palm. And in this cycled area, some young oil palms are disappearing or still remains young. So, as you can see here, only a few oil palms can get matured under the flooded condition, while others are changed into other land uses or being replanted, or maybe have a kind of slow growth. So we also validated with orthophotos these changes on several sites. So, and finally, we were able to answer the question 1 and question 2. So only 6% of flooded young oil palm can mature in time. And most of the oil palm sites are abandoned or changed into other purposes. And some are stayed young, maybe replanted or had a slower growth. And then the second result is the RI simulation from December 2016 to April 2017 to obtain flat duration data. And we compare this with Sentinel data. As you can see here, it's in quite good agreement, although some parts are still maybe not so precise. For example, like this in downstream area, I think the simulation gives a good agreement to Sentinel data. So, however, when we started to analyze the data using the simulated result of RI model and trying to understand how the duration actually impact the young oil palm, actually there's still no clear distinction how it impacts the maturity. So we think that maybe a final resolution of simulated result may be helpful in this case.
Dr. Eva, the time now is 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much for the reminder. So this is the oil palm and floods under pleasant climate using the RRI simulation results. And this is in the future climate, and the concentration of increase is in the downstream area. And so flooded oil palm under present climate is about 5% of all oil palms in the region. And in the future, it will be 15% of oil palms in the region will be flooded. And this oil palm may have to find a new place to be able to continue producing. And this is a simulation of 1 month with RRI. As you can see that floods will concentrate it in the divergence and confluence of the river. And we also analyze where the flood will be expanded, and based on the result, it seemed that flood will be expanded more in the peatland area than in the mineral soil. So oil palm in the peatland area will be flooded 6 times more in the future than at this moment. So to answer the question 4 and question 5, that how many oil palm will be further inundated, so it will be 3 times more than the current extent, and the 15% of the current oil palm site may need to be replanted, or we need to find solution to maintaining the market demand of this 15% of oil palms. And where the flood will be expanded is first at the downstream area, on the peatland area, and at the divergence and confluence of river. So by knowing where the floods will be expanded, we may be able to further identify where the suitable places for agriculture, and maybe revise the policy on buffer zone and so on, and also maybe in the peatland policy. So at the conclusion, we concluded that Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, these are non-commercial imageries, can actually be used to classify young oil palm with age less than 3 years old at the river basin scale, resulting a satisfactory accuracy of 86%. This with the use of random forest classifier and textural measures such as median filter and Gaussian texture. And with timeline analysis, the land use classification and floods, only 6% of flooded young oil palm will be matured in time. And most of flooded oil palm sites are abandoned or changed into other purposes, and some are stayed young, maybe replanted or slower growth. And in the future, the flood area will be increased by 2.4 times, and the flooded oil palm will be increased by three times. And floods will expand to downstream area, particularly in the peatland area, and at the divergence on confluence of the river, which is not suitable for planting. So thank you very much, and we welcome for questions and comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Eva, for very interesting presentation with a lot of, I think, new information regarding the Batanghari River Basin. Actually, all already presented by Dr. Eva is the part of the result from the collaborative research work between LIPI, in this case, a research center for limnology, with the DPRI of Kyoto University, Disaster Prevention Research Institute of Kyoto University. And we hope that our collaboration could be continue, because the collaboration, program actually will be finished by the end of next month, next year. Okay, thank you, Dr. Eva. Now I would like to call for the last presenter, Mr. Fajar Setiawan. Actually, he is the researcher from Research Center for Limnology, and now he's study for doctoral degree or program in Tsukuba University, and he is going to talk or present with the title "Long-term Change of Water Clarity in Lakes Limboto, derived from Landsat data."
Hello,
Mr. Fajar,
hello,
welcome.
Dr. Apip.
Time is yours.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now I will ask to share my screen.
Okay, please. So you have about 10 minutes for talks or speech.
Okay, can anybody see my screen clearly?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I will start my presentation. The title of my presentation today is Long-Term Change of Water Clarity in Lake Limboto derived from Landsat data. My name is Fajar. This research collaborated with Dr. Luki and Professor Matsushita from Tsukuba University. So the water quality database is important to support the lake management. And however, performing a routine water quality measurement remaining a challenge related with the time, labor, and financial constraint. And as the result, there is water quality data of almost Indonesian lake are very limited. And there are no existing water quality database of Indonesian lake as the result, it's difficult to objectively evaluate the lake itself. And remote sensing for water quality estimation. First, remote sensing data has a long historical data archive. It recorded the Earth from 1984 until now. And Landsat TM has a high spatial resolution, 30 meters. And on water clarity measured using SEGIDIS, or we call SD, represent the same optical properties as the Landsat or the satellite measure of water body as also water satellite data. And SD or SEGIDIS depth describe the interaction of component in water environment such as color, chlorophyll A, and also suspended solid concentration. And therefore, SD is the most suitable variable retrieved from satellite. And Lake Limboto and its water quality problem. Lake Limboto is a shallow lake with a large watershed. It provides important ecological and hydrological function as well as the socio-economic benefit. And this lake has a problem such as shrinkage and high turbidity and also siltation. Therefore, it is crucial to provide a water quality database to obtain scientific data for lake sustainable management. Therefore, the objective of my research is I have three objectives. First is to generate a long-term water quality for Lake Limboto using Landsat TM and ETM Plus data. And the second objective is to detect the temporal water quality changing pattern in Lake Limboto. And the last objective is to analyze the water quality chain and the watershed condition related with the water quality chain. And the study area and in situ water quality data, here I show the location of Lake Limboto is located in the north part of Sulawesi. This lake has area for around 21 square kilometer and the average depth is 2.5 meter. And this table lists the several investigation data. I have 5-time data, in situ data, measure SD in 3 different locations in this lake. And the other corresponding data, for example, the Landsat collection data and its processing. First, I have 309 data downloaded from 1991 until 2019. And from those 170, from those 300 images, I reselect become 152 image because the coverage of image are less than 50%, so 150 images remaining. And for pre-processing, I did three kind of pre-processing. First is to remove the contaminated pixel. Second is filtering, and third one is atmospheric correction. And here's the detail of the pre-processing of Landsat image. I will not talk about it because limited of time. And jump to the water quality estimation and post-processing. The first, I used empirical model proposed by Setiawan et al. In 2019 to estimate the water quality. Here I used a two-band ratio of TM1 divided TM2 and TM3 divided by TM2 as the SD predictor. And for processing, I exclude the image with the less than 50% of lake surface and remove 5% upper and lower to avoid outlier, average the remaining data. And then I perform Savitsky-Golay filter to improve the reliability of the historical data. And last one, I use LOESS or locally weighted scatter plot smoothing to obtain the long-term trend of the SD. And another data, I use rainfall and population data to relate with the SD chain. Here I have rainfall and also watershed population data. I got this data from these two websites. And this is the first result. I generate a long-term SD chain in Limboto. Here in the x-axis is the time and the y-axis is the SD in meter. So as we can see here, the black point is the Landsat estimated Landsat estimated SD, and the red point is the in situ SD. And we can find that the estimated SD are relatively close to the in situ measurement. I mean, the red point is close to the estimated by Landsat. Overall, average SD is 0.5 meter with the standard deviation is 0.12 meter. And a long-term analysis showed that the SD in this lake are continuously decreasing despite several increasing in 1995, 2010, and 2014. And the second result is the spatial variation of SD from year to year. Here I have data from 1995 until 2018. Here we can use to identify which part of lake has the lower or higher SD estimated by Landsat. And the next is the seasonal rainfall and the water quality. Here I show the graph between months and the precipitation, and I plot using box plot. And the right side is the month, and the y-axis is the SD. Here we can see that the peak of rainfall occur in May, and the lowest rainfall in September. And the highest average SD is occur in May, and the smallest SD occur in August or September. So we can relate these two kind of rainfall and SD by using this scatter plot, and we can find that the SD of Lake Limboto was regulated by the rainfall in the previous month. I also relate the water clarity and the population pressure. Before the year of 2000, there is a positive correlation between SD and population increase surprisingly. But after 2000, after the year of 2000, as the number of population growth steadily at the same period, the SD continuously decreasing. This is I found the interesting trend between before 2000 and after 2000. And for the conclusion, first, SD database of Lake Limboto has been generated using Landsat TM and ETM plus data, enabling the spatial and also temporal changing analysis. And the second conclusion is short-term climate condition and population pressure on the water side highly affected water quality in Lake Limboto. As we can see that the climate, I mean the rainfall and SD has a positive correlation, and also the population pressure also have correlation, high correlation. And the generated SD database was expected to be useful to support Lake Limboto sustainable management, as we know that previously there is not so many data in most of Indonesian lake. By using Landsat, we can obtain the more frequent data to support the lake sustainable management. And for the last conclusion is a comprehensive study is needed to deeply understand the factor regulating water quality in Lake Limboto, because in this research I use the remote sensing data and only use the several limited validation data to deeply understand the factor for regulating water quality. Therefore, more comprehensive study is needed to deeply understand the factor which influence the water quality in Lake Limboto. Okay, and this presentation is mainly based on the SD estimation model published in 2019. And for further discussion, please contact me in this email. Okay, thank you very much for the chance to present my research today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for nice talk and presentation, Mr. Pajar. So now we arrive to the second discussion part. So we have 10 minutes for discussion, and now I open for any question or comment from participants. So if we check from the chat box of the Zoom, we still, I think we need to wait for any question or comments. And yeah, actually, I would like to ask my colleagues, Dr. Epi, as the co-moderator, to check for whether any question or comment in the YouTube channel.
So, there's a question in chat in Zoom.
Zoom, okay. Oh, okay. So we see one question from Dr. Arianto Budi Santoso, addressed to Mr. Pajar. So he is asking about, as automatic leaks monitoring is demanding, so do you see any opportunities of your work there to be automatically run by a system? Maybe for detail, Mr. Pajar can also try to read the question in the chat box room.
Okay. Okay, thank you for Mr. Ari for the question. The automatically run by system. Okay, thank you. Actually, my SD estimation is run by some programming. So after using that programming, we just provide the input. The input is the downloaded Landsat, and the format is the digital number. But now I'm still trying to work to make it possible to run by other people. Just provide the Landsat raw data, and then using more user friendly, they can run it by themselves. So I think it's possible, but I need time to prepare the programming or the code to be more user friendly for other people. I hope it will answer your question.
The answer is very clear. So
if I can, I would like to congratulate to Eva. Excellent holistic study. I think we really need such an overall picture to next go down and make a fine resolution analysis and then translation into socioeconomic processes also. But this is really excellent study, and if you publish this, I would be very glad to read more detail this publication. Okay, so please don't forget to send me.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, while we're waiting for the question, so I have one question first to Mr. Pajar. So as you already show in your PPT or your presentation, you have tried to make the correlation between the SD value or the water clarity with the monthly rainfall, right?
Yes, yes.
So, but for case of the monthly rainfall, you use 1 month later or 1 month before, right?
Yes.
So why that it has some, I mean, high correlation by using 1 month, the rainfall of 1 month later? Why this has some, there's some delay of the time when the, I mean, like sediment material from the catchment come to the lake or something?
Yes, I previously just relate the same time of rainfall and the SD, but lower relation between those data. But after I shift the period, for example, I use the previous month and the recent month as and then relate that one, I found the higher correlation, and I relate with the characteristic of the watershed, because the Lake Limboto also has a large watershed. So I think there is some delay between the SD and the rainfall. So because of the large area of watershed, it will influence the SD. For example, 1 month later or something like that. And if we have more detailed rainfall data, maybe we can check the more detailed delay time of the rainfall and the SD. I mean the influence of the rainfall, how long it will influence the SD in the lake.
How big the catchment size of the Limboto lakes? Just roughly, because looks the like time concentration of the water flowing from, I mean, the top of the catchment area flowing to the lakes is taking the time for maybe more than 1 week, right?
Yeah, because my data is limited, only monthly data. If we can obtain the daily or weekly data, we can check more detail, not 1 month, or maybe we can have more detailed delay time.
Okay,
maybe that's good suggestion. If I will, it's possible to collect the more detailed rainfall data, and then we can check how long the rainfall will influence the SD in this lake.
And just simply maybe you can estimate the time concentration or travel time.
Yes.
Of the water. Just simply, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Apip.
So still we have not received yet for the new question from the participant. So I have another question, and this is for Dr. Eva. So you already successfully used the Sentinel 2 and 1 and 2 imageries to detect spatial distribution for entire the catchment for the mature and the young oil palm, right? And then the accuracy of the prediction is about 85%. Please correct me if wrong. So,
yes.
If so, there is still the potential source of the error about 14%. So can you identify some potential source of the error which can help you for further step to improve the accuracy in the interpretation process of Sentinel imageries?
Yes, actually, the one that I presented today was the result of maybe around 2 months ago. So I have actually improved data that maybe has improved around 5%. So it's nearly 90% accuracy by actually using algorithm for it's called for using a sequential forward selection. So we actually use Google Colab and Python code to actually select which one of the feature extraction, such as the GLCM texture or median filter, that is actually relevant to classify the young oil palm and old oil palm. So this feature selection method is actually can improve about 5% of accuracy, and so the remaining of 10%, I still have to think.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your question.
And we received one question from Dr. Eva for Mr. Pajar.
Okay.
So I think this is about technical question about the imagery data processing. So the bands of older Landsat and the current version is different. Can your model use different version of the Landsat? And the second, not second, this is the next question. Can your model use other imagery such as a Sentinel?
Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Eva. Yes, it's clearly true that the band of older Landsat is different with the current version, and my model is developed using the empirical model. So the conversion for my model to be used for newer Landsat is still questionable. So, but the main purpose of my research is to generate the long-term database. So there is no other option than I use the older Landsat for the newer generation of Landsat. For example, Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2, we can use the semi-analytical model, not the empirical model. And for the semi-analytical model, I will share recent publication from Lee et al. You can follow his method to apply the newer Landsat to estimate SD in water environment. Okay.
I think the answer is clear. So actually I'm waiting for one question, actually for Mrs. Novi. So, okay, I have one question for Mrs. Novi. So you carry out three type of the treatment, I can say maybe like that. So, and you found that the second treatment with using the ratio of the feed, like 50% from the Lemna and 50% from commercial feed, right? As the best treatment to obtain the good performance in improve the test of the red tilapia. So, what do you think if you try to change the ratio? For example, 50% for Lemna and 20% for commercial food. So there are some, challenge for to get better and better results. Because now you just conducted three kind of the treatments. First, 100% using Lemna, and the second is the SIM ratio, 50%, 50%, and the last is 100% commercial food, as I understood.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Apip. Nice question. For the change in the proportion of the using Lemna and the fish pellet commercial, maybe there is need to further research to get the better data. But in tilapia fish, the fish is called omnivore fish that can feed with the all type of fish, and the tilapia fish can the fish growth when the fish get the only Lemna feed, to them, the fish growth is also very good. But in this study, we only try to give the measurable way to solve the question: are the fish in which their cultivation system, when the fish get lemna feed, have better organoleptic values or not? Maybe like this.
Okay, we have one. We can see one question. I mean, in the chat box. This is from my partner, no, Dr. Epi. So he asking. Asking about why don't you make correlation between water quality and land use change? I think this question should be related with Mr. Pajar. Why don't you make correlation between water quality and land use change?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sulastri. Yes, absolutely. The land use will directly influence the water quality in lake, but due to the limited of time, maybe it in the future work I will analyze the land use or land cover change and relate the impact on the water quality in Lake Limboto. Okay, thank you for the suggestion, Mrs. Sulastri.
Oh, sorry, I wrong. The question is from Ibu Lastri. Sorry. Okay. So I think the time is already over, right? So because the discussion time is about 15 minutes. So again, thank you very much for relatively active discussion and lot of information we already, hear and discuss it. So, and then now it's the time for me to close the second part of the discussion in this third session of the Icoes conference. So, and I have some points as to summarize this, the second part of this session. First is related with what's already presented by Ms. Nopi. So the finding, so the treatment with 50% of the lemna and 50% of commercial food can showing the better performance in order to improve the taste of the red tilapia. And from Dr. Epa, we got the information that composite imageries of Sentinel-1 and 2 can or could be used to classify the young and mature oil palm, especially for the case of Batanghari River Basin, with the level accuracy more than 85%. And the best sampling resolution when we use the Sentinel-1 and 2 is about 40 meters. And yeah, the last point, summarized from Mr. Fajar. So remote sensing could be used to fill the water quality data gap and generate a long-term SD or water clarity database to monitor water transparency change and develop management strategies for lake sustainable use. So before we closing this session, so I would like to take photo together for this session, and my colleagues from organizing committee technically will guide for taking this photo.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the committee can guide the photo shoot.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Once again, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, to all participants, please to turn on your video. I'll take a picture. To committee, please turn on your video. Okay, we still wait. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, I would like to thank to all presenters, including 2 invited speaker and 3 regular presenter. So for kind contribution and participation to this conference, and we hope we can see for the next time at the same conference. And now it's time for me to hand over the time to MC for the next agenda. Thank you very much for joining with us for the 3rd session of Icoes conference, especially for the sub-program or sub-conference of Tropical Limnology 2.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Apip, for leading session 3. Also, thank you, Professor Zaleski and Professor Sutapa, and all presenters in session 3 for the excellent and inspiring presentation and also interesting discussion. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, finally, this is the end of the first day of the 2nd International Conference on Tropical Limnology 2020. So I would like to kindly remind you that tomorrow our conference will start at 8 a.m. and you have to do registration for the day 2nd in the morning. And the e-certificate will be given to all registered participants who attend all sessions via Zoom and fill out the attendance form. Thank you very much for your participation and contribution today. See you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Fajar, good luck.
Thank you, Mas.
Terima kasih.
Thank you very much all.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
See you. Thank you.